Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Landgraf.
Okay. Well, good evening. This is the April 23rd meeting of the Alcohol License Review Committee. My name is Tom Landgraf. I'm the chairperson of the committee. This is our first meeting using the video, remote video conferencing, so I'm sure we'll have a few glitches. Those will probably be attributable to me and my lack of tech capability, but we'll do the best we can. We've got several city staff persons online with us to help out if there are any issues. In a couple of minutes, the staff will go through the details that those of you who are going to be participating remotely will need to be aware of to make sure that we make you live when your agenda item is ready to go on the list this evening. We've got a pretty long agenda. The committee did not meet last month, so we've got the equivalent of about 2 months worth of work here. So we appreciate you hanging in there with us. It'll be a little bit more comfortable for you sitting in your home instead of sitting in the council chambers. So at least there is one plus to a long meeting. But hopefully we'll be able to get through things fairly quickly. A couple of administrative items. Those of you who are going to be speaking or want to be speaking, staff in a minute will tell you how you go about letting us know that there is something you'd like to say. But when you do speak, we would ask that you keep your comments to within a 3-minute limit. Mr. Verbic, the deputy city clerk, will be running a timer just to kind of keep everybody on the same page, and he'll let you know when your 3 minutes are up. So make sure if there are a number of you that are speaking on the same subject, you don't repeat something that's been said earlier. Use your 3 minutes to offer something that the committee might not have heard that would be helpful in helping the committee members arrive at a conclusion on a particular agenda item. We don't mean to be cutting anyone off, but given the length of the agenda and the fact that we have traditionally run with a 3-minute speaking slot, which has worked quite well in our previous meetings, we're continuing that same format for this electronic version of the ALRC. So with that, we'll get started with some of the official items of the agenda. Mr. Verbic, do we have any identified absences for the meeting?
I don't believe so, although Mr. Fletcher just said he needed to find that link, so I just sent Joe a message to get him his link.
Yep, I'll send that to him. Thank you.
And I see that Alder Revere just joined us. I was not able to focus on two different things at once, so good evening, Mike. So with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Verbic to call the roll, and what I'm going to do is unmute everyone's microphone to make it a little bit easier for you to all sign in, and then I'll mute the mics as soon as we finish the roll call. So Mr. Verbic, would you call the roll?
Donnelly? Present. Fletcher? Sounds right. Westra?
Here.
Landgraf?
Present.
Conospina?
Present.
Revere?
Here.
Brady?
Here.
Skidmore?
Here.
Carter?
Present.
We have quorum, Chair.
Okay, we have a quorum, so we'll start the official part of the meeting. I'm going to mute everyone's mic. So now if you would like to say something, raise your hand so we know to open up your mic. So with that, Joe, who's our city technical host, is going to walk through a few administrative items for those of you in the public portion of this meeting need to be aware of to make sure that we can include you when your agenda item pops up.
Thank you. Welcome to our virtual Alcohol License Review Committee meeting. We are going to cover a few basic items before beginning. To the members of the body and city staff, the chair, clerk, and tech facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting members. Please be mindful that during any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted until completed, at which time the chair will place panelists back on mute. Voting will be considered unanimous. However, if you object to a unanimous vote, please use the raise hand feature when the chair asks for objections. After clicking participants at the bottom of your screen, you can find the raise hands feature at the bottom of your participants list. Also, use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. This includes staff who are being asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Please wait for the chair to unmute you before speaking. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members of the public who have registered to speak. When your name is called, the facilitator will find your name, matching the name you provided in your registration, and permit you to speak. If your name does not match, you will not be permitted to speak. Please wait until you are unmuted to begin talking. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. If you need to share documentation with the ALRC, please send it via email to licensing@cityofmadison.com. Unless there are questions of you, you will be unable to speak for the remainder of the meeting. If you would still like to register, go to the clerk's office homepage and click on meeting schedules. If you do not wish to speak, we encourage you to go watch the meeting streamed live at Madison City Channel website or on the city's YouTube channel as well. You can also watch us on Charter Digital 994 and AT&T Uverse 99. Mr. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe. First item on the agenda is any general public comment. Mr. Verbeek, did we have anyone register for general comment this evening?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is disclosures and recusals. For those of you unfamiliar with how the committee operates, frequently committee members will come in contact with someone who's on the agenda, and if those discussions put the ALRC member in a position of not being impartial on a vote, we identify ahead of time if there are any disclosures or recusals that a member would make. So when we get to that agenda item, you would know if the member is going to participate in that discussion or not. So that said, do we have any members who have a disclosure or recusal? And I'm going to unmute all of you right now. So do we have anyone who?
I do not have any.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
Tom?
Pat.
Yeah, see, I don't have a raise hand function on my screen here for some reason.
Did you scroll down to the bottom of your Zoom screen and there's a little participants icon?
Yeah.
And click on that. That should pop out a window to your right. And then at the very bottom of that participants list, you should see a raise hand option.
Nope, nothing's happening here. That's right. Popped up like this.
Yeah, it doesn't, it's not on it. You don't have it.
I don't have it.
Mr. Landgraf, I'm going to go ahead and mute everyone and just unmute you, Jim, and Patrick, because right now
Okay.
everyone's popping up here.
I didn't hear any disclosures or recusals, and we'll hopefully get everything worked out so Pat can be able to participate. The next thing on the agenda is the what we call our consent agenda. Before each meeting, the clerk's office will go through all of the agenda items to determine which of those might be more administrative in nature and not require a discussion in detail at the committee meeting. So we put that together as a consent agenda that was posted on the Legistar website. There are quite a few items on the agenda, and just for those, again, who are unfamiliar with our procedures, I'm going to ask the Deputy City Clerk to read through the title and the agenda number for each of the consent agenda items, and then the committee will discuss those to determine if we should take any of those items off the agenda. At that point in time, we'll have an official reading of the final consent agenda, and then we'll have a vote on that. If your agenda item is on the consent agenda, that represents the official action of the committee this evening. We won't be coming back to your item. So as an example, if you're the last item listed on the agenda, but you are on the consent agenda, your item will be approved along with everything else on the consent agenda. So you do not need to worry about us getting to the end of the agenda, calling for you, and you're not here. So pay close attention to what's on the consent agenda. So your participant in this virtual meeting might be shorter than you think. So Mr. Verbeek, can you give us or give everyone a quick run through of what's on the consent agenda?
Sure. So recommended council grant change of agent items 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Business name change number 26. Entity reorganization numbers 28 and 30. Request to extend license issuance beyond 180-day limit under MGO 38.05. Item number 36. Public hearing new license for number 49, 51, 52, 53, and 56. And recommend the council to grant with conditions items 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Motion to refer for 21 plus entertainment license number 44 and 46. Recommend the council to re-refer public hearing item number 55. It's a public hearing new license, and recommend to place on file without prejudice. That's going to be item number 37, change of license conditions.
Okay, that's the consent agenda as prepared by the clerk's office. So now we'll have a discussion with committee members to determine if any of those items should be removed. So either wave at me on the screen or unmute
So Mr. Landgraf, you can see if you have your participants list open, you
okay.
see Alder Carter and Attorney Zillaviv have their hand raised.
Alder Carter?
Yes, was number 48 referred to our next meeting in May?
No, I believe item 48 is on the consent agenda. Do you
Okay,
not?
I just didn't hear what you said. Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait a while. I misspoke. I was reading 49. 48 is not on the consent agenda. So 48 is the recessed public hearing for Value Hospitalities.
Right, was that referred to May?
I don't believe so, Alder Verbeek. Or I'm sorry, Mr. Verbeek.
It's not, but we can add it in the consent agenda.
Oh, that's supposed to be on tonight? Okay.
Yeah, it's listed on the agenda tonight, and it's not referred, and it's not on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Assistant City Attorney Zillaviv.
For removal from the consent agenda are items 49, 51, 52, 53, and 56. And on items 12 through 16, I believe there's going to be a condition proposed to be added to those. And if we could just get the applicants to acknowledge the condition and agree to abide by it and have that added to the consent agenda for those items.
That was 12 through 16?
Correct. And I do have a question on item 16. They have an event May 23rd and May 24th, and the governor's order extends through May 26th, I believe. So I'm wondering what their plan is for that event.
Actually, the organizers of that event contacted me right before the meeting and said they're canceling the event.
Oh, okay.
To be placed on file for this consent agenda.
Okay, so well, let me just do two things. Make sure I've got the list of items correct that you want taken off. That's 49, 51, 52, 53, and 56.
Correct.
And 16 we just took care of. So 12 through 15, your question is the same for each, or
Yes, it's a global question related to the condition that should be placed on each one of those.
and that's the condition dealing with the governor's order?
Correct.
Do we need to ask the consent of the applicant? I would think the governor's order would supersede any applicant consent.
Well, I'm not saying their consent, just that they understand the implications of that condition being on the license.
I see. Okay. All right. Well, why don't, while you've got the floor, why don't you just quickly state it for those folks if they're not paying attention?
What did I do with it? Where did it go? The condition states, under order of Governor Tony Evers and Public Health Madison and Dane County, effective immediately and until further notice, all public and private gatherings of any number are prohibited in the state of Wisconsin as part of the Safer at Home emergency order. If these orders or other restrictions are still in place on the date you wish to commence the use of this license, they supersede and limit the use of this license.
Okay, and just because of the fact we're dealing with this electronically, I'll just mention that that applies to the Wilmar Neighborhood Center application. Actually, they have two of them here, the Wisconsin Chamber Orchestra and the Madison Central Business Improvement District. So hopefully they were all online and heard that particular statement. Mr. Verbeek, when these licenses are approved, are you including some sort of an indication to the applicant to the extent of what Assistant City Attorney Zillow just read off?
Yeah, we're able to put conditions on the permits the same way we are the licenses. So when it comes off the permit, it will have the conditions on the bottom of the license or the permit.
Okay, got it. All right, so then the consent agenda would be as presented with the exception of 49, 51, 52, 53, and 56. I don't see anybody else. Well, let's see, Mr. Donnelly. Did you have?
So I liked where Assistant City Attorney Zillow was going with that. I would like to hear the applicants for 12 through 15 say that they understand that condition.
Okay. So, Joe, how do we?
Unless we got any new registrants, the only one I see is registering is item number 15, Madison Central bid. I don't see registrants for 12, 13, or 14.
Then I'd like to remove 12, 13, and 14 from the consent agenda and give the person for 15 the opportunity to say that they understand the condition.
Okay, so 12, 13, and 14 are off. 15 has registered, Mr. Verbeek, so they should be online, and 16 has been withdrawn. Okay, so Joe, how do we contact agenda item?
I can unmute Steve Renfro right now.
Okay.
He doesn't wish to speak, but he's available to answer questions. There's also Tiffany Kenny, who represents the bid. who's also here. Who would you like to hear from?
Who's the agent?
Yeah, that would be good.
Well, it's not agent. I mean, it's a permit.
Oh, who's the applicant?
So if Tiffany Kenny's from BID, I would say she would probably be the person to speak.
All right. May we speak to her, please?
Okay, she's unmuted.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi there.
Hi.
Do you understand the condition that Assistant Attorney Zillaby explained?
Yes, we do, and we appreciate that condition on our permit. We understand completely.
No further questions.
Okay, so that was 15. So 12, 13, and 14 are off the consent agenda as well. Okay, so with that said, Mr. Verbic, why don't you go through the consent agenda again, indicating the agenda item and the applicant, so we can make sure everyone's comfortable with what's on it.
Proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting April 23rd, 2020. Recommend that council to grant number 17, change of agent Hopcat Madison LLC. Number 18, change of agent Frey Street Beverage LLC. Number 19, change of agent Walgreens Co. Number 21, change of agent Knickerbocker LLC. Number 22, change of agent Portillo's Hot Dogs LLC. Number 23, BSBC LLC. Number 24, change of agent Fresco LLC. Number 25, change of agent Dave & Buster's of Madison, Inc. Number 26, business name change Layla's Restaurant LLC. Number 28, entity reorganization HOA Restaurant Holder LLC. Number 30, entity reorganization SSP America, Inc. Number 36, request to extend license issuance beyond 180 days under MGO 38.05 Settle Down LLC. Recommend to council to grant with conditions. Number 15, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Madison Central BID event live on King Street with the COVID-19 condition. And refer number 44, 21 plus entertainment license, Mohammed Hinoui. Number 46, 21 plus entertainment license, TGRM LLC. Recommend to council to re-refer public hearing. Number 55, public hearing new license, TGRM LLC. Recommend to council to place on file without prejudice. Number 16, temporary Class B retailer license, concurrent with street use permit, Madison Festivals Inc. Event run Madtown Half Marathon. And number 37, change of license conditions, IO Arcade Bar LLC at 720 Williamson Street, Class B combination liquor and beer.
Okay, that's the official consent agenda. Seeing no hands raised, I will assume that everyone is comfortable with that. So I will unmute you all, and all those in favor say aye. Oops, let's do it again.
It might be easier just to ask for a unanimous vote, and if anyone objects, they can raise their hand.
We need a motion and a second first.
I move to approve the consent agenda and the way that was read.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Kano Spina and Mr. Fletcher with a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. We'll assume since no one objects, it's a unanimous vote. So you are all now muted. And that takes us to, let's see, Mr. Verbic, I lost track of the number. Did we include the interpreter number or interpreter item on the consent agenda?
It was pulled off the consent agenda, so it's number 56.
Okay. The committee's practice in the past has been when we have an interpreter appearing at city expense, we move that item up to the front of our agenda. So we're going to take item 56 up right now. So Joe, if you can make them available. And Mr. Verbeek, do we have anyone registered to speak on that?
All I'm seeing is the interpreter right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just see the interpreter. I don't see the applicant.
Okay. No applicant, just an interpreter. So we've never had that situation occur in the past. So what's the committee's preference on that? To move it to the next agenda, move it later in the agenda? Alder Carter?
Yes, let's move it later into the agenda. When the applicant signs on, we'll go back to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to make that motion?
Yes, I move that we move item 56 to later in the agenda once the once the applicant signs on.
Okay, do we have a second? Alder Skidmore seconds. Okay, motion and a second to move item 56 further into the agenda until the applicant signs on. All those in favor say aye unless I see your hand raised. Alder Skidmore.
Are we sure that the applicant isn't with the interpreter?
We're not. I don't believe we are. We just sent the link to the interpreter to connect on their own.
I can unmute the interpreter and ask him.
Okay.
All right.
Yep,
He's unmuted.
this is Eric with Interpreters Co-op. I am signed on from home and I do not have any contact info or connection with the applicant. Future meetings, I could potentially check in with him by phone, but I don't have any contact info at this time.
Thank you. That's good for me.
I don't know if the interpreter wants me to provide the applicant's information by email. If he wants to get in touch with them now to see if he just, I don't know.
Okay. Well, so Jim, did you have the ability to communicate that information offline to the interpreter so he can try to raise the applicant? Because if he can't, there's no reason to keep the interpreter waiting unless the committee wishes to reconsider its earlier action. I'm not sure what other option we've got here.
Yeah, I would ask the interpreter if they want to just send me an email at licensing@cityofmadison.com and just reply to that email with the applicant's contact information.
Mr. Kano Spina?
So I'm all for contacting the client with the interpreter. That's very nice. That'll be awesome to do that. At the same time, when we have other applicants don't show to a meeting, we refer to the next meeting. So I guess I will be very open to say the interpreter can contact that person, but I don't know if that's information that is confidential. Or is it like, why will the interpreter be calling you at home? Even though I'm very appreciative that we're trying to help this person, we never done something like this before. So I am just raising the question of what to do. Not to say not to do it. Very nice to do it. I'm in favor of doing it, but I don't know if we set a precedent of, let me try to call this person because they were not at the meeting. So that's my question.
Okay, we have Assistant City Attorney Brist online, so I'm going to unmute him. Assistant City Attorney Brist, what's your thought?
Well, I think it's good to be consistent and follow procedures that you followed in the past. I don't think there's any right or wrong answer to this. I think it is a judgment call.
I would add that my instructions I sent out about connecting to the meeting were in English, and information I would supply to the interpreter are the same contact information that can be found on the application, which is public information.
Yeah, so because it's a unique situation, because the information was in English, because maybe the applicant doesn't know how to use Zoom and doesn't understand the directions, I'm all in favor to try to do that. And maybe we can say, well, this is what we're going to try to do because of COVID, and we're trying to help. So I just wanted to make sure that we are following the law and we are doing everything correctly.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to put this one on hold, try to contact the applicant through the interpreter to see if we can reconnect. And I believe that's what is in process right now. We've asked the interpreter to contact Mr. Verbeek, who can then provide the applicant information, and they'll contact the applicant. And hopefully the interpreter will get in touch with Joe, indicating whether he's been successful or not, so we can make another decision as to what to do, which would probably be at that point to refer it and let the interpreter go home, or interpreter is home, but go off the clock. So,
well, actually, as an attendee, the interpreter can't really signal to me that he wants to talk. So if he could just shoot an email to Jim,
okay,
letting know, yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
All right. So the interpreter will get to Jim with his contact information. Jim will give him the information for the applicant. The interpreter will try to talk to the applicant or get in touch with him. If they can't, the interpreter will get back to Jim and indicate the status of that. And then Jim can let us know what's going on. Okay, that takes us to item number 1 on the agenda, which is an operator license for Covey Wooden.
Tom, I think we skipped the approval of the minutes from the last meeting we had.
You know, you're correct. We did. Well, in my rush to get to the first item, we missed that. Okay, so let's step back. We've got minutes of the February 19th, 2020 meeting. Were submitted with the legislative packet. Do we have any modifications to those minutes? And if not, do we have a motion to approve them? Okay, Mr. Fletcher.
I'd move approval, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second to approve the minutes as distributed. Seeing no further participation on any of the committee members' parts, so all those in favor say aye. Raise your hand for no. Okay, minutes are approved. Thank you, Mr. Verbeek. Keep letting me know if I missed something here. Okay, so now let's get to item number 1, which is the operator license application for Covey Wooden. Did we have Covey register?
He is.
Okay. And is he connected right now?
I do not see him in the attendee list. So he may have registered previously, but that doesn't mean that he clicked on the link to join the meeting. He's registered in support, not wishing to speak.
Okay, so we don't know if he's online?
He's not online.
He's not online. Okay. Assistant City Attorney Zillevy.
I don't know how many of the operator license applicants are going to appear tonight, but there are 6 of them who have felony convictions. And since we're on this platform, I just wanted to say, instead of ringing in on each one, that if you are going to grant an operator's license to somebody who has a felony conviction, please state on the record that you don't believe the violation is substantially related to the licensing activity if you are going to grant the license.
Okay. So, Joe, just to make sure we all understand that the person registered but has not clicked the link, so they're not online with us.
Correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Fletcher?
Would Joe? Would they have? How far in advance would they have registered for this? Would it have been not like just before the meeting? Correct.
No, it could have been days.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd follow I guess our standard practice here, which would be to refer to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a motion and a second to refer item number 1, operator license, to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Assistant City Attorney Zilloway. Did you have?
Just for the committee's edification, he registered at 4 p.m. today.
Okay. Assistant City Attorney Zilloway.
I'm sorry, I should have. Do I lower my hand? I don't remember. I'm done.
I'll lower it for you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second to move item number 1 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. All those in favor will assume approve unless I see you raise your hand to the negative. Okay, that motion is approved. So that takes us then to the second item on the agenda, which is an operator license for Seth Krantz. Joe, is Seth registered?
No. There's no one registered on item 2.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly?
Move to refer to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting.
And Mr. Fletcher? Okay, I saw the thumbs up. That's a second. I see Captain Donnelly. Did you want to offer something?
I just was curious procedurally because he registered in favor of but not wishing to speak. Would it have been clear in some way that he didn't really have a choice about speaking and that he had to dial in? I don't know if it makes a difference.
I don't think there's anything specific to operator license applications. The web form treats agenda items sort of the same, no matter what they are. So yeah, there wouldn't have been something specific that said he had to appear.
Okay, that's a point well taken, and that point, Kevin Donnelly was, that point was that the registration sheet might have been confusing, that they didn't know that they had to appear. Do I have that right?
Yes, I just wonder, I mean, obviously, if I were in his position, I would want my license approved and not have to speak to. So that would be my choice if that was what I was given and didn't know that I had to answer questions.
Okay. All right, that's an interesting point. We'll probably, maybe we should check to see any of these others that might be in the same situation. So we had a motion and a second and approval to move item 2 to our next agenda. So let's look at item 3. Beth Ryan. Did Beth register?
She did.
Yeah, these questions should probably go to the clerk.
There's 2 other people registered for that item. They're actually supposed to be registered for item 38, I believe.
Can you say that again? You were kind of garbled.
So there's 3 people registered for that item. Beth is registered, and there's 2 other people registered, but I think they should have registered for item 38.
Okay, so Beth, in theory, is online with us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, they're probably registered for the right item. They're part of that establishment where she intends to work. So I think they are accurately registered for the right item.
Okay.
Okay, so the first person you want to speak is Beth.
Beth. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Beth is unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I am here.
Okay, Beth. Let me just put into context why you're here. When you submitted the applicant or the operator license application, there were a number of questions on it. Based on how you answered some of those, the police department has a set of criteria that it uses to compare answers against ALRC criteria for approval. And if there's any disconnect, the applicant gets a letter from the clerk's office, as you did, to appear before the committee and answer some questions with regard to some of the things that were on your application. So what I'm going to do is call on Captain Donahue from the Madison Police Department, who will identify what items were on your application that caused it to be pulled from the process, and then you'll have an opportunity to address the committee and explain any questions that the committee members might have of you. So, Captain Donahue.
Hi, Beth. This is Kelly Donahue, captain of the Central Police District in Madison. As the chair explained during a review of your license, there were some items that met some guidelines that to do further review. And based on some issues that you had, if you could just speak to them, the most recent, was an operating after revocation due to a prior alcohol offense. And in 2016, fourth offense OWI within 5 years. And then the prior OWIs going back to 2012. I guess my personal concern, obviously, as an operator, is how you would prevent that from happening if you were a server.
Shall I speak now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I did have previous trouble in the past with my OWIs, and at this point, and for many years, like about 3-4 years now, since the last OWI that I did receive, I had sold the vehicle I was driving. I take public transportation. I do not drive at all anymore, period. I do realize that was a time that I was not following the rules, and that has been in my past. I've went through counseling and taken all the classes, and definitely have a different mindset on everything that I did from years ago.
Okay, Beth, thank you. We've got a couple of questions that the committee members have asked. Captain Donahue?
I will mute myself. I am good for the time being.
Okay. Mr. Grady?
I don't have a question.
Okay. Alder Carter.
Yes. Beth, I just have a quick question regarding the operating why revoked because your last OWI was in 2016. So what happened last year?
That was, I had been trying to help a friend out who had been drinking, and that was actually due to the trouble I had been in. It was a mistake on my part. I should not have been driving at all, but that was the only thing that, and even gave me the idea to help them out, and they had no one else to look out for them that evening. But that was definitely a mistake on my part.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ryan, how many LWIs did you have?
In total, I've had 4. One was dismissed, but because there was a refusal alongside that, I do believe the court still looked at it as a OWI. I'm not sure. It should just be 3 actual, but the way that it went through the system, I believe it's 4.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Captain Donahue?
For information, it was 4 offenses. The 4th offense within 5 years was a conviction for a felony offense. My question, Beth, would be, what kind of, aside from the place of employment where you'll be working, I would presume that they have some sort of plan in place for not over-serving patrons, but we all know that can happen, or someone can come into the establishment who is already intoxicated or been over-served somewhere else. What is your personal plan or to make sure that other people aren't in a position where they may come in and ask to be served, or you find that someone who is overserved is talking about driving, or kind of what's your plan of attack in that regard?
I would say I've been trained very well on that, and I, especially over the last about 3-4 years, I've become very familiar with people who work at places such as Union Cab or Green Cab. And as far as the safe rides go for the establishments I've worked at, and I'm very familiar as far as what levels people act differently or talk differently or look differently at. So I do feel very confident in my training that I would be able to help someone out very safely to get home or go with a friend they were there with or anything like that.
And are you currently employed at an establishment that serves alcohol, or have you ever been in the past?
Yes, I work at Crucible currently.
Okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question for the applicant, just a reminder for the committee that whether somebody needs a license or needs an operator's license for their job is not relevant to the decision we need to make.
Further discussion? Questions of the applicant? Mr. Kano Spina?
Can you tell us a little bit more about the treatment that you have gone through and the changes that you have done in your personal life to give us more confidence that you would first follow, like our captain is saying, the instructions to make sure that you don't overserve, but also that you're not putting yourself in risk by being involved in alcohol serving?
Yes, I did my treatment through Journey Mental Health. I went through, they actually gave me the opportunity to choose what type of counseling would best fit my needs, which was awesome. So I was able to pick a program specifically fit for me, and not just like a class that everyone and anybody takes. So I feel like that really, really helped me out within my treatment and coming out of bad habits. And I have a very, very supportive group of friends, and everybody in my family knows the trouble I got in when I did get in trouble. And they were there by my side the entire time to help me get through it and to help me focus on working, getting back into the community into a positive way instead of going back into old habits. So the support system and the classes that I was able to choose personally for me were a huge help for me to come to where I am now.
And you finished your treatment with Journey?
Yes, I did.
And could you provide documentation from somebody saying that you did finish the treatment or anything?
Yeah, I could. Would it be easiest for me to email something over?
Yeah, that will be to the clerk. I think that will be the next step.
Okay.
If we grant the license, that may be something that will be helpful.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely. You're welcome.
Alder Rivera.
In terms of your treatment, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if I was unmuted earlier. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a follow-up question for the applicant. Ma'am, in terms of your treatment, could you explain what your current status is with the Division of Motor Vehicles? Are you considered fully compliant with the driver safety plan?
I do believe there is one part that I never fully completed with them. I am not eligible to get my license back, I believe, until 2021 of November. And I have not pursued a, I think it's called a occupational. I have not pursued that or anything at all. I've just switched to using public transportation and not driving at all. So I would have to check as far as the driver safety plan.
But in terms of what the counselors at Journey had ordered be done in terms of your treatment to restore your privileges when you are eligible, are you saying that you actually do think that there is more follow-up you need to do at Journey or another authorized?
I finished my treatments and my counseling and everything, but I don't think I would have to double check with them because I know that's all complete. I haven't tried to get my license or anything back yet, so I guess I don't know the answer for sure if they have everything they need,
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think that you have to mute me.
Let's see. I only show that Alder Rivera. Do you still, Mike, do you have anything more to say?
No, thank you. Do you want us, Mr. Chair, to lower our hands, or are you going to do that as chair?
I'll do it.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. So I don't have anyone else in the queue. So typically we would then ask the applicant to have a seat and the committee would debate the license. So Beth, that's what we're going to do. So don't hang up. We may have some.
I have one question. Were the owners that signed on to my agenda as well able to speak?
Let's see. Joe, do we have other folks who have registered?
Yeah, there are two registered available to answer questions if anyone on the committee has a question for them.
Okay, but
in support.
Yeah, registered in support. Okay.
Yes.
Any committee members have any questions for the two registrants. And Joe, do you have, or Jim, on your registration sheet, the name and perhaps the relationship that those folks are to the applicant? In other words, are they the business owners?
Jason Socha and Gregory Bayberg, and they're both members of the LLC for that establishment.
You cut out way at the end. They're both members of
the LLC for that establishment.
Okay. And they're both registered in support of the applicant.
Yep, available to answer questions.
Available to answer questions. Anyone have any questions for them? Mr. Cano Espina, let me find you here. Put your hand up. There you go. When you do that, you come up to the top, so I don't have to keep scrolling through. So, okay, Mr. Cano Espina.
Yeah. So for the people who are in support, can you tell us how do you know this person, and what is your comment about why we should grant this person a license?
Which one?
Sorry, I can't see their names. So
Jason and Greg are the two people.
If they can both come online, and then they can all one take a turn.
Okay, Jason is unmuted.
Yes, hi. My name is Jason Socha. I'm one of the owners of Crucible, and I just wanted to, speak in support of Beth. She has been working for us for over a year now. We've never had any kind of problem. Crucible employees are not allowed to drink on shift, and she always gets a ride or takes public transportation. And we would love to keep her on and see her grow.
And did you know about her legal situation before you gave her the job? I'm assuming.
Yes.
And she has been working well for over a year, you said?
Yes, absolutely. No problems whatsoever.
And is the other person online too?
I am, yes. Can you hear me okay?
I think so. Greg?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Just want to echo what Jason said. He covered the key talking points. Beth has worked for us for, again, over a year, and she has been very attentive to customer service, not just service, but as she suggested, she's very good about watching out for customers, making sure that they drink appropriately. She has been extraordinarily honest, hardworking, trustworthy. So I know everybody has... she's been a very good employee.
Okay, thank you. If there is no other members of the committee that have questions, I can make a motion.
Let me just double check here. I don't see anyone else in the queue.
Move to approve.
Okay, Mr. Cano Espina puts a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Raise your hand. Oh, okay. Amy Westra is raising her hand, both electronically and physically. So we have there you go, Amy. You're seconding the motion?
Yes.
Okay, great. So motion and a second to approve the license. Seeing no further, let's see, Mr. Donnelly. Do you have a comment or a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to remind Mr. Cano Espina that of the recommendation that Assistant City Attorney Zillevy gave us at the beginning of the meeting, that if we are going to grant a license to someone who has a felony, we need to explicitly say that we believe that the felony in question has nothing to do with having a license to serve alcohol. So first, before I forget, Mr. Verbeek, I'd request a roll call vote for this item. And my comment, I don't see how a fourth OWI, a felony literally related to being irresponsible with alcohol, is not related to this. I'm not saying the applicant is a bad person. It may well be that she's turned her life around. However, our job is to determine whether it's relevant, and I believe it is relevant. Thank you.
Am I unmuted? Yeah.
Yes, you are.
I believe that she has demonstrated to treatment that she has a different mindset right now, and that she has overcome, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but she has overcome her challenges, and I believe in treatment as a treatment provider myself. So I think that she will be a good candidate for this, and also with the support of her employers, I believe that she will not be a risk for the safety of the community.
Okay, I have two other folks in the queue. Alder Carter. Alder Carter. Did you have something to say?
Yeah, and I said my pearls of wisdom, and I was muted. So I will give you the Cliff Notes. If this is approved, I want to add the condition that she sends us verification that Beth has successfully completed her treatment with Journey. Thank you.
Okay, and I think I saw Mr. Fletcher with your hand up. Did you have anything you wanted to say?
I didn't, Mr. Chair. But now that I'm unmuted, I guess I concur with Mr. Donnelly on this. I don't see. At a level of a fourth OWI in particular, and the kind of length of time covered here, how we kind of meet the threshold as laid out by Attorney Zillaby kind of earlier on. So thank you.
Mr. Donnelly, did you have another comment?
I have a request. Assistant City Attorney Zillaby, could you repeat the advice that you gave us earlier so the maker of the motion can be sure to explicitly address what you were saying?
You raise your hand so we can find you.
Here we go.
Thanks. You're unmuted.
Since the statute says that if somebody has a felony conviction, they do not qualify for an operator's license. There's an exception to that if there's a finding that the conviction is not substantially related to the licensing activity. In that situation, it is appropriate to grant and issue a license. So if you are going to grant and issue a license for somebody who has a felony conviction, the record should reflect your finding that the felony conviction is not substantially related to the licensing activity. Or, in this case, I don't know how you do that unless you're just relying on her statements that she has completed treatment and she no longer has an issue. And maybe Attorney Brist has something to add to that.
And the exception in the law where we can say that the felony isn't related, do we also have the leeway to say we believe that the felony was related, but that events since then give us another reason to issue the license?
Yes, and typically things that are taken into consideration are the length of time between a previous violation and when they are applying for the license. If it's been 15 or 20 years, obviously there's a better argument that somebody has turned their life around and it's no longer an issue.
Okay, thank you. Captain Donahue, can you tell us the years in which these violations occurred, please?
First offense was 2012. Second offense was 2014. Operating while revoked due to the alcohol or due to the refusal. It was a revocation due to a refusal during the OWI arrest in 2014. A third offense, OWI 2014. Operating while revoked due to the alcohol concentration or refusal in 2015, and the fourth offense, felony conviction in January of 2016, and then the operating while revoked due to the alcohol offenses in March of 2019.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. So again, I don't believe that our decision is whether we think this person would make a good operator. It certainly isn't whether we think she's a good person. Our decision is, does the felony of which the applicant was convicted, is it substantially related to serving alcohol? Like Assistant City Attorney Zillaby, I find it difficult to see how these are not related.
Other comments? Mr. Grady, let's see, you can't put your hand up, so I got to find you here. There you go.
Okay, I guess my deal is that things change over time, and most of the people that we consider that come before this body are people that have incidents that could be considered for not granting a license. This woman seems like she's done everything she has to do, and I would be willing to give her a chance, provided that she does perform or provide the information that Officer or Alter Carter requested. And that's all I have.
Further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to approve, and Mr. Donnelly has requested a roll call vote, so I will unmute everyone. And Mr. Verbeek can call the roll. Now let's see. There are still some people muted here, Joe, so. Okay, there we go. All right. So, Mr. Verbeek.
Good morning.
Aye.
Revere.
Aye.
Cano Spina.
Aye.
Westbrook.
Aye.
Donnelly.
No.
Donnelly, no. Grady.
Aye.
Grady, aye. Carter.
Aye.
Carter, aye. Fletcher.
No.
Fletcher, no. That is 6 ayes, 2 noes.
Motion passes. Thank you. And Beth, one of the conditions is that you provide the city clerk with a communication from your treatment provider that you've completed all of the required treatment.
Okay.
And Mr. Verbeek, when would you need to have that before you submit something to the council for their agenda?
Well, the meeting is on the 5th, so I would say probably the next week.
By this time next week?
Yeah.
Okay. Beth, did you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Great.
So can I just interrupt? So Jim, you need it by April 30th, don't you? Which is
correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Ryan. Good luck with your continued employment at the Crucible.
Thank you.
Next item is number 4, Alexandria Coxhead. Joe, did she?
Yes, she is registered. And also, just so you know, we do have a registrant from the Wisconsin Chamber Orchestra on item 14. I'm not sure when you want to deal with that, but just wanted to make the committee aware of that.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I think that you need to mute us. I'm mute.
There we go. Okay, Joe, so you indicated that someone from item 14 has signed in, and 14 was one of the items that we wanted to, Assistant City Attorney Zillevy wanted to make sure the applicant understood the condition. So with the committee's indulgence, I think we can just do that real quick. So Assistant City Attorney Zillevy, I'm going to unmute you, and Joe, is number 14 online right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Sam Pavel or Pavel?
Correct. Yes.
Jennifer,
Sam, did you hear the condition that was read earlier?
Yes.
And you understand it and agree to comply with it?
Yes. Thank you.
I'm talking about the COVID-19 condition?
Yep, correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks for bringing that to our attention, Joe. Please do that as other folks may sign in. This is the first time through for everybody, so there probably be a few speed bumps along the way.
You got some hands raised too. Alder Verveer, Mr. Fletcher, and Mr. Donnelly.
Yes, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to grant, but I also request that you recognize me after we take this vote so that I can offer a motion relating to our agenda order tonight.
You move to grant item 14?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Fletcher? Mr. Fletcher seconds that. So we have a motion and a second to grant item 14. Further discussion, Mr. Donnelly? No? Okay. All right. So no one else in the queue. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand if you're a no.
Aye.
Okay, Alder Carter is a no. Everyone else would be an aye, so the motion passes. Okay, so Alder Verveer.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I move to take up agenda item number 40 at this time. That is the change of license premise regarding Visions. I do so at the request of the Alder of the district, Alderperson Foster, who has a 7 o'clock neighborhood meeting, as I understand it. And I'll also note that we are fortunate to have a building inspection division supervisor, I see, also joining us tonight. So it would be nice to not have him wait hours as well to speak to this item. And that's Kyle Bunow, by the way, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so that you're making that as a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, Mr. Donnelly seconds. All those any discussion? I don't see any. All those in favor say aye. Okay, no is raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so we'll move then to item 40. And Joe, if you can just let the applicant know for item number 4 that we'll come back to her, not to leave. Okay, Mr. Verbeek, who do we have registered for item 40?
For item 40, Attorney Olson.
And is Attorney Olson online?
I am.
Okay. Well, Attorney Olson, you have the floor.
Thank you. We had a number of concerns about the change of premises application last time we talked about it in March. And I sent Mr. Verbeek a letter about these items yesterday. Did everybody get a copy of my letter?
I believe we all did, yes.
Okay. The photographs and measurements that the committee requested to be done by a representative of building inspection were done within a few days of that last meeting. I did exchange emails with Captain Accurate to follow up on the statement of his that was read at the last meeting. And in his email, he clarifies that he's not taking a position on this building matter. His comments were directed to the license application that was filed by the applicant that was a prospective buyer at one point. We did try to contact Alderman Foster by email, but we did not hear back from him. We have provided as an attachment to my letter Captain Accurate's emails and also a picture showing the private dance area with the sign that was up there and has been up there for years, informing the patrons that the room is under 24-hour-a-day video surveillance. There was some discussion of an alleged sexual assault at the last meeting that was raised as a reason to be skeptical of granting permission for these private booths. And we have looked at the police reports regarding that allegation that were sent to us in connection with the revocation hearing before the subcommittee. The detective in charge of the investigation was Detective Nitsche. She got the video. There is continuous video of all of these booths, and the video was made available to the police upon request. This video was made available. Detective Nitsche reviewed it, went to the victim and said, based on these videos, we cannot prove the offense of sexual assault here. And the victim, the alleged victim and her boyfriend became very belligerent, and the police department closed the case for lack of merit. That fits in exactly with what the two dancers whose affidavits we have submitted attached to my letter say, which is that it would be impossible for any kind of sexual assault, even of the most mild variety, to take place in these booths because there's constant video surveillance and staff intervenes at the slightest hint of trouble. So the other thing that the dancers say is that they make most of their income from the private dancers that they perform at these booths, not from the tips they recover for dancing on stage. And if the booths were not available to them and the private dances were not available to them, it would cut their income by more than half. Both of the dancers whose affidavits we've submitted, and we submitted them under their stage names because they cannot have their true names and addresses become a matter of public record. Both of those dancers say that. So I know that you're tempted to want to deny permission to these private dance booths, but there's no public safety or dancer safety concern at all. All you're doing really is making it impossible probably for these dancers to make a living. And if they can't find a job somewhere else. They'll just be another statistic in the unemployment compensation rolls, and that's not what we need at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Olson. Questions? Of Attorney Olson?
Inspector Kyle.
Well, yeah, before we bring him up, let me just see if there are any questions for Attorney Olson while he's online. I don't see any. Okay. Attorney Olson, why don't you do the equivalent of have a seat until we talk to the city inspector. So he is, raise your hand so I can find you on the list of.
He can't raise his hands. I'll unmute him.
I'm sorry?
All right. He can't raise his hand, but I'm unmuting him right now.
All right. This is Kyle. I'm here.
Okay. Could you, I just heard Kyle. Could you state your full name for the committee?
Yes. My name is Kyle Bono. I am the plan review and inspection supervisor with.
Okay. And
there we are.
Oh, what just happened to my?
I just made him a panelist, so he's able to share video now.
Okay. All right. So.
And he is unmuted.
Okay. So my my screen just has a big zoom on it. Is that what it should say?
No, but we are seeing you and hearing you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. That happened as soon as you did something there.
Oh, okay. You try switching between speaker and gallery view. See if that does anything.
There we go. Okay, now I see Kyle. All right, sorry about that.
That's all right.
So you, well, let's see. I shouldn't be the person asking questions here, but who asked you to show up?
Sure. So I was asked to review the facility at Visions at the request of Jim Verbick via the ALRC. So I was asked to go to take a look to obtain some measurements and descriptions and photographs of the private booths that were installed, and applied for a building permit so that I could come to the next subsequent meeting and answer questions and speak to what was on site.
Okay. So I don't see anyone here wanting to ask questions of the inspector. So you were asked to make some measurements.
Yes.
And that was to verify, I believe, something that was in the city's or in the applicant's presentation to the committee. What did your measurements show?
Yeah, so I was asked to take a look at the private booth, specifically looking at the size, the openings for the saloon style doors, which they currently have. Jim, I had submitted some photos with some of those measurements to you for the panel. Were those provided to the panel?
Yeah, it's part of their packet that they have.
Okay. So my understanding was that there were some questions relative to sightlines, relative to accessibility, and so I wanted to help answer those questions. What I found when I was there was that the booths each contained saloon-style doors. The openings were about 32 inches wide. The bottom of the panels were 28 inches high. The top of the panels were 64 inches high. And the top of the walls, which is not marked on the photographs, was around 6 feet tall. On the interior of the booths, they were 72 inches by 72 inches or 6 foot by 6 foot. They also had a 48-inch triangular bench mounted to the wall, which was roughly 16 feet off the floor. Inside each of the booths were mirrors and enough room for a single reclining chair.
Okay, let's see. Questions of Kyle. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Kyle. Thanks for being here. My questions are related to the description from Attorney Olson at the previous meeting when this was brought up in February around what happened in the past with the construction of these booths, and seemed to imply that there was some sort of just kind of paperwork mix-up or misunderstanding or agreement that everything was fine, and it was really sort of a technicality that later on just couldn't sort of find the paper.
Yeah. So it's the history on the property is inconclusive relative to the private booths. I was able to find in the early 2000s reference to the private booths and the need for an application to be made to the ALRC for their installation and for their permitting. I believe that process was started. What I was not able to determine or find was the resolution to that, as well as any sort of permitting for the booths to be installed. My expectation was that the process was started and was never followed through on, at least on the part of building inspection and potentially at the ALRC. I know Assistant City Attorney Zillaby went through some of the old files to try and find any reference to that and was unable to do so. I'm fairly confident based on our record keeping and our files that had a permit been applied for these, that ultimately we would have record of that. We would have knowledge of it. So my best guess was they were found to be there. They were told to get a permit. The process was started. The individual for building inspection who started that process, I believe their employment with building inspection ceased, and the project or the case relative to these booths kind of fell by the wayside. That's my best guess based on the history that I was able to find in the file. Effectively, what I believe I'm doing here is picking up something that was several years old and saying, okay, looks like this was never followed through on. It's time to follow through on it now. You need to submit to us for a permit. You need to go through the ALRC. You need to get approval or denial. And then you can either have them or you can't have them. And we're gonna fix this and make sure that everything is the way it needs to be from approvals perspective.
Thanks, Kyle. I did have one other question on the same matter, maybe for Attorney Zillaby, just to confirm. You all, it sounds like you did some research and did not find any evidence that this request for change of premises was submitted or taken up by the ALRC in the past for these booths either.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of Mr. Bunnell?
I have one. Kyle, if the ALRC were to approve the booths, are they built to building inspection specifications at this point in time?
Yeah, so the plans that they submitted that were approvable do closely resemble what is currently there. They are very minimal from a construction perspective. They're 6 foot high half walls. They're solidly anchored to the ground. There aren't accessibility issues relative to doors. So yeah, building inspection would be able to approve them as constructed because there's really not a whole lot there.
Thank you.
Further questions of Mr. Bunnell? Okay, I don't see any. So, Kyle, why don't you just hang out with us a minute here? Our committee's going to talk amongst itself right now. We may come back to you for some questions, the same as we might come back to Attorney Olson. So, discussion among the committee. Let's see here. Captain Donahue.
To Captain Accurate by phone just to get some clarification I solicited his feedback earlier today and spoke to him just a short time ago. I think without going into repeating what we've talked about at previous meetings regarding public safety, none of that has changed as far as Captain Accurate is concerned, and he still continues to have the same public safety concerns as he has spoken about previously. As it relates to this specific issue, he believes that it is more an issue, like Mr. Bonneau explained, this is an issue of building inspection and ALRC, and not so much related to the public safety concerns, but those concerns still stand.
And Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to know if Alder Foster has any requests or recommendations for the ALRC on this matter.
Alder Foster?
Thank you. I do. I just had one other question for Captain Donahue, if I might.
Go ahead.
Captain Donahue, at the February meeting, there was a fair amount of conversation around the sort of public safety aspect of it, and I think there was an assertion that the presence of the video cameras would sort of allay any issues or concerns around public safety and sort of be in some ways a preventative measure. And you made some comments that I thought were really insightful around video cameras in general as they relate to public safety. And I don't want to I'll let you speak to it, but what I heard was essentially that they're I think very, very useful equipment and very helpful for the police in order to do investigations and for prosecutions. But in terms of a sort of deterrent device or a safety device in themselves, that's not really your experience. Could you just kind of recap what you had said in February and just remind us of that?
Sure. You stated it well. I think we use surveillance cameras multiple times a day to help us solve crimes, to help us identify suspects. We've used them very successfully to solve some really heinous crimes. As a matter, however, of deterrence, I guess we can't really measure that because we don't know what doesn't happen, because it doesn't happen related just to surveillance cameras. So, while maybe they do deter crime, we wouldn't really know that. And I think in order to do that, they would need to be very obvious. People would have to, I can't tell you how many times we go into a business and find that they have cameras, but for whatever reason, they weren't operating or they weren't recording, or in some cases have folks that are not cooperative with turning over their video surveillance to the police. So I do think they're a great tool, but they certainly aren't an end-all be-all.
I appreciate that. So in order to answer the question in terms of what I've been hearing from residents in my position on this request, I have certainly heard from neighbors since I campaigning prior to being elected, and since being elected, around a number of concerns with the establishment. Obviously, you all heard from many of them during the application from another potential operator for a location in this, or another business in the same location. I'm sure you can recall some of those concerns. And in terms of this specific request, I have heard from some neighbors, although not nearly as many as I heard from related to the other application. But I would say it's fair to say that the neighbors that I've heard from are not in favor of this request. As I reflect on my role and sort of who I'm representing, I also believe that I have a responsibility to really take care of anyone who's in the district, not just those that live there, but also employees that come into the district or visitors of the district, customers of establishments. And when I think of it through that lens, I have probably as much concern as I do in terms of the impact on this request on nearby neighbors. I think my concerns are very much about just the overall number of issues that have happened in the establishment. And in this case, the potential for ongoing issues involving both staff and customers, again, as much as any spillover impact to the neighbors. My specific concerns are really just that the change in the licensed premises and the creation of the private booths really just creates, in my mind, more opportunity for unsafe and or illegal activity to occur on the premises. And clearly the cameras can be covered temporarily. Activities could be happening in there that are not easily caught by the cameras. And even if they are viewed by the cameras, it requires whoever's supposed to be monitoring them to be seeing that at the same time that they're doing their other jobs. So in my mind, it clearly adds to the potential for issues inside the establishment. We heard, I think you all probably recall in the complaint that was put forward for revocation, there was really a suite of issues related to physical violence, drug activity, sexual assault, a number of alleged or activities that happened in the location. And while as part of that revocation hearing, the subcommittee and the committee needed to disregard many of those issues because they happened too far in the past. I don't believe that you should disregard the really significant number of issues when you're considering this item today. I think they're very much relevant to the history of the operations of the applicant. And in my mind, they've really demonstrated some real serious issues. I think in many regards, the current operator has demonstrated that they have been unable to meet the minimum standards required by law or by the license that they hold now. And the request that they're putting forward to change the licensed premises and to add a new component to the business that, again, I think brings, if nothing else, the potential for additional security concerns. I think I would be inclined to consider it if we had a really stellar track record with the current operator who really demonstrated that they've gone above and beyond and really are in a position where they could include a facility like this, that while it might bring some additional risks, that they would have shown that they were really up to the challenge. In this case, given the extensive issues that have happened really just over the last 4 or 5 years, and obviously noted in the actual revocation complaint that was filed, I would say this operator is on really the complete other end of the spectrum. And I do not support this request. I think it's I think it's something that I would be open to again for a different applicant or a different moment in time when we see someone who's really been doing everything they need to take care of business. But I think that's clearly not the case here. So my position is that I request that you deny the request, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thanks, Alder Foster. I have a question for Mr. Olson. Turn his mic on.
Joe, can you get?
He's unmuted.
Awesome, thank you. Mr. Olson, I'd like to ask you about one specific thing that Alder Foster said. He expressed concern that the person or people who are responsible for monitoring these cameras would not be able to respond in a timely fashion. Can you tell us what responsibilities they have that are concurrent with monitoring the video and what sort of response time should be expected?
Sure. The videos are monitored from the disc jockey's booth, and all the guy is doing is changing the music occasionally and watching these video cameras. What I'd like to do is read a couple of paragraphs from one of the dancers' affidavits that describes this perfectly. Okay. She says, "Visions is a very safe place to dance. I find it impossible to believe that a dancer was sexually assaulted while giving a private dance because at Visions, the security staff is always watching on security camera when we give a private dance, and they enter immediately if any unlawful touching starts to take place. Touching the dancers is not tolerated. It takes only a couple of seconds for security staff to get from the security camera to the private booths. So if security staff will see a customer's hand start to raise, the staff will enter the booth before the customer can even attempt to touch the dancer."
Thank you. Is the DJ in that case part of the security team?
Yes.
What is the physical distance from the DJ booth to the most distant of these private dance booths?
About, my best estimation is about 30 feet.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions or comments at this time.
Okay. Alder Skidmore?
Really appreciate going after Alder Foster. I really appreciate his comments, and I echo those comments. I'm not going to go into great detail with reasons, but I also oppose this application for those reasons. Not that long ago, I worked at a licensed establishment late at night, not a similar establishment. I worked at PDQ, sold alcohol, and when appropriate or when it was timely. And I saw quite a cast of characters. We had video cameras there, but they were not there to deter crime. Basically, they were there. We were told to, well, we'd identify who did the crime, whatever it is, and let's hope it's not too bad. I don't see this scenario ending well, having a mix of alcohol, this type of entertainment, and a crowd with a lot of testosterone. I think that this is an unsafe environment, and I cannot support this. So I may have more later, but thanks for the opportunity to weigh in.
Okay, thank you, Alder Skidmore. Mr. Cano Espina. I'm trying to, there you go. Okay, why don't you start over again, Fernando? I couldn't get you unmuted quick enough here.
Yes. I'm also opposed to this. I do think that this establishment has a record that speaks volumes. I do think that this type of private compartments are not safe for the customers or the staff. They create blind spots. A camera for that type of location is not going to be able to see everything. And it creates just the ability for people to commit more crimes. It is not the type of safe environment that we want to promote. So I will also oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caneспina. I don't have anyone else in the queue. So do we have a motion? Alder Skidmore.
I would move to deny this application, and I believe I will state the grounds of because of health, safety, and welfare.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Alder Carter, did I see you with your hand up? Where did Alder Carter go here?
I'm unmuted. Yeah. Prior to Alder Skidmore doing the motion, I have a quick question for Alder Foster. Did I hear you correctly when you said if it was another entity, you might support it?
Yeah, I think I think some folks have talked about simply the nature of any private booth is problematic, and my position is that I think it brings it certainly requires a greater level of operator proficiency, and that I can imagine a scenario in which we had an operator who had demonstrated very high level of operations and meeting all the other requirements that they're needed to meet. And I can imagine a scenario where I would support such an application. But in this case, I cannot.
Okay, thank you. And Kyle, quick question. How long has these private booths, do you know, been within the facility?
He's unmuted.
You've unmuted me. This is Jeff Olson. My understanding was that they had been there since 2008, but I think the building inspection department might have records going back before that. So long over 10 years with no problems in the booths.
So I would have to go back and double check the records to see with the first appearance of them, but Attorney Olson is correct that I believe that this extends back well over a decade to sometime in the mid 2000s. If you wanted me to find the exact year where it was, I could look that up, but it's around that time frame.
Okay. So one of my concerns is that the booths, that the DJ is also security. And I really think that for the safety of this employees / dancers, that there should be security dedicated to this area. And there isn't, according to Attorney Olson's testimony. And therefore, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, a number of my fellow committee members have expressed concerns about the safety of these booths. And my intuition leans the same way that their intuition seems to lean. But I believe it's important to make decisions based on facts and observation and evidence whenever possible. As a committee, we are often in a very challenging position where we need to attempt to intuit what will happen if we allow something. And we have a set of imperfect tools that we use in our attempts. In this case, the evidence that we have, I believe there's more evidence in support of these booths being safe than there is in support of them being unsafe. If they were a significant source of danger, we would have seen problems in them over the last 10 plus years when they've been in place. I heard another committee member express concern that the video cameras couldn't cover everything that happened in the booths. I believe we were told by the applicant's attorney that they do cover everything. So either he's, what he has told us is not correct, or they do have full coverage. If we are going to deny an application because we believe that something is unsafe, I think we have a responsibility to be a little better than saying it's a hunch when we've got some amount of evidence supporting that it is. So I will be opposing the motion to deny this application.
Captain Donahue.
Thank you. With all due respect to some of the folks who have spoken about there not being problems, my answer to that is no problems have been reported, or few problems have reported. That does not mean that there haven't been problems. And so I think that sometimes hunch or intuition of what I perceive as some very intelligent people, mindful of public safety, is not a bad thing. From my personal experience, it's not uncommon for licensed establishments not to call the police when they have issues because they don't want to come before the ALRC. They don't want to deal with the police on many occasions. And I'm not saying that that's happening, but I think it's real. And in my personal experience, it is an issue. We come across fights at licensed establishments quite frequently that weren't called in by the establishment because they didn't want that on their ALRC record. So I trust that if people's intuition is telling them that something is unsafe, just like I tell my police officers I supervise, listen and pay attention to your intuition because it's an important piece of the puzzle.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. Mr. Cano Espina.
I actually do think that we have facts. We have evidence. We have facts that this establishment had drugs and drugs were being dealt in this establishment. We have facts that this establishment had violence and significant acts of violence in this establishment. And I believe that these booths do play a role in this. They have played a role in allowing for blind spots. Cameras, if we can ask the captain, but even in jail, cameras do not cover 100% of what's happening. Even though we have a lot of cameras, there is blind spots. And if you have walls, if you have recliners, if you have things like that, you can put the drugs in the recliner and the next person comes in and grabs the drugs from the recliner, from the chair. So there's a lot of ways that this type of cubicles will create danger for the community. And we also have, even though it wasn't proven and it wasn't followed through, we have an allegation of sexual assault. And the reality is the statistics of sexual assault is that 98% of the allegations don't get filed, don't get followed through. Sexual assault is a big epidemic in our country, and we need to be mindful of that too, and need to be understanding that even though something wasn't proven and something wasn't followed completely to the legal things, doesn't mean it didn't happen. Doesn't mean that something that caused this person to file a claim did not happen. So I think that we do have the facts. I think that the facts are important. I agree with your comment about facts. And it is not just guts. It's not, oh, I want to clean the city of these type of businesses. No, it's the facts of what this business, how this business has been run. There could be another business with the same type of business that does it in a very good way, with safety, with, like the elder said, with, security all the time, with multiple cameras, with multiple angles that are always reviewed, with a lot more training, with a lot more safety for the staff. This business hasn't done that. And so I think that's why I am not in favor of the application.
Chair, you're muted if you're trying to give the floor to someone.
Oh, I'll lower his hand.
You're unmuted now.
Let's try Alder Foster. Alder Foster, did you have a comment?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to relate one more thought that I had, which is that the specific item that's in front of you today is around the licensed premises, and I'm sure you all have much more experience dealing with those questions than I do. But what really stuck out at me several months ago when I was speaking with an operator of another bar in my district. Actually for the Jade Monkey that was before you, also just several months ago. And when I met with him to hear about his proposal to move locations, I was really struck by his excitement and enthusiasm regarding the layout of the new location that he was planning to move to. And he just really remarked how happy he was that the new location and layout was going to get rid of one of the biggest issues he has in the current location, which is the staff would be able to have basically an open view almost to the entire facility. And that in the current location, there are obscured locations around the bathrooms. And he just really, as an experienced operator, he talked about all of the potential issues that brings and how helpful he thought it was and how beneficial he thought it was with the new layout to get rid of that. And so, as someone who has never run such an establishment, never been a bartender, it really just stood out for me of the importance of the actual licensed premises itself and how it's organized and how it's constructed in order to facilitate the health, safety, and welfare. And I think I just wanted to mention it because it certainly played a role in my thinking on this. And when I saw the request, and I know that these had been installed and that they've been part of the location, it really just reinforced for me that is sort of creating the kinds of spaces that this other operator said he was really thankful to get rid of. So I just wanted to relate that because I think it's relevant to the decision in front of you.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Alder Skidmore, did you have your hand up?
Twice.
Okay.
Thanks for recognizing me.
I was back.
I did want to comment on on this. I agree with the last speaker that this is about the Alder Foster and the previous speaker. I believe this is about the entire licensed premise, not just the booths. I sincerely agree that adding booths and walls and opportunities to hide, it makes the place more complex to secure, harder to secure, particularly at night with alcohol. And it doesn't change the fact that there is a long, long history of violent problems at this location. At the subcommittee, we were allowed to look at a certain number of them, but the fact remains there were many more that we didn't because of the law. There was only a certain subset that we could do, we could look at. But when you look at the overall history of this place, the booths aren't going to make this place any safer, and that's not the issue. The issue is that this is a risk to health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood, of the staff, and the people that work there, as well as some of the patrons that come there as well. So I still am firmly feel that we have a very solid ground to deny this license application. Thank you.
I don't have anyone else in the queue. Mr. Verbeek, I know I made a note here, but I can't find it on my notes. Did we have a motion on this?
There is a motion. Alder Skidmore motion to recommend the council to deny.
Okay.
Safety, welfare of the community, and Cano Spina seconded.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to deny the request. I don't have anyone else in the queue. So all those in favor of denying the request, say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. We have 2 noes and the remainder yeses. The motion passes. Okay. Thank you all. And that then, I think we don't have any other items to take out of order. So that brings us back to item number 4.
Chair, if I could, the applicant for the item that needs translation is on now.
I'm sorry, the applicant for who?
The one that needs translation, item 56, is registered and is here for us to bring up.
Oh, okay. Do I have a motion to take up item 56? We now have the applicant in place, Mr. Cano Espina. Mr. Grady, seconds. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand if you're a no. Okay, motion passes. So we go to item 56. And who do we have registered?
Estamos entonces tratando el asunto 56. ¿Quién se registró?
El Panzón, restaurante El Panzón.
El Panzón Restaurant.
Okay. And
LLC.
Okay. Before we get further into it, Mr. Verbeek, would you swear in our interpreter?
Antes de proceder más, si podríamos pedir que el intérprete preste su juramento. Go ahead.
Eric, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. I'll just have to trust that you do have your right hand raised. But if you can affirm that you'll accurately interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English.
I do so swear, and I'll go ahead and interpret that oath to our participant as well. El juramento, señora, es que si el intérprete jura interpretar fielmente el inglés al español al inglés a lo mejor de su capacidad, y así juré yo.
Sí.
Okay.
Okay, for the benefit of the committee, could you have the applicant explain what she's asking the committee for, and maybe give the committee a little idea of what her restaurant is going to serve in the hours, perhaps the seating capacity?
Sí, señora, usted la solicitante se pide que usted explique al comité qué está pidiendo, qué es lo que servirían ustedes y cuál es la capacidad para clientes en su local, en su restaurante. Y tenga en cuenta, por favor, de dar tiempo para que yo la interprete.
¿Me puede volver a repetir la pregunta, por favor?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question again to me, please?
Yes. The committee would be interested in having the applicant explain what her establishment is going to do, perhaps the hours of operation, some idea of the menu, perhaps the number of occupants that she anticipates having.
Sí, señora, el comité quisiera que usted les explique qué es lo que van a servir ustedes, una idea del menú, las horas de servir y también el número de posibles clientes para los que hay cupo en su restaurante.
Okay, sí, lo que nosotros vendemos es comida mexicana y pues como ven, aplicamos nosotros para la licencia de la cerveza el año pasado, pero los clientes pues nos preguntan si tenemos margaritas y esto. Entonces, más o menos me informé y me dijeron que era otro tipo de licencia. Entonces, por eso fue que volví a aplicar de nuevo para licencia de licor. Y normalmente la capacidad...
Permítame. Yes, we do serve Mexican food at our restaurant, and we had our beer license last year, and some of our customers have been asking if we're able to serve mixed drinks like margaritas, and that's the reason that we've applied for the liquor license. I'll go ahead and ask the applicant to continue since I stopped her to interpret. ¿Puede seguir, señorita?
Sí, y la capacidad de los clientes son entre 18 y 24 personas y estamos abiertos de 10 de la mañana a 10 de la noche, de lunes a sábado.
Yes, and our occupancy is between 18 and 24 people, 18 and 24 persons, and we're open Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay. Thank you. We have a question for you from Mr. Cano Espina.
Muy bien, gracias. Tenemos una pregunta de usted, del señor Cano Espina. Go ahead, Mr. Cano Espina.
Thank you. The only thing that you're asking to change is to be able to sell now liquor, to be able to do margaritas and other stuff like that.
Entonces mi pregunta es que el único cambio que pedirían ustedes es poder vender licores, es decir, hacer margaritas y bebidas de este tipo. ¿Así es?
Sí, nada más sería las margaritas. En sí no queremos tampoco tener bastante alcohol, simplemente porque pues los latinos piden cerveza y la gente americana nos pide margaritas. Entonces ahora la verdad pues diríamos que el cliente es 50 y 50. Entonces pues a veces ellos buscan una margarita pero no la tenemos. Entonces por eso es que nosotros nos interesamos en aplicar para la licencia del licor.
Listo. Yeah, I mean, it's not so much that we want to be serving all different types of alcohol. It's really just a change to margaritas because most of our Latino clientele orders beer. Most of our American clientele will order or ask about margaritas. So it would end up being something about a 50-50 split between the two. And that's the reason why we're interested in the Class B, the liquor license.
And just to go over again, the numbers that you have in your restaurant, the maximum number of people that you have is 24?
Otra vez, para clarificar, el cupo de los clientes, del personal, el máximo serían 24 en su restaurante.
Sí, podrían caber más, pero no tenemos suficientes mesas. Entonces, nada más son 8 mesas que tenemos. Pero no tenemos suficientes días para poner más personas.
I mean, there would be the potential that more would fit, but we don't have more tables. We have 8 tables, and we don't have enough chairs to seat anymore.
And you are continuing to close at 10 p.m. and haven't had any problems with the police or any calls in your establishment?
¿Y ustedes regularmente siguen cerrando restaurantes a las 10 de la noche y no han tenido problemas con la policía o llamadas a su restaurante?
No hemos tenido problemas porque, pues, cuando yo saqué mi certificado, entonces, algo que se me quedó muy claro ahí es que, por decir, una gente que ya viene con ahora sí que viene con unas copas y esto, tratar de disminuir el licor. Entonces nosotros, bueno, la cerveza. Entonces eso lo tenemos mucho en cuenta porque pues no queremos problemas tampoco.
Yeah, I mean, when I got my certificate, it was made very clear to me that we have certain serving hours and to not be over serving customers and to not go beyond what their certificate calls for. So I have that pretty clear in my mind.
And my last question for you is, what is your percentage of alcohol sales at this moment?
Mi última pregunta para usted sería, en sus ventas total, ¿qué porcentaje sería del alcohol en la totalidad de lo que venden?
20%.
20%.
And how much do you think that you're going to increase with the margaritas?
And ¿cuánto cree que esto incrementaría al poder servir margaritas?
Un 10%. O quizás 20%.
10%.
No, ¿verdad? Depende del cliente, cómo les guste.
10, maybe 20%, perhaps. It's really dependent on what the client's preferences are.
But you're mostly you're a restaurant. That's mostly a restaurant. You want to be a restaurant.
Pero sois un restaurante, o sea, principalmente la función principal es ser restaurante y quieren seguir siendo restaurante, ¿no?
Sí, porque no tenemos, no hay el lugar como para poner un bar o algo así, no está adecuado, más bien no tendría el espacio.
Right, that's right, because there's nowhere to put a bar really, and it wouldn't be the appropriate setup. We wouldn't have the space really.
Okay, thank you.
Bueno, gracias.
Okay, Alder Carter and then Mr. Donnelly.
Los que seguirán sería el representante Carter y luego el señor Donnelly.
Yes, my question is, you mentioned the number of people that you can sit inside the restaurant, but you also say that you will have 2 tables outside of the restaurant. Is that number of 18 to 24 including the 2 tables?
Usted había mencionado que hay cupos solo para los 18 a 24 dentro del restaurante y hay cierto límite en el número de las mesas del restaurante, pero han identificado que hay 2 mesas afuera, al exterior del restaurante. ¿Esta cifra del cupo de 18 a 24 tiene en cuenta estas 2 mesas afuera?
No.
No.
So the 4 people that would be sitting outside, that's an additional number to the number you gave previously?
Entonces, estos 4 personas posibles que se sentirían afuera sería en adición al número anterior que nos dio.
Sí, pero esta es una pregunta que yo tengo para ustedes.
Yes,
porque normalmente
I would have a question about that for you guys as well. Sí, siga.
Normalmente yo sé que cuando tiene uno la licencia es solamente para servir adentro, ¿verdad? Entonces, a veces hay clientes que nos han preguntado si pueden llevar la cerveza y pues yo no quiero tener problemas, entonces yo les digo que no, porque mi licencia solo me permite consumir en la parte de adentro.
So my question is, and I just wanted to confirm that the license that I have is just for alcohol to be consumed inside, because I have customers who ask me, am I able to bring my beer outside? And I tell them, no, the license is that beer is only to be drunk inside.
I will let someone else answer that question. I do have one more question. Is your location by Dorn Hardware?
Voy a permitir que otra persona le responda a la pregunta que nos ha planteado, pero tengo una preguntita más para usted. ¿Ustedes están ubicados en donde está la tienda de herramientas y útiles para la casa que se llama Dorn Hardware?
Sí.
Yes.
Está, diríamos que de esquina a esquina.
It's from one corner to the other, or kitty corner.
Okay, thank you. And I will let the chair answer the other question. Thank you.
Muy bien, gracias. Y voy a permitir que el representante actuando del comité le responda a la pregunta.
Muchas gracias.
Clerk, I can
Thank you very
answer the
much.
question about the outdoor seating. So in this application before you right now, they do have written on the premise for the application that they do have outdoor seating be part of their premise in the summer. So I believe that is before you. That may not be on the license right now for beer, but that is part of their application for including liquor.
Puedo contestar esto de los asientos afuera. Está en la solicitud actual para esta nueva licencia, pero no es parte de su licencia anterior para cerveza. Entonces, esto sería una pregunta para el comité de poder permitir o no el servicio de alcohol o licores afuera, como está en la solicitud actual y vigente para ser decidido.
Ok, entonces tendría yo que llamar con alguien más o
So would I have to call and follow up with someone else, or how would that go?
No, you would not have to follow up with anyone else.
No tendría que hacer seguimiento con otra persona.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Paso la palabra al señor Donnelly. Gracias, señor. Go ahead.
So I can follow up on that. I've reviewed the current license and it definitely does not include the outdoor space.
Sí, para contestar definitivamente la duda, he revisado su licencia actual y la licencia actual definitivamente no abarca el espacio exterior, o sea, se limita al espacio interior.
So I have a couple of questions for the applicant.
Entonces tengo algunas preguntas para la solicitante.
Ma'am, first, you said that you are open until 10 p.m. Is there a restriction on your license about that?
Señora, usted dijo que estaban abiertos hasta las 10 de la noche. ¿Hay una restricción por la licencia de estas horas?
No,
No.
solamente nosotros lo decidimos nada más abrir de 10 a 10.
No, we've just decided that the hours would be 10 to 10.
Mr. Donnelly, did you have any additional questions?
¿Tenía más preguntas, señor Donnelly? Go ahead.
I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing then. What is the address of this establishment?
Quiero asegurar bien que estoy refiriéndome a los documentos indicados. ¿Cuál es la dirección de este negocio?
Es 1310 South Lake Palace Boulevard, Madison, Wisconsin, código postal 53711.
It's 1310 South Midvale Boulevard, Madison, Wisconsin, zip code 53711.
Okay. I would like to... There we go.
A ver.
Estamos ubicados al lado del quiropráctico.
We're next to the chiropractor.
So can you see the screen that I'm sharing?
¿Alcanza a ver la imagen en la pantalla que he compartido con la reunión?
Sí, el sign anaranjado que nos dieron.
¿Perdón?
Lo que nos dieron para pegar en la ventana.
As far as what we were given to be posted in the window?
No, I'm trying to share something on my screen, but I'm not sure if people are seeing it.
No, la pregunto que si está viendo esto en la pantalla de lo que he puesto en la reunión virtual. He subido algo en la reunión virtual.
No porque lo estoy haciendo por teléfono.
No, the thing is, I'm calling in by phone. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Ay, perdón.
My apology then. So I have a little bit of bad news, but a lot of good news. The bad news is there is a restriction on the license that you cannot sell alcohol after 10 p.m.
Tengo algunas malas noticias, pero muchas buenas noticias. O sea, la licencia tiene una restricción que no puede servir alcohol después de las 10 de la noche.
But the good news is apparently you've already been complying with that, so there's no problem.
Pero lo bueno es que por lo que parece ya están en cumplimiento con eso, así que no habría problema.
Entonces estamos calificados para tener la licencia?
So do we qualify to have the license then?
Well, we're figuring that out. One of the things that we look at when a restaurant is expanding what it sells is whether this is part of that restaurant turning into a bar.
Bueno, sí, estamos todavía decidiendo esto, pero uno de los aspectos que analizamos cuando uno está pidiendo vender diferentes productos o ofrecer diferentes servicios es analizar si el restaurante se ha convertido en bar o no. Go ahead.
And one of the things that we consider when we're making that determination is the hours that the establishment will be open.
Y uno de los criterios que tengamos en cuenta al tratar de determinar esa pregunta que le expliqué es que si las horas de funcionamiento, las horas hábiles del negocio se van a extender o no.
And given that both the hours that you choose to be open and what is on your liquor license say that you're only open till 10 p.m., that sounds like a restaurant. That doesn't sound like a bar. Bars don't close at 10 p.m.
Y dado que las horas que nos ha explicado como sus horas que han escogido de estar en funcionamiento se limitan a las 10 de la noche y también es lo mismo limitado por su licencia, no me parece que es bar. Un bar no se cierre a eso de las 10.
So my question is, are you satisfied remaining open until 10 p.m.?
Entonces mi pregunta sería si ustedes se estarían satisfechos de quedarse abierta hasta las 10 de la noche nada más.
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, nada más sería hasta las 10.
Yes, it would just be until 10.
Excellent. And so if we were to approve this new application, would you have any concerns about transferring this condition to the new license that alcohol service shall cease by 10 p.m. daily?
Excelente, eso sería tremendo. Entonces le pregunto si tendría algún inconveniente si hagamos que este criterio esté parte de su nueva licencia también, o sea, se limitaría bajo su nueva licencia de que solo se puede servir el alcohol hasta las 10 de la noche.
Sí, está bien.
Yes, that would be fine.
Excellent. That's all of my questions. Thank you.
Muy bien, son todas mis preguntas y gracias.
Sí, pero yo tengo una pregunta.
I do have a question. Sorry.
We have a question from Mr.
Okay.
We have a question from Mr. Cano Espina.
Hay una pregunta del señor Cano Espino.
Sí, por favor.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I think that why I wanted to say something is because I wanted to clarify because I think that she's getting lost a little bit.
Quería decir algo para clarificar porque pensaba que al igual usted estaba un poquito perdida en esto.
So what we're talking about now is to do two things. To see if we approve that you can sell liquor, so you can sell the margaritas.
Estamos hablando de dos diferentes cosas ahorita y el primero es esto, a ver si aprobaríamos su solicitud para poder vender margaritas.
And when we approve to sell liquor, you could sell other stuff. We're not going to limit at margaritas, but hopefully, you have a plan of what you want to sell.
Y bueno, para saber si la aprobamos para vender licor en esa licencia, es una licencia general de licor, podría vender otros licores, pero debería tener un plan de qué licores quisiera vender.
And the second thing that I understand, I want to clarify, the second thing is that you're also asking to be able to sell alcohol in the summertime outside in the two chairs.
Y el segundo punto que quiero clarificar sería si ustedes están pidiendo poder vender alcohol en el verano en las mesas, en las sillas que están afuera del restaurante, que están al aire libre.
Yo creo que no, porque eso ya sería un poquito descontrol, porque no podríamos estar, diríamos, vigilando al 100% si la gente sigue consumiendo lo que nosotros les estamos vendiendo. ¿Sí me entiendes? Entonces, para mí, bueno, más bien sería mucho mejor solo en la parte de adentro.
I mean, for me, I think it could be an issue of potential lack of control because we wouldn't be able to 100% be in control of people making sure that they're limiting themselves to consuming only what we give them. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, so the only thing that, if I understood you correctly, you are not requesting to be able to sell outside your business. You're going to be able to sell food outside your business, but you don't want to sell alcohol or liquor in those tables outside the business.
Para clarificar si la entendí bien, ¿quieren ustedes poder vender comida en las mesas en donde se sienta uno afuera del negocio, pero no van a querer vender ni cerveza ni licores para las mesas que están afuera del negocio?
Sí. Uh-huh.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pero aparte de eso,
is there any other questions that you have?
¿Tiene otra pregunta usted?
Sí, tengo otra pregunta.
Yes,
por decir,
I do have another
por decir,
question.
si alguien viene y nos pide una margarita para llevar, ¿podríamos hacer eso?
If someone were to come and ask us to make a margarita to go, would we be able to do that?
I don't, yeah, that's against the law. You will not be able to sell to go any alcohol to go because you are not like a grocery stores are the places that can sell beer to go, but you're a restaurant, you cannot sell anything to go.
No, ustedes...
Any alcohol to go.
Sería ilegal que vendieran algo de alcohol para llevar. O sea, una tienda de víveres, un súper, puede vender alcohol para llevar, pero ustedes siendo un restaurante no podrían vender alcohol para llevar. Igual no estoy correcto, pero no creo.
If I could just chime in, with a Class B license, you can sell for off-premise consumption, provided it's in the original unopened container. So she would not be able to sell margaritas or mixed drinks, but as long as there's not a condition on the license that limits it, an applicant can sell on a Class B off-premise consumption for unopened original containers.
Para clarificar, el requisito para una licencia de clase B es que sí se puede llevar, sí se puede vender para llevar alcohol, pero tiene que estar en su contenedor, su recipiente original sin abrir. Entonces no se podría vender bebidas mezcladas, cócteles, esto no se podría hacer para llevar.
Okay.
No margaritas para llevar. I'm sorry, no margaritas to go.
Margaritas. Okay, yeah. Sí, yo entiendo. Lo que pasa que pues es la primera vez que obtengo mi licencia. Entonces no sé mucho de reglas, por eso es que prefiero preguntar antes de cometer un error.
No, I mean, it's the first time that I would be asking for an increased license, and I'm not completely aware of the rules, so I would rather ask ahead of time than make any mistakes.
And
entonces, a veces los clientes pues vienen y nos piden, por decir, nosotros vendemos las micheladas, que es la cerveza. Entonces ellos nos piden pues para llevar, pero nosotros no las vendemos porque no tenemos, no tenemos no sabemos si es que nosotros podemos venderlas para llevar, porque nunca lo preguntamos cuando sacamos la licencia.
So one question that we have is our clients ask us for what's called a michelada, which is a beer cocktail drink, and we don't know how to respond because we're not sure if we're able to sell those to go or not.
This is Mr. Landgraf. We entertain some questions for applicants. We're getting a little bit too far into it right now. I would suggest that you advise the applicant to talk with the city clerk's office to get the full list of all of the things they can do, because I would hate to have some misinterpretation based on how a question was asked as to what's possible. So it would. I'm going to cut off any further questions here about what type of alcohol can get sold. The applicant is looking to increase her sales for alcohol, while margaritas are our principal thing. That doesn't limit the type of alcohol, but it can only be generally opened if mixed drinks can only be served on the premise. The only thing that could happen is an unopened bottle could be sold with for the takeout, but you should have the applicant talk to the clerk. So, do we have anyone else with regard to questions about what's in the license, Mr. Donnelly?
Yeah, if the interpreter could go ahead and interpret what was said beforehand.
Okay.
Sí, para los solicitantes estoy viendo que hay muchas preguntas que tiene de lo que podría servir o no podría servir y diferentes ejemplos y no quiero entrar en pormenores ahorita. Lo que la instruiría en vez de esto es que se ponga en contacto con el secretariado de la ciudad para pedir una lista de lo que puede hacer para llevar, para no llevar y para no, que le den toda una lista de las reglas que tiene que acatar bajo cierta licencia, porque no quiero que haya malentendimientos por entrevista, o sea, que nos dependemos demasiado de la entrevista, sino que se puede pedir los requisitos que tienen que seguir por lo que es la Secretaría de la Ciudad o City Clerk. Más sé que tienen contemplado esto de las margaritas, pero de los bebidas mezcladas no se las pueden vender para llevar. Se podría vender bebidas en botella sellada y cerrada para llevar, y luego pasaría la palabra al señor Donnelly para más preguntas. Mr. Donnelly?
The chair already said the thing I was going to say. Thank you, then.
El miembro actuando en el comité ya dijo lo que iba a decir, pero gracias.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cano Espina.
Señor Cano Espina.
I will make a motion to approve with the restriction that alcohol and liquor needs to cease at 10 p.m.
Voy a hacer una petición que se le apruebe la solicitud de la licencia teniendo la restricción o el criterio que la venta de alcohol y licor solo se puede hacer hasta las 10 de la noche y no después.
Every day.
Y sería diario.
Sí, está bien.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Cano Espina, you made the motion, and Mr. Donnelly, you seconded.
Señor Cano Espina hizo la petición. Señor Donnelly, usted es el segundo para apoyarlo.
Any further discussion?
Hay otra discusión.
Excuse me. I spoke.
I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I think I can talk. Don't click any buttons.
Estoy bien, ya puedo hablar, ya.
I would like to second the motion, but I would like to recommend to Mr. Cano Espina that we simply pull forward the conditions from the existing license, and also we pull forward the description of the premises from the existing license, so there's no change to the licensed premises.
Beautiful.
See him nodding. I second wholeheartedly.
Entonces sí, mi recomendación, estoy el segundo en favor, dado que copiamos o extendemos las condiciones que están en la licencia de alcohol que está actual y también la descripción del local para que sean consistentes y la misma, y perfectamente estoy a favor de eso, dice el señor Cano Espina.
So if I get a clarification, so the motion is to approve with conditions for the conditions that are currently on the license about ceasing alcohol daily at 10 p.m. and to remain a restaurant per the MGO. And part of that motion is also to approve the premise as it's currently on the beer license and not to include the outdoor part that's on this application.
Para clarificarlo todo, quiero aclarar que la petición es que se lo apruebe la licencia dadas las condiciones, que sean las mismas condiciones que existen y estén anotadas en la licencia actual de vender alcohol, y que siendo que se deja de servir alcohol a las 10 de la noche, que se define y sigue siendo un restaurante por las necesidades de la Ordenanza General de Madison, y que también los locales y la descripción físico de servicios sería el mismo de la licencia actual, que es la parte interior del restaurante. ¿Lo tengo correcto?
And for the applicant's benefits, the two movers are giving me affirmation that that is correct.
Para el beneficio de la solicitante que está por teléfono, las dos personas que han presentado la petición para aprobar me indican que sí, esto es lo correcto para su petición.
Sí.
Okay.
Gracias.
Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second with the conditions that were just discussed. I have no one else in the queue, so all those in favor say aye. Noes raise their hand. Okay, the motion passes.
Tengo la petición para todos. Si alguien se oponga, diga que sí, diga que se oponga. Tengo el principal que lo propuso, el segundo que lo apoyó. Entonces, sin oposición alguna, se aprobó la petición.
And thank the applicant very much and make sure she checks in with the clerk's office on the definitions of what can be sold and what can be taken out.
Le agradecemos enfáticamente, señora, de participar y la aconsejamos que se haga seguimiento con la oficina del secretario de la ciudad para pedir qué son las condiciones de su licencia, de lo que se puede vender, de lo que se puede pedir para llevar de su local, ¿no?
Sí, está bien.
Yes, that's fine.
Very much. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 4, Alexandria Coxhead operator license application. Joe, is she still online?
Yeah, I think I'm unmuted.
Yep,
she's there.
I can hear you. Did you hear our discussion with the previous applicants as to why we asked you to come into the meeting?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Okay, great. All right. Well, then what I'm going to do is go right to Captain Donahue, who's going to identify what flagged your application, and then you can respond to her, or to the committee. So I need to find, where did Captain Donahue go?
Got me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There we are.
All right. Good evening, Alexandra. So like the chair said, we have some guidelines that we follow after an applicant turns in their all of their information, and a couple of things that were of note in your application was a 2006 hit and run, which falls under one of our guidelines, specifically saying crimes involving cooperation or lack thereof with law enforcement officials, including not limited to resisting, obstructing, bribery, eluding, bail jumping, hit and run, perjury, or some other acts or threats. There was a 2014 underage drinking, and then in 2013, a casual possession of marijuana in a public place. So those 3 things were what brings you before us tonight.
Okay.
If you could just speak to kind of the concerns that we would have about issuing a license to someone who has an underage drinking, how that might affect your work as a licensed bartender, and anything that you want to add about the hit and run or the possession of marijuana, please.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the underage drinking ticket goes, I take responsibility for that. It was obviously not the right choice. I was young. It was a long time ago. I've worked as a bouncer and security for a few different places over the years. So I'm very comfortable with enforcing the underage drinking rules and laws. So I don't think that poses a problem. And as far as the hit and run goes, it's like I can answer questions regarding that. It's kind of a sensitive subject, and I feel a bit weird getting into it in public, but obviously I kind of, you guys deem that necessary. More importantly, I guess I would just like to draw attention to the fact that, those were a while ago, and it's been, 4 years now since then, and I'm enrolled in school. I'm graduating in May with an engineering degree from UW-Madison. I have a 3.71 GPA. I sent you guys my transcripts. So I'm just very studious. I'm not, and pretty much all I do is school, and I'm enrolling in the master's program for water resource engineering at UW-Madison, and I got accepted, and I'm starting that in the fall of this year. So I can answer any other questions you guys have.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Questions for the applicant? No questions. Do we have a motion? Mr. Donnelly.
I move to grant the application.
And Mr. Grady is the second. We have a motion and a second to approve the application. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those say yes. Those raising their hand are no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much, Alexandra. Good luck with your master's pursuits.
Thank you.
And thank you for hanging in there with us.
Yep.
Okay, that takes us to item number 5. Amelia Walrud.
We do not have an registrant for item number 5.
No registrant? No. Okay, Mr. Fletcher. Let me unmute you. There you go.
I would move to refer, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Donnelly is going to second that. So motion and a second to refer to our next regularly scheduled meeting. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, raise your hand. Motion passes. Item number 6, Bruce Hammond. Do we have registrant for 6?
Sorry to interrupt. We do have Covey Wooden for agenda item 1 in the attendee list now. We are having some issues with emails coming out from the city website. That has since been resolved. So some people may be popping in the attendee list here. So just want to let you know that. Thanks.
All right. Well, before we do that, let me just, is anyone registered for 6?
Yes, we do have someone registered for 6.
Okay. Well, since I started with that, let's just finish with it when we can go back to number 1 when we finish number 6. So
we have Bryce Hammond.
Yeah. Oh, yes. We good?
Okay, Bryce, have you heard our previous discussion about why you were asked to come in and talk to us tonight?
Yes, I have.
Okay, all right. So, Captain Donnelly, are you unmuted?
Yes, I am now.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Bryce.
Hello.
So just same spiel as the last applicant. The things that came up on your application fell under a guideline that says that the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or licensed activity. The things that popped out on your application were a 2016 open intoxicant. It looks like it was ordinance violation in Stevens Point, and then 2019 forfeiture for operating an ATV or a UTV while intoxicated. So because those things involve alcohol, and you are applying for a bartender's license, that is why we are calling you here to explain kind of the history and how that relates to the job that you want, or the license that you want. I'm sorry.
Yep, I understand.
Can you tell us a little bit about the most recent, which was operating an ATV or a UTV under the influence?
Yes, I was up in northern Wisconsin at a family cabin. I had been drinking throughout the day. had overserved myself. Something that's very uncharacteristic of me, I did take our four-wheeler out to go to a bar a quarter mile down the road. Upon returning, under delayed reactions, I misinterpreted my speed, ended up rolling the four-wheeler. I was not wearing a helmet, and I had to get stitches in the hospital nearby. This is something that I like to state is very uncharacteristic of myself. I've been a resident of Madison for 3 years now, and any sort of traveling I've done when in the consumption of alcohol has either been by foot or Uber or designated driver. So this is something that it was a dumb decision of me to do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chair.
Questions of the committee? Mr. Donnelly.
That must have been a leftover hand from last time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Any other questions? Well, that wasn't a question. Do we have any questions of the applicant? No questions. Do we have a motion? Ms. Westra.
Move to grant.
Okay, Amy, you're on.
Move to grant.
Okay, and Mr. Grady moves to second. And let's see, I don't think I've got anyone else in the queue here. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the application. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Raise your hand if you're a no. Motion passes. Woo! Yes. You have a good evening, Bryce. Okay, that takes us to item number 7. Or let's see. No, let's go back to item 1. Item 1. Covey Wooden. Is Covey online with us?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm right here. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Covey, have you heard the previous discussion, so you know why we asked you to come in?
Tom?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I do.
For the form of it, I move reconsideration of item 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Donna. Okay. A motion to pick up item number 1. Do we have a second? Mr. Fletcher? Motion and a second to return to item number 1. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand if you're a no. Okay. So now we're back to you, Covey, and Captain came up in your application. Or Captain Donahue is going to explain that.
Okay.
Hi, Cody. Thanks for joining us. So I will tell you quickly about the guidelines that came up in your application. There were a couple of different things. The first was an offense that's substantially related to the circumstances of the job, which was an OWI first offense in 2017. There was a battery in 2010 and a disorderly conduct in 2017, which fall under a violent crime against another person. And then lastly, during the background check, there were several items that were not disclosed in your application. There were 2 residential burglaries in the state of Illinois in 2006, an extradition in 2011, and a battery in 2012 in the state of Illinois, which again were not included in your application. I guess the first question that I would have for you is if you could explain why those weren't disclosed on your application.
Yes. So my attorney actually told me that I didn't have to disclose those because they were over 10 years old. The residential burglaries I'm very, very obviously embarrassed of. I was 17 years old. I was actually a junior in high school when that happened, and I made a really, really bad decision to go with a not so good friend. And I didn't know what he was going to be doing, and I ended up with some really bad charges because of it. The battery was supposed to have been dismissed. That was like a huge misunderstanding, and the extradition was actually pertaining to the residential burglary charge. There was like a bunch of paperwork that was not done correctly with my probation ending. And there was a huge misunderstanding in that. And I actually do have paperwork to prove that. I know what it looks like on the check, but it's like I said, I that's not the person who I am, basically, is what I'm saying. I've learned a lot through mistakes I've had in my past, and bartending is how I make my money, and I don't use that position lightly. I take it very seriously, and that's really all I have to say.
Okay, and then what about I guess one of the things in the guidelines or that are important when filling out the application is that they're completely filled out and truthful. What about the 2012 battery that was also in the state of Illinois? That one you said was a misunderstanding or that it was supposed to be dismissed? That's dismissed. As like I was 100% told that. Like I have paperwork here in my apartment right now, actually proving that. Like I don't know why that would even show up, because it's like as I was told, it was supposed to be null and void. Okay, that's quite possible. It is still listed as pending, so perhaps that too is some sort of clerical or paperwork error. It does seem like a long time for a charge to remain pending. And then lastly, the last question that I would have is the 2017 OWI. Again, the concern for someone who is serving alcohol would be the judgment of driving while under the influence, and how we can be assured that your ability to determine whether or not someone is overserved or under the influence and should or shouldn't be served more alcohol would be the concern.
Sure. I mean, I definitely am very careful about that. I mean, I've been bartending and serving for quite some time, and I know the signs, and I definitely don't overserve. And as far as like driving impaired anymore, after I got my OWI, I followed all the rules of my conditions 100%. I didn't, like I took an Uber, and everywhere I drove everywhere without, like I didn't, like I haven't driven impaired like since then, for sure. It was definitely a bad incident. I'd gotten through a bad relationship, and I didn't handle it the best way that I could. But I never ever drink on the job or drive impaired anymore. So.
Thank you. I recognize these aren't easy things to talk about. I appreciate your openness. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yep. Questions of the applicant?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Well, yeah, you probably don't. I was asking the committee if they had any questions for you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. That's no problem. It's much harder when you're not in the same room. Okay, committee, do we have any questions? If no questions, do we have a motion? Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions for the applicant.
Okay.
Do you have a question for Captain Donahue?
Okay. Captain Donahue, go ahead.
Captain Donahue, we've got the list of the criminal history of this applicant. Can you tell us just what the names are of the guidelines that triggered this coming before us?
So it was guideline 1. Circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstance of the job or licensed activity. Any person who has been convicted of a felony, unless duly pardoned, does not qualify for an operator's license. Gives the applicable statute and then says, to the extent the other guidelines reference a specific offense, this guideline shall apply if the offense constitutes a felony. The next is provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job. Any person who has been convicted of or has a current charge pending for one or more offenses within the last 5 years, within the last 5 years, or for 2 or more offenses arising out of a separate incident within the last 10 years in the following subcategories. And there were 2 subcategories: violent crimes against another person and crimes involving cooperation or lack thereof with law enforcement officials. And then lastly, it was guideline number 5, which is about, which is the one reference being truthful and filling out the application completely.
Thank you, Captain Donahue.
You bet.
So I actually think that this one is more challenging than the one earlier tonight that I voted against. The applicant has felonies for at least one. I believe he said he had, oh no, I'm actually reading that wrong. The felonies are not in and of themselves directly related to alcohol. He has a lengthy history of demonstrated bad judgment. And plenty of times in the past, we've had applicants who've had a demonstrated history of bad judgment, but we've still granted them a license. And finally, we've got the lying on the application. So earlier tonight, a number of people on this committee said and voted in accordance with trusting your instincts. That when you see enough that makes you think something's not right here, that you should trust that. So we have an applicant here who is a convicted felon who's had alcohol-related crimes, violent crimes against people, refusal to work well with the police, and on top of all of that, lied on the application, calling into question everything we've been told other than what's on the record that we got from Captain Donahue. So I move to deny this application on the grounds that issuing an operator's license to this person would be counter to the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I don't see anyone raising their hand. Oh, I'm sorry, Alder Carter and Mr. Fletcher and Alder Skidmore. So we do have a second. Okay. Motion and a second to deny the application. Discussion. Captain Donahue.
Well, understanding that I don't have a vote, if in fact Mr. Wooden did get bad advice, I don't know if that makes a difference. If he did get that advice from an attorney, but in my opinion, this one, I would likely, if I had a vote, approve this one over the 4 felony OWIs in 5 years that were very recently, or very recent. And I only say that because this fellow, pardon me for outing your age, is now in his 30s. The burglaries were from 2006. The battery was almost 8 years ago. I do agree that the OWI that was just 3 years ago is of more concern to me, and perhaps a misstep at that time. But I think the other ones are so old that I would hope between the age of 17 and early 20s, one would have a little wiggle room to hit some bumps in the road. And it seems like he's spared that OWI a few years ago. The behavior didn't continue year after year after year. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. Alder Carter.
Yes, I was just going to say that, and Officer Captain Donahue really said it for me, that this applicant didn't seem to go on and on and on, year after year, incident after incident. So I would be inclined to approve his license. I even though he got bad advice, I wish he would have been truthful on the application. Thank you.
Mr. Kano Spino.
Hello? Okay, sorry. I am a believer on rehabilitation. I'm a believer that people can make poor choices and realize that those choices have caused significant damage to their life and the lives of their loved ones, and learn from that. And I want to believe that that is the case with this person who may have had negative situations at 17 and made some mistakes in his early life. But from everything that he's saying now, he came across saying, yes, I got this bad advice to not put some information in it, but he seemed to be a person that has rehabilitated, that has done, and that's kind of what our society, for my opinion, should try to do. If a person is rehabilitated and is doing better and is trying to get their life on, we should give them a second chance. So that was my first, with the other vote for the other person, was the same idea of treatment and getting better. And this is kind of the same idea for this person. So I would like to approve his license, so I will vote against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Cano Espina. Alder Revere? I'm sorry, where did you
go? Thank you.
Okay.
It was muted. Thank you very much. I actually have a question for the applicant, if he's still with us.
I think he is.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Sir,
yes, I'm right here.
So my question is that you had referenced earlier that you had more or less accomplished everything that I think you said was asked of you relating to that OWI conviction of a few years ago. Could you elaborate on that, please, in terms of the assessment counseling? For example, do you have your driving privileges restored?
Yes. So I did do the assessment at the Journey health assessment place, and they actually found that I didn't need the intensive therapy, that I would just attend the 6-week course at MATC.
Group Dynamics?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I saw you were on paper with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. Did you have any AODA counseling as part of your probation supervision?
No, I did not. Not that I can recall. It was quite a while ago.
I understand. So, in anyway, the bottom line is you did accomplish a driver safety plan. You do have driving privileges restored here.
Yes, sir. I went through everything.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions of the applicant or discussion with the committee? Okay, we have a motion to deny the application, and we've got some folks speaking on both sides of it. So I think what might be the best is I'm going to unmute everybody, and Mr. Verbeek, why don't you just call the roll and we make sure we get it right the first time.
Skidmore?
Aye.
Revere?
No.
Cano Espina?
No.
Westrom?
No.
Donnelly?
Aye.
Brady?
Yes.
Carter?
Yes.
Fletcher?
Yes.
Count is 5 ayes, 3 noes. The motion passes.
Okay. Application is denied. That takes us to item number 8, Jesse Hernandez. Joe, do we have Jesse online with us?
Oh, there's no one registered on. Oh, wait. Sorry, you're on. What number are you on? 7 or 8?
8. Oh, did I skip past 7?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Gabrielle is here.
Okay. Good evening, Gabrielle. If you've been with us, you've probably heard the discussion about why your license was set up for you to come have a talk with us. Have you been listening to that?
Yes, sir. I have been listening, reading emails, communicating back and forth.
Great. Then what I'm going to do is have Captain Donahue explain what was on your application that caused you to come in and talk to us. Captain Donahue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Gabriel. Guidelines for you tonight were a 2007 charge for vehicular assault while reckless, and a 2006 charge for forgery. It looks like a check forgery. The guideline for this one states that, again, Guideline 1, provided the circumstance of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or licensed activity, any person who has been convicted of a felony, unless duly pardoned, does not qualify for an operator's license. Again, this speaks to what Assistant City Attorney Zillavi mentioned at the very start of our meeting. I don't have any questions for the applicant.
Any committee members have a question of the applicant? Any discussion? Alder Carter.
I have a question for the applicant because on here, even though it was 2006, I wanted to know more about the forgery. And then the next year, it looks like there was vehicle assault. Can he, am I on the right one?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait a minute.
That's me.
Was that you?
Yes.
Oh, can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Well, the forgery case, I kind of got scammed by a scam artist off of the internet. I had no intentions to write the check. I didn't write the check. I just got caught up in something that I didn't know how to get out of. And at the time, I was very young when that happened. And then it followed up right when the vehicular assault happened. I was 21. It was about 14 years ago. I had to go through incarceration, halfway houses. I've got my life back together. I've got my GED. I'm currently in MATC, the Information Technology Program, Associate's Degree in Applied Sciences. I've actually moved here 4.5 years ago from Colorado, where I did also still maintain my alcohol and bar license, where I worked as a server and bartender for the owners of the Nuggets and the Rockies and sports entertainment. And so I just don't know why I got flagged since I moved here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Additional questions of the applicant?
I do. I'm sorry, I had to catch up on this one. When I look back, Gabriel, the reckless assault or vehicular assault looks like it was due to a driving under the influence. Is that correct?
Yes, officer.
Okay, because it's just a different charge than our statute. Can you just talk a little bit about what that was, if it was a crash or an intentional use of your vehicle?
Oh, it was definitely an accident. I crashed into a tree. I didn't crash into anyone. Unfortunately, a couple people were hurt in the car. No one was killed or anything like that, but it was just happened after a night where I had recently just turned 21 and I had told my friends, I couldn't drive anymore. And then they said, Gabe, keep going. And I said no. And then next thing you know, I blacked out and crashed into a tree. But I have not had any, I've maintained a new license. I haven't had any DUIs in the past 14 years, anything like that whatsoever. Okay.
And you currently hold a valid driver's license, correct?
Yes, officer. I had to complete the probationary, which I did email you guys. When I moved here to Madison, I had to complete a 2-year probationary license, when I moved here, and then I completed that, and now I have my regular license.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further from me.
Mr. Grady?
Yeah, I really do. My question's been answered.
Okay. Alder Carter?
I'm sorry, I have my hand up by error.
Okay. Further, Mr. Kano Spina.
Move to approve.
Okay, and Mr. Fletcher seconds.
I can speak to the motion.
Okay.
So again, kind of a broken record. This person seems to again have made some poor decisions when he was young. Seems like he is in a new path. And again, I believe in rehabilitation. I believe that this person has proven that rehabilitation can happen and has changed his life around. That's why I moved to approve.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the motion to approve. I just wanted to talk about that briefly to contrast this with some of the previous applications. First of all, the period of time since the most recent significant bad judgment is 13 years. I think that's a legit long time versus 3 years. Second, the total number of incidents, much lower. And third, despite the fact that these were clearly not pleasant things in the applicant's life, he was honest when he filled out his application. So again, I'm supporting the approval of this license.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. So with that, motion is to approve. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand if you're a no. Okay, the motion passes. That takes us then to item 7.
That was 7.
Jesse Hernandez.
Item 8.
Item 8. Okay. That's right. I keep crossing this stuff off and I shouldn't. Okay, item 8, Jesse Hernandez. Joe, do we have Jesse with us?
I have no registrants on 8 or 9, correct, Jim?
Jim?
Yeah, I don't see any registrants on 8 or 9, as Joe said.
Okay, so nothing for 8 and nothing for 9. So, Mr. Fletcher.
I will refer item 8 and item 9 to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay, we have a motion and a second from Mr. Grady. Okay. Motion and a second to move items 8 and 9 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, raise your hands. Motion is approved. Takes us to item number 10, Joshua. Not sure about the last name, Joshua. Do we have Joshua with us, Joe?
Yes.
We do. Okay. Joshua, good evening. Have you been listening to our previous discussions with operator license applicants?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So you know why you're here?
Yep.
And I will ask Captain Donahue to to explain why your license was pulled out of the pile. Captain Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Joshua. Joshua, excuse me, guideline 1 on his application. Again, I'll repeat this one. Provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or licensed activity, any person who has been convicted of a felony, unless duly pardoned, does not qualify for an operator's license. Joshua has a 2015 conviction from a 2013 charge for threats to injure, exposing genitals to a child, and there are multiple counts of each. I don't have any questions for the applicant.
Okay. Committee, questions of the applicant? I don't see anyone in the queue here. Alder Carter. It's a good thing I can see you. You know, the old technology works when you wave at me. I know something's going on.
Thank you. So, yeah. Joshua, where are you currently working?
At Ho Chunk, Madison.
Okay, and are there children in that? Is it a casino?
Yeah, it's a casino. You have to be 21 to enter.
Okay, and for that situation in 2015, have you gotten therapy on that?
Yeah, I don't know if you have it in front of you. The therapist I've been seeing one-on-one had mailed in a letter dated March 12th.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then I'll look for that. And then that same year, threats to injure, what was that about? I must have missed your explanation on that one.
It was all kind of tied in together. It was...
With the previous incident with the child?
Right, it was all online.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Alder Rivera.
Thank you. Hello, sir. Thank you for your patience with us tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Am I understanding correctly that you're currently under supervision by the Wisconsin Department of Corrections?
Correct.
And when are you scheduled to be released from that supervision?
May 2022.
So a couple more years.
Correct.
Is your agent aware of this application?
Yes.
And could you say what he or she thinks of the application?
They didn't come to any decision. They wanted me to go ahead with the process here and think in part to find out for future reference as well. But it seemed like they were kind of leaning towards being okay with it because it's at Ho Chunk with, on-site security cameras and, having to be 21 to even enter the building.
Normally, we don't ask applicants about their current or future employment because, frankly, the license could be used anywhere within the city of Madison. So you could, resign from Ho Chunk Gaming tomorrow and work somewhere else. But you're different because you're obviously under supervision by the state. So it's obvious that your agent is supportive of your current employment.
Right.
But would your current employment, employment at and obviously the casino isn't open currently, but when it does reopen, would your job would your job change much?
I don't anticipate it really changing. I'm actually not currently working as a bartender. I've been working more in the dining room kitchen. I've been there since November of 2015. I've covered the bar, like covered a bartender's break a few times over the course of the few years that they've had a bar in there. But there's not really a plan at this point to move to working the bar on a regular basis. And I largely wanted to try to get a license just to be able to have that flexibility to cover more as needed, and then to just to kind of have it going forward.
I understand. Would you be able, do you believe, to secure correspondence from your DOC agent stating that he or she is aware and supportive of this application?
I think I could get that. My recent meetings with her have been over the phone, but I had asked her about it originally, and she said normally their policy is they want to have like a direct request from, whoever is wanting to see it.
Yes.
But I think that's something that could be done if she had something from the committee looking to see it.
Yes. So in the past, this has been a frequent condition of granting the license if someone is on supervision with the Department of Corrections to request that we do have in writing the knowledge of your supervisory agent. And we don't seem to have any problem securing those correspondences over the last many years.
Right.
So that's something that if there is a motion to grant the license, I think would be an obvious condition. So
okay.
Thank you for your responses. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Captain Donahue?
I think Alder Verveer touched on most of what I wanted to say, but I was just trying to peruse the paperwork here. But I concur that I was trying to review any DOC rules to see if this would be a violation of any of the rules. And I'm not confident that what I have is a complete record of what those rules may or may not be. So I would agree with Alder Verveer that having something from the agent would be a good idea. That's all I have.
Further questions of the applicant? I don't have anyone else in the queue. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is an easy one, but just to be sure, did alcohol play any role in the crimes of which you were convicted?
No, it did not.
It's been noted. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Mr. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I move to grant the license with the condition that the applicant supply to the city clerk's office correspondence from the Wisconsin Department of Corrections supporting the application. And furthermore, notwithstanding the felony conviction record of the applicant and a finding that the conviction is not substantially related to the license.
Okay, we have a motion and Mr. Kano Espina seconds that. Further discussion?
Let me just say quickly, Mr. Chair, that for those that might be watching our meeting for the first time or not aware, the license term would be less than the applicant's supervision by the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. So there really is no concern that I believe that the license would be portable anywhere else in the city without the approval of the applicant's agent. Thank you.
Okay, further questions, comments? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, motion is approved. Thank you. Last operator license is William Fitzsimmons. Do we have anyone registered for?
Hello, my name is William Fitzsimmons.
Okay, so you've been listening, and so you know why your license or why your application was pulled for further discussion?
I have some ideas why I'm not specifically.
Okay. Well, we're going to help you with that. Captain Donahue from the Madison Police Department will walk you through the reasons that your license got separated. Captain Donahue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, William. This is the same guideline that I have read for the last few applicants due to a felony conviction in 1996 for burglary.
I don't have a felony conviction.
Excuse me, Willie, why don't you let Captain Donahue explain, and then you'll have a chance to respond, okay?
There was an assault in 2004, an OWI in 2007, and obstruct a police officer in 2012, and a domestic disorderly conduct in 2010. Again, guideline 1, provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or licensed activity, any person who has been convicted of a felony unless duly pardoned does not qualify for an operator's license. Did you want to speak to those charges, sir?
Yes, I don't have a felony conviction. I'm not sure where that information is coming from. I know for a fact I don't have a felony conviction. I don't know what more I can say in regards to that showing up as a conviction. Maybe it's just a charge that I don't know.
Were you arrested for a burglary in Boulder County, Colorado in 1996?
Yes, I broke a candy dish in my own home, and my roommate, I was gone, called the police, and they arrested me for burglarizing my own home.
Okay. I'll see if I can find anything in my paperwork to clarify for folks. I guess the other charge that I would refer to is the assault in Gilpin County, Colorado in 2004. And then the OWI in 2007, if you can speak to those at all.
I don't know of an assault in 2004 conviction. I may have been arrested for some domestic violence, like an argument or something. But as far as an assault conviction, not on my record, ma'am. And then on 2007, I don't think I ever took any breath tests or blood tests. So it was just a failure to comply with the request for the officers to submit samples. And I know that was thrown out of court. And then I think that was when I was given. Actually, it got pled down to careless driving.
Okay.
It's hard for me to remember so far back, and I don't necessarily have my criminal record in front of me. It's very kind of hard to get your hands on that.
Yeah, I understand. And the folks that pull all of these background investigations to sometimes have difficulty because each state reports them differently. But you can still be arrested for operating while under the influence, even if you don't submit to a breath or another chemical test.
Right. I'm aware of that, except for the fact is that the police officers claimed that I ran into a vertical embankment of concrete at around 50 miles per hour, and I was in my motions in limine. I was calling the state troopers to witness that there was no damage to the vehicle, and as well as no photographs to support that accusation. It's highly unlikely that a person can run into a vertical concrete embankment at 50 miles an hour without damage to their vehicle. So that did get pled down to a careless driving. And I know the district attorney was not happy about that. She really wanted me to take this DUI charge, but they just didn't have the evidence to support it. So, you know, I don't know how they've reported it or how it's interpreted, but I spent 50 days in jail representing myself in court, and they let me out with careless driving. So
why 50 days in jail seems like a lot of jail time for me. What were you in jail for?
I was just waiting to go to court. Sometimes it takes time to go to court.
And that was on the OWI charge?
Yeah, where I didn't submit any samples, and they didn't have the physical evidence to prove that I had actually crashed into anything at all. So there wasn't enough of a case for them to do anything but convict me of careless driving. And that subsequently I got my driver's license back.
Okay, were you arrested in 1992 for an OWI in Boulder County, Colorado?
1992? Boy, man, that's an awful long time ago.
Okay, but my last question, sir, is until I can better go through this paperwork, are there any arrests that you acknowledge? I mean, you put the 1992 OWI on your application.
I think I did have one when I was very young.
Okay, and then
nothing since then.
Okay, and then was there a domestic violence charge in Hawaii?
That's been dismissed, and I have the dismissal paper in my file here, and it's been dismissed.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to take a few minutes to just peruse through this paperwork and see if I can answer any of those questions, but I'll leave it to other folks for the time being.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? Captain Donahue, do you have a flavor for how much time you're going to need? Because we could perhaps take a motion to table this and come back to you.
I would appreciate that. We don't have a lot of the, there's a couple of the out-of-state reports here, so I will peruse those, but yes, I'll need a few minutes.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly?
I move to table this item.
Okay, Mr. Grady?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second to place this one on table. All those, I don't see anyone else in the queue. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. Mr. Fitzsimmons, what we're going to do is just set this aside, so don't go away. We'll be coming back to you. Captain Donahue is going to look through some more of her paperwork. we're going to move on to the next agenda item, and then we'll check in with her after we finish that next item.
I can fax in the dismissal right now.
Well, why don't you just let Captain Donahue do her work, and then if we need to do some more research, we can get back to you on that.
Mr. Chair, if I could recommend for next item 52, we have Alder Lemmer here, I believe, to speak on that item.
Item 52. Yeah, I see Alder Lemmer here. Okay, do we have a motion to take item 52 out of order? Mr. Donnelly says yes, and I think Mr. Grady's thumb up was a second to that. So we have a motion and a second to take 52 out of order. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, so we're on to item 52. Joe, do we have a registrant for 52?
Yes, we have Abby Petlock, who is unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Okay, yep, we can hear you. So, Abby, why don't you tell the committee what you've got in mind and what your request is, and then we'll see if they have any questions for you.
Yeah, so I'm requesting for a Class B beer license and a Class C wine license. I'm opening up a coffee shop on the far east side of Madison. It will have obviously coffee and espresso, but then we're also having 7 tap beers, and I'd like to have just red and like 4 reds and 4 whites. Full menu as well. Breakfast items, sandwiches, paninis, salads, things like that. So yeah.
Okay, questions of the applicant, and then I'll ask Alder Lemmer to weigh in. No questions. Alder Lemmer, I think you're unmuted here.
Yeah, it looks like it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to share that I strongly support granting this license. I've only heard positive feedback about her business plan from the community. At her public meeting, Captain Nelson from the East District came, and he did not have any concerns. And I think he sent a message to that effect to the committee. This business is going to be a really good fit in the neighborhood. I've been hearing constantly from folks in the area that they just want a cafe and a coffee shop, and this is exactly what people want. I think the hours that she proposes for when they're going to be open are right on the mark and very reasonable. So I'm very supportive of this, and I hope that you grant the license. Thank you.
Thank you, especially for waiting. Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't see you.
No
There's
problem.
two sets of screens here with everyone on, and when you were started to speak, the screen rolled over, and I saw another 10 people. So my apologies.
No problem. Thank you,
Mr. Fletcher.
I have no questions, Mr. Chair. Unless anyone else is in the queue, I would move approval.
No one in the queue, so we'll take your motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Grady and also Alder Carter are both fighting for it. So take your pick, Mr. Verbeek. So we have a motion and a second to approve the license. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. And the motion is approved.
Could I ask a question, just a clarifying question?
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure, because I can't remember the exact hours and everything I put on, and wanting to know my process. Right now, like for example, on the weekends, I have a Saturday and Sunday, a 6 to 2 time. Would I have to do this process again if I wanted to extend those hours, maybe like till 6 or 7? If I wanted to push the hours a little bit later, it would never go super late by any means, but if I did want to extend them, do I have to reapply?
Typically, what you put on the license is what will or what you put on the application is what would happen, but the committee didn't put particular conditions on it. So I think you probably would be best advised to talk to the clerk once you get going and figure out what your next steps are.
Okay. So you're saying talk to them. And so what you're approving now is the hours I put on it. And if I did want to extend it, you're saying I'd have to talk to the clerk then?
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm getting head shakes from Assistant City Attorney Jennifer Zilvey. So I don't know if we want to unmute her real quick.
Okay. Assistant City Attorney Zilvey.
So you're just approving her license, correct? With no conditions?
That was the motion.
So she does not need to come back to anybody if she wants to extend her Sunday hours, as long as her hours are within the statute.
Well, there you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that then takes us back to, well, let's see, Captain Donahue, are you still working? She nods her head, yes. Okay. So that takes us to, I believe, let's see, item 13 was on the consent agenda. We took it off and we didn't have anyone sign up for, do we have anyone who registered for 13, Joe?
No.
Okay. All right. So what's the committee's preference with 13? Mr. Donnelly?
I move to refer to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the ALRC.
Okay. We have a second. Mr. Kano Espina. So a motion and a second to move 13 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Seeing no further discussion, Alder Rivera.
Thank you. I note that agenda items 12 and 13 are the same applicant. Can you remind me, please, of our action for item 12?
I didn't think we
took an action on item 12.
I don't think so either. So, Mr. Chair, I think you skipped over item 12. Both applications are filed by the Wilmar Neighborhood Center.
So
perhaps the motion should simply be amended to refer both 12 and 13 to our next meeting.
Yes, please.
Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Kano Espina agree with that. So the motion would be to move 12 and 13 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. No's, raise your hand.
Aye.
The motion is approved. Okay, Mr. Donnelly, did you have something? Okay, I just didn't get your hand lowered quick enough. All right, so takes us to item, let's see.
20, I believe.
I think we're on 15, Mr. Verbeek.
15.
Was on the consent agenda, we pulled it off.
I thought that's...
Yeah, they already spoken. I believe you passed it.
Okay, yeah.
They agreed to the COVID.
That's the one we went back to. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I think 20 is the next one we're on.
20. Yes. Joe, do we have anybody on 20?
No.
They're also item 27 as well. I don't know if they've registered for that one as well.
Yes, there is a registrant on 27.
Okay.
Matthew Kleiser.
So 20 and 27. Let's why don't we bring the person for 27 on and make sure that they're talking about 20 as well. I think.
If I could share, I'll just speak to why this was not on the consent agenda, and that's because the change entity reorganization is a one-to-one switch on the license. So it's one person replacing a solo member LLC. And he was advised about how the committee tends to go with these kind of applications, and he wishes to pursue it this way, but he is willing to do it, willing to apply for a new license if that's the way the committee goes.
Okay, well, who's registered? Is it Matthew Kleeser who's?
Hi, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So you've got both item 20 and 27 on our agenda, and you just heard what Mr. Verbeek said.
Yeah, we just missed it.
Why don't you just explain to the committee what you've got, what your plans are here?
Yeah, thank you. My plans are I'm taking over the Mason Lounge at 416 South Park Street. I've been an employee there for 10 years, which is essentially the whole duration of the bar's existence. The current owner is moving on to other things. Yeah, I guess I'm here and available for whatever questions you guys may have. I've pretty much got a head start on everything that it seemed like I would need to do for the new license. But since we were on the agenda for this, I thought I would attack it, this way first. I've been in contact with the neighborhood association. I had a good discussion with the Midtown District Captain yesterday. I've got all the LLCs and EIN, and the seller's certificate is supposedly on its way. I guess I'm available for what you guys have, what questions you may have for me.
Okay, well, we've got a couple of questions for you. First one from Assistant City Attorney Zilovy.
Not really a question. Before Jim Verbeek chimed in, I was going to say that it's basically a new application. And in similar circumstances, we require the applicant to fill out a new application and come back before the committee.
Okay. And I also had Mr. Fletcher in the queue, but I don't see his hand here. Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, it was the same point, Mr. Chair, so that's why I lowered my hand.
Okay. All right, so I don't have anyone else in the queue. Questions for the applicant? Discussion? Motion? Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's start with the easy one, item 20.
Okay.
Which is the change of agent. Mr. Kleeser, you're currently acting as the agent operating the place, correct?
No, Brian's still in charge. We haven't completed the transaction. This is kind of, I guess, the condition of the sale.
Gotcha.
We tried to do this all by the instructions we were given.
Oh, good. Would it make any sense to approve the change of agent if we weren't also approving the other application?
I guess I'm confused by the question.
Well, for example, if the current agent and current owner wanted to move out of state, you could become the agent and run day-to-day operations completely legally on his behalf while you were working on a new application to take over completely.
Given our delay and being able to be open anyway, I don't know that it matters depending on how long but I guess it would make some sense then. I when we do reopen, I will still be there a lot, and we've already agreed that, how we want to transition. We're just kind of waiting for things on your end and whatever else, I guess. So I guess it's however you guys think is appropriate, really.
Okay, thank you. That was useful. So I would like to move then to approve item 20 and, as part of the same motion, deny item 27 requesting instead that the applicant fill out a new license application.
Okay, I see a couple of people in the queue. Mr. Grady.
Want to second this?
Okay.
And the reason for approving item 20 is if things are able to open up, I don't see any reason not to afford the applicant and the current owner greater flexibility in operation. Maybe it won't mean anything, but if it does, it doesn't hurt anybody.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher?
No, I was going to second the motion, so you're fine. Thanks, Tom.
Okay. And Mr. Kano Spina? Okay, all right. So we have a motion and a second. Motion is to approve 20 and to deny 27. I have no one else in the queue and no other hands going up and no one's waving at me. So all those in favor, say aye. Those are who are not in favor, raise your hand. And the motion is unanimous. So 20 is approved, 27 is not. Okay, Mr. Verbeek, I think that takes us to item 29, or?
Yep, that's what I got.
I'm sorry?
That's what I have as well.
That's where you are too?
Yep.
Okay, so item 29, Joe? Let's see, Mr. Kano Spina.
I think that the captain is finished with her review. Oh, she's not. Sorry, I apologize. I thought that she was on.
Okay.
I don't see any registrants for 29.
No.
Joe, did you have anybody?
No.
Okay. All right. Mr. Fletcher.
Move referral.
Mr. Donnelly seconds that. So motion and a second to refer 29 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. Wait a while. Alder Revere, did I miss you?
Yes, thank you. I had sought recognition earlier on this one. I have a question, I guess, for the Deputy City Clerk. Am I understanding correctly that they're just asking to change one officer of each? It's not like the last situation. I guess what I'm saying is I was curious how they didn't make the criteria for the proposed consent agenda tonight.
That's correct. It's not like the last one where it's a 1-to-1 switch. This is switching half of the ownership. So it's within that 50% range, which according to the guidelines would not allow me to put them on the consent agenda. So it's not a 1-to-1 switch, but it is changing at least 50% of membership.
So currently Famous Dave's only has 2 officers is what you're saying?
According to their application, they'll have a total of 2 officers after this change, which it's one person replacing another one. They currently have 2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So takes us to item 31, Mr. Verbeek.
I don't see someone did register for the item. I don't see them in our list of attendees. She did indicate to me by email earlier that she registered not to speak, but she was in support of it. So I don't know. I don't see her now in the list of attendees, so she's obviously not here.
Right. One thing I recently learned is if they click that they do not want to speak, they do not receive an email with a link to join the meeting.
And I think my email
wouldn't show up
her
in the
was to re-register.
Yeah, they would have to re-register and say that they're willing to, excuse me, answer questions or that they want to speak to receive the link to join the meeting.
Okay, so that might have been what happens a lot, where someone registers, they don't want to say anything, they probably just want to answer questions, and as a result, they didn't get the link to sign up. So
if they put that they're available to answer questions, they do receive the link.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Yep. They only don't receive it if they just click I do not want to speak.
Okay. All right. So what's the committee's pleasure on 31? Mr. Fletcher, I can always depend on you for this motion.
Well, I would move to refer. We can always reconsider if they come back later. So.
All right. So Mr. Fletcher makes the motion to move to our next regularly scheduled, or to move to the regular scheduled meeting and reconsider it if something comes up further this meeting. And Mr. Kano Espina seconds that. So seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. And no hands. So that takes us to 32, Outback Steakhouse of Florida, LLC. Do we have a registrant?
No.
No. Did they ever respond?
There's no registrant for that item.
Okay. All right. Committee's pleasure. Mr. Fletcher is smiling at me, so I better unmute his mic.
Sure, I'll move referral for the sake of consistency.
Yeah. Okay. And Alder Carter will second your motion. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. No hands. Motion passes. So item 34, Outback Steakhouse of Florida. Well, let's see. That's probably going to have the same answer as the previous agenda, right?
Nobody.
Mr. Kano Espina.
I just needed to do it one time.
You wanted to jump ahead of Mr. Fletcher, huh?
That's fair.
All right. Well, Mr. Fletcher, you want to second Mr. Kano Espina's motion?
Oh, sure. Variety's the spice of life.
All right.
Referral to the next special meeting.
We have a motion and a second. Refer 34 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. Okay.
Do we do 33?
I thought
there's no register for that one either.
No, I don't think we did. I jumped across to it. We have anyone registered for 33?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher. Let's see. I got to unmute you.
Got it. Move referral.
Okay. And Mr. Kano Espina will second to move 33 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Mr. Donnelly.
Come back to me after we vote on this.
Oh, okay. Okay, motion and a second. No one else in the queue. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand.
Aye.
No hands. Okay, so Mr. Donnelly, you're on.
Captain Donahue, are you ready now? I move to pick up item 11 off the table.
Okay, motion and Mr. Kano Espina seconds that. So motion and a second, take item 11 off the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
opposed, raise your hand, and no hands. So let's see, Captain Donahue. What did you find, Captain Donahue?
Thank you. I found that the background that was done, I am embarrassed to say probably it was not our best work. And that there's a lot of things a lot of dismissed charges. And I do believe that the OWI looks like it was dismissed. And there were other charges that appear that there were convictions on. I don't know what the protocol is for this, but I would ask more time to redo this background and get proper police reports and documentation.
Mr. Donnelly.
I move to refer item 11 to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting to afford MPD time to do a proper background check.
And Mr. Grady? Mr. Grady seconds. Okay, motion and a second to move 11 to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Thank you.
I see no one else in the queue. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand.
Aye.
Mr. Donnelly. Okay, great. Motion passes and 11 will appear on our next agenda. That gets us to Mr. Verbeek, what do you show for 35? Is that where we would be?
Yep, that's where we're at, and there is somebody who registered.
Okay.
Hello.
Good evening.
Also on the agenda for number 39 as well.
Okay, so 30, 35, and 39 are together. And who do we have on the
My name
call?
is Shana Papich.
Okay, well, good evening. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Why don't you take a minute and tell the committee what you have in mind and speak to both 35, agenda item 35 and 39 collectively.
Sure, thank you. We're requesting that an extension on the liquor license, as well as to take out the condition that our liquor license ends at midnight.
Okay.
Would you like me to speak to those things?
Yes.
So there have been a couple of things at play for us with our construction. We are renovating the old train station, or the baggage handlers building in the old train station at 644 West Washington. And we've been working in conjunction with our landlord subcontractors, who we don't have full control over, of course. They're wonderful, but the project's historic, and there have been lots of things that have come up that we've all had to work on together that have taken more time. We've had our general contractor take over the full project, and things are starting to move forward in a more comprehensive way. But based on the current climate, certain factories have closed or slowed down, so we're requesting an extension.
Okay.
As far as the condition goes, before all of this happened with the virus, we had been getting quite a few event inquiries that started and starting building out our plans for New Year's Eve and other holidays, and would like the ability to have flexibility in our revenue. We don't intend to ever operate as just a bar. We're a full service restaurant, but we want to be able to have the flexibility to serve if we're having a wedding at the property or we're having a New Year's celebration. We want to be able to serve until after midnight.
So what hours are you requesting?
We're requesting until 2 a.m.
Okay. All right, we have some questions for you. Thank you for that information, Mr. Cano Spino.
If there is no questions on 35, is there a way that we can separate them and move to approve that one, 35?
Mr. Donnelly seconds the motion, and that was to approve 35?
Just 35 right now, yes.
Just 35. Okay. Mr. Grady?
Oh, no, I'm fine. I was trying to second it, so.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second for item 35. I have no one else in the queue. All those in favor will assume aye unless you raise your hand. I have no hands. So 35 passes. And 39. I realize it's out of order, but we have the same same applicant, Mr. Grady.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have inadvertently hit it.
Okay. All right. So do we have a motion on 39? Mr. Donnelly.
Yeah, I'll make a motion on 39. I move to place item 39 on file without prejudice.
Okay, Mr. Kano Espina seconds that.
So no slight against the applicant, but we had our reasons to issue the license we did last time. And since the business has not yet been in operation, we haven't had an opportunity to assess its impact and whether it would be a good idea to extend the hours.
Okay, thank you. Alder Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the granting of the request. In fact, I think that the easy way to proceed would actually be to remove the condition relating to hours completely. This applicant has been completely engaged with the neighborhood for over a year now, and there were absolutely no concerns by myself as the alder of the district, the neighborhood association, or the Central Police District with their application. They are primarily operating, as a reminder, as a supper club when the pandemic allows them to do so. So in my recollection, although I did not check the minutes, is that it was our esteemed vice chair that made the motion, or excuse me, my recollection is that Vice Chair Donnelly asked the applicant at the ALRC meeting, noting that her application had said they planned to close at midnight if she would object to a condition to do so. And she said no. She had no objection at that time to having a condition placed on their license about midnight. But again, that's what my recollection was of the last discussion we had with this applicant last year. Again, it was not a concern of the police department, not my concern, not the concern of the neighborhood association. In fact, the neighborhood is been continually asking me, when do they plan to open? Because they're looking forward to having this establishment in the neighborhood. So it is not in that high density area, as Captain Donahue would confirm. I just don't see the need to reject their request this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I found my notes from the August 21st, 2019 meeting, and they indicate that Alder Verveer is correct. So I withdraw my motion.
Okay. And who seconded that? I think Mr. Kano Espina. So you're okay with that? Okay. So do we have a motion, Alder Rivera?
Thank you, and I really appreciate that, Vice Chair Donnelly. Thank you very much. I would move to grant, and I think the simplest way, as I say, would be to simply strike the condition on the license relating to hours in its entirety, instead of substituting a time of 2 a.m. and dealing with the various days of the week.
So the motion is to approve it and to remove the hours condition.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kano Espina seconds that. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Raise your hand if you're a no. And we have no no's, so the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe item 31 was referred to the next agenda. We do have a registrant available to answer questions that just came in, Leslie Douglas for Bar Taco.
That was the applicant I said who had registered, not wishing to speak and did not get the information out.
Yep, she registered available to answer questions, so now she got the link sent to her. So,
okay. We have a motion to go back to, let's see, you said there was 31?
Yes.
Okay, Bonefish Grill. We have a motion to go back to 31. Mr. Grady?
31 and reconsider it.
Okay, and we have a motion and a second to reconsider 31. Mr. Fletcher reconsiders. All right, folks, motion and a second to reconsider item 31. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, raise your hand. No opposed. Okay, item 31. And who do we have online for 31? Who's our registrant?
Leslie Douglas.
Leslie. Are
yes,
you there?
hi.
You're there. Okay. Why don't you tell the committee what you have in mind and what you'd like to have them do?
Well, actually, this is just a change of officers, and we're removing 2 officers and replacing them with 2 new officers.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Ms. Douglas. Can you tell us about this change of officers, please?
Yes, we actually have just recently hired 2 new individuals, and they will be, one of them is obviously going to be the president and manager, and the other one is going to be the CFO. And the other 2 individuals are no longer associated with the company.
So which current officers are carrying forward?
The current officers carrying forward there's only one actually, and that's William Martins, who's the one that's registered, but the 2 new ones are Scott Lawton and Matthew Wilbur.
And what's your role in the establishment?
I'm just the legal coordinator, and so I process applications and work with the attorneys, and this was actually filed by local counsel.
Okay, so are you an attorney?
No, I am just the licensing coordinator, and so I help with the new liquor licenses, renewing liquor licenses, but I do work with the attorneys, and I do know that local counsel filed this particular application.
I wish that everybody had a licensing coordinator.
Well, thank you.
I bet you reduce a great deal of drama in your aura.
Yes.
Okay, so the reason why this wasn't on our consent agenda, and the reason why we actually want to have a conversation with somebody, is that there are 2 kinds of changes of officers. There's the kind where somebody's basically selling the business and doing it by swapping out some of the people. So it's really a new owner, a new operator. And then there's the kind where it's not that. So we want to be able to talk to somebody who can let us know enough about what's going on to be confident that this isn't a sneaky way for somebody to apply for a new license without getting the scrutiny that they would normally get. Are you able to give us enough information for us to make a determination about that, or should we refer this item?
I can tell you that there was an upper tier ownership change, but that the owner of the applicant is still the same. And it was a very high level ownership change.
I think I'm hearing where you're going. Can you tell us just a little bit more, like maybe about the organization structure of this establishment?
Yes, I can tell you that. I'm getting my org chart out here to look at it.
Take your time.
Okay. So the applicant entity is Bar Taco Hilldale LLC, which is 100% owned by Bar Taco LLC, and that is who was on the application, and that's who does currently still own that. And so the ownership change happened at least 4 levels up from that.
Okay. So who cares?
So William Martins, who has always been there, is still there and acting in his capacity, but the other officers left and they brought on these 2 new guys.
So I apologize for being kind of obtuse about this. When you say 4 levels up, like, is it like there's a LLC that owns an LLC that owns an LLC or something?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And so the owners of Bar Taco Hilldale LLC, how many of the owners of that are human beings and how many of the owners are other LLCs?
It's 100% owned by another LLC.
Okay.
So no individuals.
And
no individuals own any percentage for greater than at least 5 levels.
Okay. I can't claim to understand the situation, but I have no further useful questions to ask. Thank you very much for your patience.
No, thank you.
Ms. Silvey or Assistant, well, let's see. Which Assistant City Attorney do we want to have? How about
I want Assistant City Attorney Brist for this.
Okay. So what's your...
Well, an LLC is a small business, small firm in terms of the number of owners often, and it's a pass-through that allows tax benefits to be passed through from the entity to other entities. And frankly, we really couldn't analyze what this is without getting a little more detail. But what I'm guessing is that you have we still don't know who the ultimate owner is, because ultimately some individuals or some other entity owns the parent. And the question is, we don't know that structure. And I mean, it's probably organized this way for tax benefits because LLCs pass through losses, depreciation, other types of benefits that could make something an attractive investment for someone. Although one would think that with a restaurant, you're probably operating a for-profit business and you're passing through benefits, but you're making a profit. But we really don't know who owns this without more information.
Correct. And I can tell you that there's no single individual that owns greater than 10% of the ultimate.
So the ultimate ownership is divided among a number of different people.
Yes.
And no one individual owns more than 10% of the parent.
Correct.
Okay. So when we change the officers, are these people who were owners before or
No.
who were employees?
No, they were only employees.
Okay. If these were employees and we're substituting different employees at the quote unquote corporate level, even though they're LLCs, and I don't think this is a sham to change ownership without without applying for a new license. But obviously, we're taking your word as legal coordinator for that.
And I can send you additional verbiage that describes the ownership structure if you require more information.
Well, what we could do is we could approve it based on the review of those documents, and it has to go to the council before it takes formal effect.
Okay.
That works for the committee members. I would suggest we approve this with the subject to review of the documents that are submitted. That just to indicate that it's not a sham change of ownership of the organization.
Okay, thank you, Assistant Attorney Brist. That said, do we have a motion? And I think Mr. Donnelly is going to make one.
You think correctly. This is why we have legal counsel. Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Brist. I move approval of this item conditional on Assistant City Attorney Brist's review of the documentation that Ms. Douglas will provide to him.
Okay, motion. And Mr. Grady, were you going to second that?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve Mr. Donnelly's motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. Okay. Motion passes. And for Leslie, are you still there?
I am.
Okay. Steve, when would you need to see the docs so that this...
What I would like to have them do is submit the documents to Jim in the clerk's office, and then Jim and I can work through it.
And when do they need to get to the clerk's office so that this can...
Well, that depends on what agenda this is going to go on for licensure.
May 5th.
Okay, so we need to get it before May 5th, at least a few days before May 5th at a minimum. So I would hope that we could get something in, say, the next week.
Fortunately, they have a licensing coordinator.
Yes, I was going to say, I could
Yes.
have them to you by tomorrow.
Well, that's very helpful.
Okay.
you can send them to the clerk's office, and then I will work with Jim.
I will do it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You have a good evening.
Okay, you too.
You all.
That'll
Take us to item 38.
38.
And we do have registrants. Two of them spoke in support of an operator earlier tonight.
Okay, are they still online?
I believe so.
Yeah, yes. We have Gregory Kevberg and Jason as well. Jason.
Okay, well, you guys can flip a coin. One of you can tell the committee what you got in mind and what you'd like them to do, and then we may have some questions for you.
Sure. If you can still hear me, I can take a swing at this. It feels like a little bit like being in a time machine talking about wanting to raise our capacity right now so that we go from not serving drinks to 325 people to not serving drinks to 390 people. But we have applied for this before the world fell apart. When we originally opened, we had a restriction put on our license that limited the number of people we could have in the building beyond what the normal policy of occupancy, restrooms, safety, things like that would, because Jason and I were brand shiny new club owners. And we didn't anticipate that much of a need for the full capacity that our building could handle in our first year. Before COVID wrecked the world, we were doing pretty well, and we anticipate going forward having potentially, not every night, we're not that kind of club, but once or twice a month, maybe, a need to use or an ability to use the full capacity of the building. And we feel like things have gone pretty smoothly, and we have some experience now, and our staff is pretty capable. And we were hoping that you would be comfortable letting us use the 394 capacity that had been determined for our building by the various inspectors and agencies. So that's kind of where we are.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You already answered two of the questions I was going to ask. You currently have an outdoor capacity of 50. Would that be remaining the same?
I'm muted. We anticipate the total capacity for the building going up to 394. We don't want more people than that, even though we might technically be able to squidge them in, because we don't think we could put on a good show for them. So we would like the 394, not 444.
And Captain Donahue? Captain Donahue, does MPD have any concerns about this?
I reached out to the captain of the East District earlier today, and he said no issues with anything on the agenda for the East District.
In fact, have there been any issues at this establishment at all?
I can check real quickly if you want to come back to me.
Nothing jumps to mind. I mean, like I read the things that we get from MPD, and I haven't seen anything of note.
Well, we've got two other folks in the queue, so Cap Donnelly, if you can, or I keep saying, I'm so sorry, Captain Donahue. When you two speak back to back, I've got trouble. So if you want to just check, I'll move to Assistant City Attorney Zilovey, and then Alder Revere. Jennifer?
And they have the capacity for the outdoor listed as 43. So a total of 395 that includes the 43 outdoor. According to the building inspection record, the outdoor is 43, not 50.
Okay. Alder Revere?
Thank you. The alderperson of the district, Grant Foster, asked me to share with my colleagues that he is supportive of this application and has heard of no concerns from the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't look like there's anybody else. I'm going to make a motion. I move to strike condition 2 from this license.
Okay. Motion to strike condition 2 from the license. Do we have a second? Ms. Westra.
So these applicants have been before us a number of times. They've made small steps forward, and with every increase, there's never any trouble. They're still limited by the fire department and building inspections capacities. I don't see a need for us to have a restriction on them as well.
Captain Donahue, did you have any info?
We do have some calls for service there. It doesn't look like there's anything. Not a lot of them have reports that go along with them. There are a couple of concerning things that pop out, but without looking into them any further, I would say overall there's not a lot of calls for service there that amount to anything.
Okay. All right. So we have Mr. Donnelly's motion and a second is Ms. Westra. Mr. Kano Spino.
Sorry, it's 10 p.m. and I'm getting slow. Do you mean that there won't be any restriction on capacity? I thought that we wanted to have a capacity number on all the licenses. Thought we had a conversation about that before.
Well, we've had lengthy conversations about wanting to have a capacity number printed on every license.
Yes.
And that number would be the lowest of three numbers: the one established by building inspection, the one established by the fire department, and if ALRC set one that we set. Frequently, we don't.
I got you now. So the other ones will be in it, but because we don't have an issue, particularly with this business, we are not setting a limit. I understand. Thank you for the clarification.
But also note that if they're doing a huge renovation project, we're probably going to get a change of licensed premises application.
Assistant City Attorney Zillowig.
Jim, you will print the BI number on the license, correct? It's just not a condition.
I mean, we don't right now.
Ever?
An alcohol license?
Yeah.
No.
Because the license should always have a capacity number on it.
It hasn't in my time here.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem.
I think it's been a big subject in the
Right. But is there anything stopping you from just putting the number on a license?
I guess not. If I write in the premise.
That just says capacity is blah.
Yeah.
Would it, since we've got a little confusion here, would it make sense with regard to your motion, Mr. Donnelly, to include the language that Mr. Verbeek could implement to give you the result that you explained to Mr. Kano Espino? Okay, I see a thumbs up. So you want to take a shot at how you would change that?
Mr. Verbeek, please feel free to say no. Would you be comfortable with a make it happen, or would you like more explicit instructions?
Is it just the same? It's the same capacity other than changing. Let's see.
Well, it'll be the lower of the three, right?
Yeah.
Right. So basically, I think what we're talking about here is implementing something that we were talking about in February and 20 other times in the last 3 years, which is find out what the right number is and put it on the license somehow. And that has nothing to do with this application. In general, I'm wholeheartedly in support of that. I think it's a great idea. In fact, I think it's a great idea for every license. And I completely agree with Assistant City Attorney Zillaby's horror at the fact that that's not happening. I know it's not your fault, but.
Okay. My sense is the committee will formalize this for you, Jim, but do you have enough comfort to find the lower of the three and put it on that license without anything more?
Could someone refer? I know Assistant City Attorney Zillaby mentioned the number. I didn't happen to write it down, so I can't recall what it was that she said BI's number was.
BI's number is a total capacity of 395, and that includes the 43 that is allowed outside.
You said 43 outside?
Yes, but that's the 395 is inclusive of that 43.
Our understanding, and I just want to make sure this is clear, was that we could have the 394, 95 inside capacity, and we didn't want extra for outside, but we do want to make sure that we can have that number of people, the 395, inside when appropriate.
Yeah,
that's correct.
You can have 395 inside or up to 43 outside, but that subtracts from the number inside.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. And Mr. Verbeek knows his number for this one, and doing this for other licenses will be on a subsequent ALRC agenda. Okay, that takes us to item 41. Next 5 LLC. Do we have anyone registered for this one?
No.
No. Did we ever, or did they?
There's no one listed at all for 41.
Okay. All right. Assistant City Attorney Zillaby.
We had many discussions, me being myself and the W's attorney had many discussions about this, and the last time we talked, I think, was a day before the last meeting, and then that got pushed to April. But I think if you could refer this to the next meeting, I will find out if they still want to pursue it.
Okay. Alder Revere.
Thank you. I move referral to our next regular meeting.
Okay, and Mr. Donnelly seconds that. So we have a motion and a second to move item 41 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. And I have no one opposed. Okay, item 42. High Noon Saloon. Joe, we have anyone registered for this?
We have a Stephen Renfro who registered in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. I do not see him in our attendee list.
I am here.
Oh,
can you hear me?
there he is. Someone unmuted him. Yes. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening.
Okay. Would you say your name for the committee and tell us what relationship you are to this establishment?
Absolutely. My name is Steve Renfro. I'm the beverage director for Frank Productions, which includes the High Noon Saloon, Majestic Theater, and the Orpheum. And the Sylvia, of course. Can't forget the Sylvia.
Okay, and what are you requesting the committee to do this evening?
Well, we already have a condition in our liquor license at the High Noon Saloon where we're able to use the parking lot as a facility to have shows on Memorial Day. So we'll have an outdoor stage. And we'd like to do the same thing on Labor Day, basically.
Okay. Questions of the applicant? Mr. Kano Spina.
Not of the applicant, but I just wanted to know if they had any issues with security or anything during that event that they do. Maybe Captain.
I have not heard of any issues. And I guess I would ask Mr. Renfro their experience. That was what I was going to ask is, in the past, how many people have they had attend? And just why the request for more, I guess.
Sure. It's kind of an all-day event. We haven't had any issues over the years. For I'm still working with Doug Milks to get the outdoor place of assembly plan in place so I can get an exact occupancy, but I was just pitching the number 500 because our indoor capacity is 400, our patio's 34, and I figured with the parking lot we could probably have a few more. The day goes, we switch bands between outside and inside, so there's never really a lot of people in one place, but that was my thinking there.
Where do they go for parking? Like, how do they do for parking?
Sure, we have
areas already an issue. So how do you guys do for parking?
For parking, we have the paint lot that we rent across the street, across Livingston, Blount. And then there's also the MG&E Good Neighbor lot, so we can use on the weekends and holidays and after 5 o'clock.
How many parking spaces do you have in there? It's not that big of a parking lot.
It's not that big of a parking lot, no.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, just a quick question. Would you be expecting about the same size of crowd for the new event as you have previously?
Yeah, we're trying to do the same sort of bluegrass kind of feel event, so we're expecting the same sort of turnout.
And the same security plan, obviously, and things like that, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Assistant City Attorney Zillaby, did you have a comment? There you go. You're unmuted now.
Oh, sorry. I'm wondering if Mr. Renfro is a member of the High Noon Saloon LLC.
I am not a member of the High Noon Saloon LLC. I did work there forever, though, with Kathy Deathmers.
Well, because typically somebody making the request is a member of the LLC or the liquor beer agent.
I see. Yeah, I believe Fred Frank is the agent on the license.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I work for Fred Frank, so.
You have a thought on that? Either of the two assistant city attorneys here? Because I know in the past we have not taken action based on a request from somebody who wasn't a member of the LLC or the agent.
That's correct. And the event that they're looking at is not until Labor Day, so referral would not compromise the event. I'm sorry that you
That's all right.
waited all this long for that.
Captain Donahue, did you have something?
No, I'm now that Assistant City Attorney Zilvey said that, I'm
okay. All right. To make it, Alder Carter. I'm trying to unmute you and it won't work.
We'll get it sooner or later. I move referral to our next scheduled meeting.
Okay, a motion to refer to the next scheduled meeting. Mr. Pino Espina seconds that. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. I see no hands. Okay, we are on to our next agenda item, which is item 43. Do we have anyone registered for 43?
Yes, this is Colleen Boss.
Okay, why don't you introduce yourself to the committee and tell the committee what you would like to have them do?
Sure, I'm Colleen Boss. I'm the owner of Boss Meadery LLC, and we're trying to put some dates on the calendar for summertime events. We've done these in the past. We've done a bluegrass festival, we've done a women's music festival, and we basically just kind of in a very informal DIY way move things into the back parking lot behind 849 East Washington and use our loading dock to have some live music. We serve beer and mead in the back parking lot, and we're able to provide some music and some fun for the community. And we'd like to be able to do this again this summer and in future summers. Obviously, we had originally been looking at doing an event in May. That's not going to work out given the current situation. Guessing event in June also may not work out given the current situation. But we'd like to have the option to be able to do some things like this, which we think that we've done successfully in the past.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Colleen? Mr. Fletcher.
Colleen, about how many of these events have you done in the past?
I think we've done this about 5 times in the past.
Okay, and have there been any sorts of operational issues or things that you've kind of changed or adjusted over time that you'd take into this more ongoing approach?
I think that we've certainly learned some things from doing it in the past that we'll bring to bear in the future. But we've honestly always kept things so small scale. I don't feel like we've had any, real dramatic opportunities for learning. It's been more, minor in terms of figuring out how to help people flow comfortably through the space and things like that. Making sure we've got a tent and some chairs for the older folks.
What then has been, in the, I think you call them DIY sort of events, right? But what's been the size of the gathering in the past versus this, which is, again, I think you're aiming to raise the outdoor capacity by 300 for the set days, right? So, how many people have attended in the past?
Yeah, I think our max capacity in the past was around 300. We're basically just asking for the same thing that we've done previously. We're just trying to set it up in a more structured way for future summers.
Okay, thank you.
Captain Donnelly.
I'm going to call her Captain Donahue.
Did I do it again?
No.
That's not my night.
It's a good thing Mr. Donnelly's first name isn't Captain. My only question, if someone on the committee can speak to this, when Ms. Boss and I spoke, was the concern about having people, if she could have people move from outside in the parking lot through a common space in the building and to her already licensed establishment. And if not, she can make arrangements for that. But that was something that came to mind because it's a shared building. If people wanted to go in to use the restrooms or do whatever, can they go back and forth from inside to out?
She is unmuted.
Oh, are you looking for an answer from me?
No, I was maybe Assistant City Attorney Zilvey maybe could answer that. I don't want to put you on the spot.
So you're asking if they can go, if people outside can go to the licensed inside space?
With alcohol, if they can move from outside in the parking lot through the common space, or what kind of arrangements would she need to make so that people weren't going from the parking lot into a common space in the building and into the licensed establishment?
Oh, so you can't, so there's a portion that's not licensed.
Yeah.
And just for the record, in the past, what we've done is just had the sort of typical inside bar area shut down so that there wasn't necessarily a reason for people to go back and forth. And I'm certainly comfortable continuing with that, but I'm also, interested in the city's guidance on this for sure.
Who is the space shared with?
There's multiple folks in the space. So the active ones right now are probably, well, right now nobody's active, to be honest, but the active ones during a normal time would be like Love and Light Hair Salon is upstairs. They're the only ones who are probably operating on the weekends. During the week, most of the places that are there are like doing IT support or consulting or architecture, and they're not actually there occupying the building on the weekends, which is why my landlord tends to be open-minded about doing things like this.
Where this sounds a lot like the arcade discussion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the little drawing of the parking lot and then where the indoor licensed premises. And what you've been doing in the past is everybody's out in the parking lot and you have restroom porta potties out in the parking lot?
That's right.
So
I think
it's actually really straightforward. So the common spaces can't be part of the licensed premises because you don't have sole control over them. And people cannot carry alcohol off the licensed premises. So no, it won't work.
And let me just make sure I'm understanding this correctly, because this is how we've done it in the past. Essentially, we're just saying the back parking lot is a licensed premises for that day. And we're just not giving people access to the building, which I'm completely fine with.
Technically, well, so first of all, that is absolutely fine. Technically, you have two non-contiguous spaces that are your licensed premises. And so it would be fine for there to be people inside and outside. It's even fine for people to move in between the two as long as they don't carry alcohol into the neutral zone. And your employees could move alcohol between the places. Like that's how when there are sidewalk cafes, they're able to serve people by walking across the sidewalk and then go to the tables.
Right.
What you're doing is certainly the safest and easiest way to do it.
I don't have any other questions, and I support the application.
Okay. So I don't see anyone else in the queue. Alder Carter, I'm sorry.
I move approval.
Okay, and Mr. Kano Spina seconds that. And do we have any conditions that need to go with this based on the discussion we just had? Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second to approve the request. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. No hands. Motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm just curious, what happened with item 25? Because we do have a registrant in the attendee list that registered in support available to answer questions.
25.
It's a Dave and Buster's.
I believe it was passed on the consent agenda.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure he knew that and wasn't hanging around waiting to be recognized. It was Aaron Wheeler. Thank you.
Yeah, it was on the consent agenda and didn't get pulled off. So, okay.
Maybe he just wants to watch the show.
Yeah. All right. So where was I? 45, correct?
Correct.
20 plus entertainment license for Beer Rock. We haven't registered for that?
We do.
We do? Okay. Who would that be?
The agent, Brian Carbo.
Okay, Brian. Good evening. Thanks for hanging out with us. Take a few minutes and tell the committee what you have in mind for the entertainment license.
We're applying for an entertainment license to host live music. I don't know if there's anything specific you're looking for.
Hours?
Our hours are not changing.
What would those be?
It differs by the day of the week, but basically either 10 p.m. or 12 a.m. on weekends.
Okay. Questions of the applicant? No questions. Anyone have a motion? Captain Donahue, any police department concerns about this?
No concerns from the North District.
Okay. Alder Carter.
Move approval.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly. Did you have a question or were you going to second that?
Sorry, I thought I was still muted and you asked me either or question rather than a yes, no. I have a question.
Okay.
For the applicant. So please tell us more about what you're planning to do. You're talking about adding a entertainment license. So presumably there's something that's going to change about your business. What's going to change?
We want to host live music.
Can you please tell us about hosting live music? What kind of music will you host? How many times a week?
I guess that I'm not pigeonholing any one particular genre of music. I would assume most of them would fall on weekends like Fridays and Saturdays, but would certainly like the flexibility to host another day if the opportunity arose.
How long have you been operating this establishment?
A little short of 2 years.
What made you decide to start hosting music now?
Increased business, primarily.
What changes will there be to your security operations?
I think very little. We've hosted a handful of single day temporary entertainment permits. And I mean, nothing has like come close to exceeding capacity or anything like that. So I'm not sure.
So tell us a bit about some of the events that you've put on before when it was single day things.
We've had, I remember for our 1 year anniversary, we had live music. We had a band play. It was a little bit of a celebration of our 1 year in business and went over well.
Let's see.
Additional questions of the applicant? Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So from the lengthy silence, I'm guessing that the other members of the committee are feeling at least something like what I am. We don't see anything specifically concerning about this application. We would like to know more. And what we're accustomed to is when someone is talking about adding live music to their business, that it's something that they've thought about and have opinions about, and we'd like to hear them. You've been very forthcoming in answering the questions that I've asked, but I'd like it's tough. It's I'm not even sure how to ask it because we've never had to ask it before. What excites you about adding entertainment to your business?
I guess I like the atmosphere that it provides. We do see increase in business because of it. People generally seem happy and our customers seem happy when we try to do something for the community.
What challenges does it present?
it's a challenge to, sometimes find the proper bands to play and make sure everybody's schedules align. Maybe there's just a little more work rearranging the space, but it's nothing that's overly challenging.
I see a couple more hands, so I will step down now.
Yeah, Alder Carter and then Mr. Grady. Yep. Okay, you're unmuted now, Alder Carter.
Oh, can you tell me what your target age group is?
I guess when we put together our business plan, our target age group was 25 to 45, but not that we're excluding anybody else from attending.
Okay. And what type of music have you had in the past? What kind of bands?
I guess you would describe them as Americana in the past.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And can you tell me where you're located?
2911 North Sherman Avenue.
Is that by the mall over there?
Yeah, we're part of the Northside Town Center.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Grady?
What size building do you have there? I'm not familiar with it.
You're looking for capacity?
Yes.
99.
Okay. And how many people do you anticipate when you have a band?
I think we've done it twice, maybe 3 times. I'm trying to think. Maybe 75 people.
Okay. And you have food available then too?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mr. Kano Espina?
So I think that my hesitation is because sometimes entertainment business or entertainment historically has caused some issues with noise, has caused some issues with more garbage, increase, like you said, you have more business that can cause issues with the neighborhood. Because you are in the mall, there is no residential area or housing right next to your business, correct?
Correct.
What is the closest housing to you?
I would say probably over 200 yards away to the north-ish.
And during those 2 events or a few events that you had, did you had any neighbors complain about noise, or to your knowledge, were there any issues with garbage or noise after the event?
No.
And you close at midnight, correct? The latest that you will be open is midnight, correct?
Correct.
So just as a piece of advice, if it gets granted, I think that it would be a good idea to think about your security plan. Just make sure that you maybe have a couple more staff available. 90 people is not that many, but it is maybe if you get to capacity, it will be more issues that can happen. So just kind of maybe think a little bit about that and plan that a little better. But other than that, I don't have any more comments. Thank you.
Captain Donahue, did I see your hand up?
Yes, please. I would just add, having come from the North District for the 2 years previous to being in my current spot, Central, and growing up and living most of my life on the north side of town, that I think this is a really exciting thing to have as an addition to the north side. There's not much like this in that area. It's inside of a strip mall that is really trying to rejuvenate and become more of a draw for the community on that side of town. In the 2 years that I was there most recently, we had no issues at the establishment. And the mall itself is well run by a very engaged businessman on that side of town. So in addition to Captain Ackert saying he didn't have any issues, I do believe that if done well and in conjunction with the North Police District, if they need any assistance, I think this would be a nice addition to the neighborhood.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. Any other comments or questions? If not, do we have a motion? Oliver Vera.
I move to grant.
Okay, and Ms. Westra is seconding that. Okay, we have a motion to grant the entertainment license. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Donnelly is shaking his hands.
Because there wasn't another way to get this up. I abstain.
Oh, okay. One abstention. All right. Otherwise, the motion passes. Well, thank you very much, and good luck with your entertainment. Takes us then down to item 47. Another 18-plus license for Tinsmith.
They also have a new license, number 54 as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
They have a new alcohol license, item number 54 as well.
Oh, okay. So we got two together here. So who do we have registered?
Oh, hi, I'm Jessica Wortenweiler. I am the co-owner of the Tinsmith. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So I have the other owner, Eric Welch, with me here as well. And then additionally, we have our bar program consultant, Mark Sanito, who should also be on the line available for further questions.
Okay, well, why don't we just start out with, I don't know if you've heard any other discussions, but maybe what you've got in mind, what kind of entertainment. So you've got a large capacity, maybe talk about your security plan, other kinds of things.
Sure, definitely. So the Tinsmith is a private reception hall. We're located in the 800 block of East Main Street. So we're in between the Sylvie and Hotel Indigo. We're in an old Choctaw building that we've done an extensive renovation on. The renovation started in the fall and we are set to be done mid-May. So our primary focus with the building is weddings. So we anticipate about 85% of our events will be weddings. The other 15% would be corporate events, nonprofit galas, and the like. We will be open 7 days a week. And that means, for us, that means available for booking 7 days a week. So like I said, we are a private reception hall, not open for public events. We anticipate in the busy season, so that would be summer for us, hopefully hosting 1 to 2 events per week. And then in the off season, in the winter, hopefully 2 or 3 events per month. The entertainment license we are requesting is so that people that book our reception hall can go ahead and have music at their wedding or event. So that would be, string quartets perhaps during a ceremony, DJ or band during the dancing portion of a wedding. We don't offer catering. Clients can bring in food from any licensed and insured caterer they want. our occupancy is obviously based on our building square footage, our exiting plan, and our sprinklers. But I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at the layout of our space. It consists of 3 spaces. We will be hosting on-site wedding ceremonies in addition to the reception. And our ceremony hall can seat 210 people. Our main hall, which is where people would have dinner, can seat 235. So really the vast majority of our events will be around that 235 or under, just based on the nature of weddings and how our building is laid out. I can keep going, or questions that anyone has.
We'll see if any of the committee has questions for you. Assistant City Attorney Zillaby does.
Sure.
Is there any food requirement for people who are renting your facility?
I would say it's not required, but the nature of weddings is that they're obviously booked, 6 months to 18 months out. So we have been booking events, even though we're not open yet. And every event that we've booked is having food. It's just customary to provide food to people when you're hosting them for an event, but we don't have like a technical requirement for it.
So somebody could come and rent the place and just have alcohol but no food, correct?
Yes.
Alder Carter?
Yes, you got that. Do you have a kitchen in your facility for caterers to come and prep?
Yeah, so we have a prep, I would say call it like a prep staging space available for caterers to use. It's going to have a 3-compartment sink, hand washing station, stainless prep tables, and refrigeration space. But I would say 90% of the caterers that we're working with prepare their food offsite at their own licensed catering kitchen, hold it hot, bring it into our kitchen, and then they would set it up for either a buffet or for plating. So we're not going to have a hood in our kitchen. So it's not for like actually preparing food.
Okay. And then also if someone were to, a wedding would do something like a potluck, there's areas where they could, bring their own dish and serve.
Yeah. So at this point, we're actually only allowing licensed and insured caterers to bring in food. We're not allowing people to bring in their own.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? I'll just ask you a question on the entertainment. The entertainment is going to vary based on who's renting, and they are the people that arrange for the entertainment?
That's correct. We wouldn't directly be hiring any performers. That would be, so for instance, like the wedding couple that is booking the tinsmith would then go ahead and book, let's say, a DJ for their wedding.
Would you let a promoter, someone who wasn't getting married, if they just wanted to rent the place and bring in a band and cater in some alcohol?
I would say that that's really not the focus of our business. We do predict that hopefully at least every Saturday during the summer months will be booked with a wedding. And just to be honest, I'm not really sure, like financially, I don't think it would make sense. I don't think a promoter would pay our prices to rent our facility, but that's definitely not something that we're planning on doing or are interested in accommodating.
Okay, other questions of the applicant? Mr. Cano Espina?
So if a person brings a DJ or somebody, and then the party is getting out of hand,
mm-hmm.
how do you guys? What is your plan? What do you do? Who provides the security? Who can say, the event is closed now and you got to leave?
Sure. So our reception hall will be fully staffed when it's rented. So for us, that means one bartender per every 75 attendees, in addition to two sort of roaming staff members that would just be, monitoring the facility. And then in addition to like an operations manager. So those would be the people that we have on site while the venue is rented. And so we would have the ability, if things were getting out of hand, to shut things down.
But not security.
No, we're planning on having all of our staff trained on sort of hands-off de-escalation techniques.
And you can have 500 people, like you can just spec parties up to 500 people?
So that's our building capacity, which is based on our square footage and our exiting and fire suppression plan. So like I said earlier, the space is it's under 9,000 square feet. So we really are not anticipating holding many events of that size because our main focus is weddings. And like I said, we can fit 210 people in our ceremony space and 235 in our main hall. The venue is sort of like 3 separate rooms. If you see on the layout, it's not like one big space.
But somebody can rent all 3 rooms if they want to.
Yes, exactly. That is how it's rented because there's just like one set of bathrooms servicing all of the areas of the venue.
Oh, so that is how you rent it. You rent all 3 rooms.
Yes, exactly.
So you cannot have 2 different parties going at the same time, one in one room and one in another?
Nope. We only rent or we only hold one event per day. And that is because of the bathrooms. There are not 3 separate sets of bathrooms in each space. There's just one set of bathrooms for the whole reception hall.
And I'm sorry if you said this before, but what is the hours that you will close the event?
So right now in our contracts that we're signing for weddings, we have last call, last song at 11:30, and then guests off the premise by midnight, and vendors, bride and groom off by 12:30. I have had a couple of corporate clients that have reached out and been interested in events, and one of their end times they wanted to be midnight. So that would be like last call, last on midnight, guests off by 12:30.
What is that corporate client? What does that mean? So if a big corporation wants to make a big party, they can do it?
Yep, exactly. This particular client was Shopbop that was interested in holding their Christmas party with us.
Anything further, Mr. Kano-Espina? Okay, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the direction that Mr. Kano-Espina was going is the same thing I was thinking about, that a capacity of 500 is an awful lot of people. Is it actually, what is the largest number of people you anticipate having there at one time?
I just think like logistically, the way this space works for a seated dinner, for like a seated event, really like 235 is the max. If we had a cocktail event standing room, I think technically like you could do up to 400. I really would be surprised if we got many events of that size.
Okay.
We currently have no event bookings. The Shopbop party was the biggest, and that was 300.
If we had a capacity restriction of 300, how burdensome would that be?
I would say it would be very burdensome just from this simple fact that we've paid for the HVAC capacity, for the sprinkler system, for the exiting for 500 people. And so to cut, 200 people off of that would be, I guess that would have consequences for our business. We're in the early stages of opening, and we just don't want to put these restrictions on ourselves if, once a year we have an event like a DNC type event.
The Rainbow Project has a 500-person event once a year. Hi, everybody. It's Eric. Our neighbor, the Rainbow Project, has a yearly gala at 500 people, and the Boys and Girls Club has one as well. So we will get these requests and bookings, but we won't if we have that restriction.
Sure. So the reason that I am asking is we have to apply a different standard of scrutiny the larger an establishment will be. Because the bigger it is, the harder it is to manage, and the worse things can go if they go wrong. What we've seen a number of times in the past is that somebody will start smaller. They start with a capacity. So, for example, you can start with a capacity of 300. You come back in 6 months and say, everything's been going great. Can we go to 400? Or maybe can we go to 500 once a month? And then everything's great. And 6 months later, we lift it entirely. You saw one earlier tonight were you watching the meeting when we were talking about Crucible?
Yeah, we've been watching for a while now.
So, and your troopers. So I don't remember what their capacity originally was. You could search in Legistar and see it's like ticked up bit by bit by bit over a few years. Now, that isn't to say that that's what has to happen. But if you're going for 500 now, we are going to apply all of the scrutiny that we would to a 500-person establishment. And when you say, well, usually it's just going to be 235, we have to ignore that. Because we can't say, well, you said 230. What we really hear you say is 500. And so questions like Mr. Kano Espino was asking, what is your security plan? What happens if things get out of hand?
Sure.
How are people trained? So you said bartender for every 75 people. So if you had 500 people, that would be, you can't have fractional bartenders. So 7 bartenders plus 2 floaters plus the operations coordinator.
Correct. So I guess I have a couple of points that I can add to this.
Fire away.
The first is that we're a private event venue. So when we're talking about having an event for 500 people, that is, I can confidently say, most likely going to be a nonprofit gala or a company. When I say corporate event, I mean a company party. So this is Exact Sciences hosting their fall company staff party with us. So these aren't situations. This isn't like a club situation. So that would be first point. I lost my second point.
We can hire private security.
Right. So, we're definitely very open and willing to hire private security for these larger events, or to place some sort of restriction, like one 500-person event, 3 a year or something like that. We just think it would be, we built this big facility.
You're going in the right direction.
Money into it for 500 people, and to limit that.
So I think you're totally going in the right direction. It's having something, basically everything that you're saying about what you're actually going to do sounds fine. It's just, we have to assume that unless it's written down and is part of the license, that we can't count on that being what happens. So saying a capacity of 300, except for 3 times a year when it can be 500, that sounds great to me. And of course, there's nothing stopping you from coming back with an application for a change of licensed conditions to have the condition changed or removed after you've got enough of a track record that we're sure, oh yeah, these people, they're fine.
Sure, that makes sense. So would you actually be limiting our building occupancy?
Well, we would be limiting your ALRC capacity, and this is confusing for those of us who are here. You have 3 different capacities. One comes from the building inspector's office, and that is based on the size of the space and number of bathrooms and some other factors. The second one comes from the fire marshal, and that is based on sprinkler systems and exits, so people can safely flee in the unlikely event of a fire. And then the third one is ALRC, where we will sometimes impose a capacity because bigger events are more likely to get out of hand and have problems. So of those 3 numbers, whichever is the lowest one is the one that applies.
Understood.
I have a question. In this application, it says that staff will be dressed in uniforms that will be clearly distinguish them from the guests. And it actually identifies security personnel, and yet you said you weren't going to have security personnel.
We're going to have 2 people. So besides the bartenders and the operations person on site, we'll have 2 people that are roaming the facility. Maybe Mark would like to take this question to clarify.
Mark, start talking.
Is
Mark
unmuted.
there?
His mic is open.
Not sure, but I guess I would say, so the type of events that we're holding, like a wedding, I would say it would be uncustomary to have people wearing shirts that say security on them, right? That might sort of set the bad impression, like a weird.
Well, let me just stop you there because I am just reading what you wrote.
Sure.
Right?
I think that was in pertaining to the 18 plus entertainment license, in which case, so if we were hosting an event, like let's say it would be hosting a UW student group, right, where we would have people that were under 21 in attendance, this would definitely be a situation where we would have security and they would definitely be wearing security shirts to announce their presence. But for a wedding, I see that as a different situation.
I have no more questions because I don't think that question was asked. Thank you.
Mark is saying he is here if you do want to unmute him.
Well, we may.
I'm sorry. Do you guys hear me now?
We may come back to that. Mr. Kano Spina, did you have a question? You should be unmuted.
Thank you. So I think that we were going in the right direction, and I think that we can get to a place here. I think that we're concerned about the size and we're concerned about possibilities. I don't think that anybody's saying that you're gonna have a bad business or that your weddings are gonna be, dangerous or anything of that sort. But we have to have the responsibility of the safety and security of the community. So I think that the idea of having a lower number with possibilities for special events, like you said, the rainbow or a particular event, maybe 3 times a year, 4 times a year, something like that. I think that makes a lot of sense to me, and I think it makes sense to other people. And I would also like to add that, and I heard one of you said that you will be open to have security staff. You don't have to have them necessarily saying security, but having security staff for those events would reassure us that that the event is going to be safe, because even in a fundraising event, something can happen. Somebody was drinking, something can happen. Somebody can do something. So
am I being heard now?
Is that a possibility for you too, or is that something that you are not open to do?
Oh, we're definitely open to that. Definitely. Mark, do you want to jump in?
Yes. Hi. Sorry, my mic was muted there. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Mark. I'm with Conito Consulting. I'm their beverage and hospitality consultant here. My experience and background has been, you guys have seen me years before. I used to be with Plan B, and so I have the experience of high volume, high capacity crowds. And with that, and my experience of 15 plus years of restaurants and bars and crowd management, largely that's one of the big roles I'm going to play here with them is training all the staff in not only de-escalation tactics and being able to calm people down and manage a large crowd, and being able to keep, there's all these factors within an establishment of the lighting and the sound, having the lights being too dim or having the music too loud. Those can affect how people are interacting with each other. The louder the music gets, the louder the people get amped up, and that, along with over serving, can lead to a lot of those concerns that you guys have with security. And I get that. But one of the big thing that I impress upon the staff that I train is the big part of not serving and keeping an eye the whole time. The way that our bar is going to be set up is going to be where our backs are basically never turned to the customers either. So always keeping an eye out on the crowd and knowing what's going on and being able to, jump into action if something does occur. Given the fact that this environment is not going to be a club setting, it's not based around the music, it's not even really based around the bar. This environment is going to be one that is in place for the guests to have a pleasant experience, and that is really, I think, the big factor here with not having a set security personnel, but having people that are going to maintain, the eyes on the crowd to kind of feel and know what's going on and know how to act with it when something does, or if something does occur. With that being said, we've discussed that, if there is an event where it seems to be more of a crowd that is under 21, hiring a private security staff to come in and be able to keep an eye closer, because in the experience that I've had at the other establishment, that things get a little rowdier sometimes when you do have those, if you don't properly plan it out. A lot of those in my past experience have been with loud music, and they were hyped up environments. This is not the environment that's we're going with this venue.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, Mark actually touched on a question that I wanted to get to, which was kind of the experience of you all in running a venue like this. Just if you could touch upon that, or similar sorts of things for the committee. Again, it's, I'm glad that we're looking towards this, what I'd refer to as a laddered approach to the capacity issue. But if you could speak to that, the question around kind of your own experiences, that would be good.
Sure, definitely. So for the last 8 years, I've been running Curd Girl, which is a local food cart. I should note that when I started Curd Girl, I had never fried a cheese curd before, but things have gone really exceptionally well with that business. I also own and manage rental properties, so definitely have a lot of hands-on experience running businesses. Eric, you want to speak to your
I've been running
business experience?
Running a painting company now for 12, 13 years, and warehouse redevelopment for 4. I'm Jessica's helper on this project on the tinsmith portion of the business. And I'm fully confident in her ability to run a very tight ship and organized business.
We're definitely, very, very dedicated to the success of this project. I would say we have a lot of our own capital on the line here. The bank believes in us. The SBA believes in us. They both approved our financing for this project. And for us not having direct bar experience, it was very, very important for us to bring in experienced professionals. So that's why we hired a bar consultant, and we'll be hiring a very experienced bar manager going forward. That hire is going to put on hold a little bit due to our delayed opening.
Right. And Mark will actually be on site for the first 4 events at least to oversee and continue training.
Plus a 6-month review where we'll come back and relook and reevaluate kind of how things are going, where things can be more beneficial, safer, and efficient to make sure that everything is a good, clean running operation all around.
Yeah, and I guess I would just add, both Eric and I are very passionate about entrepreneurship and creating something from the ground up. We both live in the neighborhood, we're just very all in on this project.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Captain Donahue, did you have anything you wanted to add on especially the security issue and the crowd size, the potential?
Yes, please. So I personally, not just as a central district captain, but a mom who's helping a daughter plan a wedding right now, can appreciate the fact that these kind of venues are in high demand, and when run well, are very, very successful businesses. And this area of downtown it's not highly residential, so there's not going to be a big impact on that side of East Washington Avenue in this area. I think that some of the issues of the location will prevent a lot of parties, like Jessica said, that are really big in size just because of parking issues and things like that will make it a little bit less, it will be not quite as easy to have that many people just because of logistics. I think when I think about, and Jessica, please correct me if I'm wrong, but after having spoken, I compare this to something, a venue like the Masonic Temple or Madison Club, or these venues that they're not bars, like Jessica said, they're not nightclubs. They are hosting family and friend functions or the corporate events. I do have good stories about some weddings gone bad, but that can happen at any venue. But I don't see this. I personally look at this through a little bit different lens than I look at our bars or nightclubs. I am certainly, as the district, have offered to Jessica that we are happy to work with her. I think that she has her head in a good space and knows kind of what some of the opportunities are to branch out into a different business. But I think that the space is going to be a beautiful spot and bring a lot to that area. And I support it. I do have some concerns with having too many large events, but at the same time, I would be in favor of not handcuffing them. See what I did there? Not handcuffing them too much by preventing them from the opportunity of hosting larger gatherings.
Alder Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a specific follow-up question of Captain Donahue, please, and then also a question or two for the applicants, whichever you prefer. I do first.
Any order you want.
Okay. Well, Captain, it looks like you're still muted. So if you could be unmuted by the chair or city channel staff.
Too quick to unmute or to.
Anyway, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but your last sentence or two that you just articulated, I think answered my question, but I want to be clear. You are comfortable on behalf of the police department supporting capacity as requested of 470 persons inside and 30 persons outside?
Yeah, yes, I would say perhaps you could put something into the license that would require them to reach out to the police department to notify us if they are hosting events over a certain number. I know that we hear from that's a condition on other license because I frequently get messages from other license holders that are just giving us the heads up on what kind of event they're hosting, if they're having additional security. And again, would hope that they would, if they had a question about a certain event that maybe they hadn't done before, or pitfalls that we might see from hosting a particular event, the difference between hosting a wedding and hosting maybe a fraternity, sorority party, or whatever it may be, that if they have questions, we will make ourselves available to help walk through some of that stuff. But I do think some conditions wouldn't hurt, but I just don't want to make them too strict as to make it difficult for them to do their business.
Thank you, Captain. What capacity would you recommend we potentially use with the condition that they are required to notify the Central Police District so many days in advance of a high attendance event? What number would you be comfortable with there?
I guess if we could hear of over 300 or 350, the Sylvie hosts events all the time with, I don't know what their capacity is, but we don't hear from them on all their events and have very few problems at their events too, because they're well run. So, again, I don't have a lot of concerns, but I don't think it hurts to have something on there for the time being.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, if I could ask a question or two of the applicants.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So, for Jessica, Eric, and Mark, could you share with us what your experience has been working with the Marquette Neighborhood Association and the Alder of the district, Alderperson Rummel, as you've been working on this proposal, I know, for I think over a year, if I remember correctly, including your experience with the land use approval process. If I remember correctly, I believe you've already received the approval of the Madison Plan Commission.
Yeah, absolutely. So we were, like I said, both Eric and I live in the neighborhood in Sassy and the Marquette Neighborhood Association. So we went before the P&D committee twice, and we got unanimous approval for our application with no conditions added. That was then approved also by the M&A full committee. And then we went before the, what was it called? The design commission. Sorry. So we've gone through the full permitting process for our reconstruction project. And we went to the UDC and got first and final approval. They were very supportive of the application.
And Alderperson Rummel?
Yep. So I reached out to her, told her about the application, let her know I would be happy to give her a tour if she wanted, and to answer any questions, sit down and have a meeting. I never heard anything back from her.
She was at the neighborhood association meeting, though.
The MNA meeting, the PMD.
She's aware.
Did you gentlemen wish to add anything to Jessica's response?
I think that I used to live in the neighborhood as well previously, and still have friends that live in the neighborhood, and everyone that I've talked to is really excited about it. Doesn't seem to have any large concerns. I think that it's obviously I think it's going to be a good addition to the neighborhood, but everyone that I've talked to in the neighborhood too, it seems like it's a great idea and a great place to have it. The fact that it's not next to houses at all, it's not a residential area, it's a very industrial kind of corridor that isn't going to bother anyone, but also be a great addition to a space that was once just kind of a dilapidated tin can, if I will. So I think that it's going to be a great addition to the space.
So lastly, the bottom line is I don't believe we received our usual correspondence from the Marquette Neighborhood Association on this one, but it's your understanding and your representation.
We can get that for you.
I'll follow up with Jack and have him send that tomorrow. Yes, we were on
We thought he had.
3 months ago. Yeah.
Did you say that they did send us correspondence?
I'm not sure.
We'll double check.
I will double check that, and I'll have Jack Kier, chair of P&D, send you an email or a letter of support tomorrow.
That's fine. I just wanted to confirm that it's your representation tonight that the Marquette Neighborhood Association was fully supportive of the requested capacity of 500 persons.
Yes, that's correct. They didn't place any restrictions on their approval.
Okay, great. And I guess one last thing, I'm sure you have no objection to this, but the condition that Captain Donahue suggested, you would have no difficulty relaying any booked events that are over 300 capacity to her and her colleagues in the Central Police District.
We would be happy to do that. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Good luck with all this.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Fletcher, did you have comment or question?
I didn't, Mr. Chair, no.
Okay. All right. Well, then I don't have anyone else in the queue. Do we have a motion if we don't have any further discussion? Mr. Kano Espina?
I would like to move to approve with the condition that they will contact the Central District Police for any event over 350. Is that okay, Captain? And talk with them about security plans too for those large events.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second. If I could just confirm that we're moving to grant agenda items 47 and 54.
Yes.
And if I could just suggest that the condition be that the establishment must notify the Central Police District in writing within 1 week of any anticipated events with capacities in excess of 350 persons.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Alder Carter?
And to mention that if it was a UW student event, then they would have security. I'm just not confident that they have really considered security as the safety of their guests. Thank you.
And Alder Carter, I think you're muting yourself, and that's why it's taking an extra step to unmute you. So if you would just let the chair mute you or myself, that would be good. Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Trying to figure out how to word something. Well, I guess I have a question for the applicants. You've talked about, I think, 3 different kinds of events. Weddings, corporate events, and student things. Am I remembering right, or are there other categories?
No, I would say that's correct. Just lumping nonprofit in with corporate. Mm-hmm.
Sure. I mean, it's a nonprofit corporation. So there's a qualitative difference between those kinds of events that is easy to understand, but difficult to describe in precise language. Would you like to take a stab at it? Like if you were going to write something down on a piece of paper to tell the difference between a wedding, a corporate event, and a student event, how would you put it?
Just the differences in terms of, sure. Well, I can speak sort of, I think I realize the point that you're getting at, maybe in regards to security. So I would say a corporate or nonprofit event would be sort of the least likely to get out of hand, right? These are people that are professional.
Absolutely.
Workers. I would say the middle of those events would be a wedding where, you may have the uncle or the like that that gets slightly out of hand. I would still say it's less likely to go that direction than just any random night at a bar. And then lastly, we have a student event, which is something that honestly, like, we're not really looking to host that type of event because that's not really where we want to spend our time. Is sort of like working with the clientele. We want to keep the option open, but obviously this is a situation that definitely requires private security. And that would be like an event that you would most likely have problems at.
Well, you've accurately understood what I was thinking about. We certainly, you should not, and we should not discriminate based on student status. Let's see. Oh man, yeah, I'm reaching. I'm not finding anything.
There's certainly an acknowledgement of risk when taking on some of these younger crowd events, and that's one of the reasons why I'm being brought in with this, is to be able to foresee those a little bit. And you can't see the future and plan for every possible scenario because we all know things just kind of happen sometimes. But you can prepare as best as possible. And given the experiences that I've had in the industry, that is one of the things that I bring to the table here to be able to help train the staff and prepare them for those things.
Makes sense.
Mr. Donnelly, were you thinking about the difference, perhaps, which goes in part to some of the different sponsors, but this is an 18 plus license, so there are difficulties that come with having underage folks in a big area where there's alcohol and the different type of management that takes in when perhaps if it's a student event, there could be a greater percentage of underage folks than there might be at a corporate event.
Absolutely. But at a wedding, you're going to have people of all different ages.
Yeah, that's kind of the middle category.
I'm just not coming up with anything. So one thing, Mr. Cano Espina, how do you feel about it being 300 rather than 350? And I had another thing and I should have written it down because it's getting late and I forgot it. Alder Verveer, what is it that you said earlier? Because I think it was something based on what you said that triggered whatever I was thinking.
I wish you could give me more direction, Vice Chair.
All right, forget it. If I remember it, great. Otherwise,
I will say that as a seconder to Mr. Cano Espino's motion, I certainly consider the 300 capacity change to be friendly to me.
And I just remembered it. You said that the notification to the police should be in writing and within a week. Would you consider email to be an acceptable form of in writing?
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's what I meant. That's what I assumed would be the case.
And by within a week, do you mean at least a week before the event happens?
Yes, prior to the event occurring.
Awesome. Then no further questions.
Fernando, you did have your hand up. Okay. Trying to unmute you here.
So I think that our Alder Carter, I could not hear the whole thing that she said, but I'm thinking that she wanted to add a restriction about if there were student events that we would be asking for extra security, but I could not hear it completely. I will support that if that was her intention as another restriction for it. That is not just talking to the district, but that they will automatically will put I don't know, an extra number of security of personnel within discussions with the police district. I don't know, Alder Carter, if that was what you were asking.
Well, that's part of it. My thing is that you cannot predict what's going to happen at any large event. It doesn't matter whether you're wearing tuxedos or sweatshirt. And to take the security plan should be taken seriously, not by determining what age group is having the event. And that was my point. But I will accept that condition that you just did.
And we would be, that is absolutely our intention, and we would be happy to have that restriction added.
Thank you.
Okay, well, does someone want to take a shot at a motion?
I think that we did the motion and it was second. I think that the only addition was to, if there is a student event that is large, to have additional.
Mr. Donnelly?
I don't think we can say that. Assistant City Attorney Brist?
Are you considering the fact of discrimination based on student status? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I would think it'd be more of the age of the crowd than student status would be the factor that you might be looking for.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, heck. Okay. Another question for the applicant. Is notifying the police burdensome?
No.
Awesome. How does this sound? Any event that is going to be more than 300 people or that is not a wedding or a corporate event, notify the police at least a week ahead of time by email or in writing.
Yes, sounds good.
Definitely.
Right on. Fernando, you want that to have been your motion?
He's saying yes, I think.
Yes, I am. That sounds perfect. And I think the captain was raising her hand too.
Right on.
My preference, and I don't know if this is a possibility, because we're talking about alcohol and we're talking about potentially having underage people, I would rather hear about a party that was 18, that included 18 plus than, I mean, the thing that I'm missing here about, I feel like we're really sticking it to these folks, because these kinds of events are happening all across the downtown all year long, all the time. And there's one business that I can think of that has to notify us outside of city agencies that notify us for large gatherings. And so my bigger concern is the mix of underage people with of age people and something that's of great size. So that's my worry is the mixing. I'm never a big fan of the mixing. It sounds like that's not what their focus is anyway. And a lot of people who try that decide it doesn't work for them or isn't worth it. So I would prefer to be notified if it's an 18 plus event or whatever size you all determine.
I think the problem is nearly every wedding is an 18 plus event.
I'm not talking, yeah, I don't know how you differentiate that, but perhaps it's just by size. Like I said, I'm not getting a call from the Concourse, the Edgewater, the Marriott, and all these other places that are hosting these events every single weekend. And I see the Tinsmith as similar in nature to those folks.
It definitely is. And a year from now, when nothing has gone wrong, we can get rid of this. And, meaning no offense whatsoever to the applicant, this is new and it's big. When somebody comes in and opens up a hotel and they're going to have weddings, it's not, for the most part, it is a corporation that runs hotels all over the world. They're coming in, they're sending experienced hotel running people to do this.
I understand that as well as anybody who's in this meeting right now, that giving a liquor license to someone who hasn't run a bar, I understand that as well as anybody. And of all the things that I've talked about in these meetings when it comes to increasing capacity or new bar owners coming in versus seasoned bar owners coming in, I visualize, and again, I could be off. This is not a bar. It's not a nightclub. This is an event venue. And not that people aren't going there to have fun and imbibe, but to me, I could be off, but the bar vibe versus a nightclub versus an event venue, to me, there is a difference between them.
I'm having trouble understanding what you're asking us to do.
I guess
we shouldn't have conditions?
No, I didn't say that at all. Actually, I said just the opposite, that I would like them to reach out to me, but I feel like we're putting them under scrutiny that we don't necessarily put other people under of things that I have more concerns about as the police department and having to manage these. I'm happy for them to call me, but I think we're getting into the weeds a little bit with these folks.
So we have a motion. It's been seconded. Should we vote on this and move on, or do you think we should change what we've proposed?
If I could just add to the point about notifying whether or not it's an 18+ event, part of the 18+ event in the ordinances says that they must notify the captain of the police district at least 5 days in advance prior to any 18+ and up entertainment event. And that's codified in the ordinances. It doesn't have to be part of the condition.
So what you're saying, Mr. Verbeek, is that that's going to happen whether we put it in the motion or not.
Correct. I mean, there's nothing in there. There's nothing in the ordinances that talks about how many attendees are at the event. But if it's an 18+ event, then they must contact the captain of the district at least 5 days in advance.
And this is an 18+ license.
Correct.
So that doesn't have a number associated with it. It's just you could have an 18+ event with 10 people and the captain gets contacted.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, with that clarification, the motion as it stands, which is to approve both licenses without a capacity restriction, because I don't think we had 300, right? And you agreed to who made that motion? I think Mr. Kane-Ospina. So 300 is one test, and if it's 18+, that's another test that causes the captain to get called. Okay.
So the last motion that I heard, or last motion, and then from the amendment was that there would be one condition that says must notify the Central Police District in writing at least a week prior to any event over 300 attendees or is not a wedding or corporate event.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's the motion. And then what you pointed out is if it's an 18+, it's going to have an automatic notification. Correct. Okay. All right. Well, let's try that. I don't have anyone else in the queue. So all those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, raise their hands. Okay. Motion passes.
All right.
Jessica, and good luck with your event. Okay, that should take us then to item 48. Public hearing for Value Hospitalities and doing business as the Baymont Inn and Suites. Do we have anyone registered for this?
Yes, and they are unmuted.
Yep, I'm here. My name is Prabhu Kasturirangan. People usually call me Patrick, so please feel free to call me either.
Okay, Patrick, why don't you, if you've been listening to previous discussions, why don't you tell the committee what you have in mind with regard to the license capacity, what you're going to do there, hours you're going to operate, things like that.
So basically, this is going to be an 85-room Baymont Inn and Suites, a mid-scale hotel. We've been working on this project for about 2 years. We already operate 2 hotels in the city of Milwaukee, Days Inn and Suites with 83 rooms, and also a travel lodge with 96 rooms. What we're asking for is a tavern license, Class B. It's a very small bar. We want to have close to the lobby where we will only be serving our hotel guests. We will not be advertising the bar to anybody else. It is just an amenity we want to provide for people who come in usually working in town, traveling on business, and have a drink before they go to bed, so that they don't have to drive somewhere to drink or drive back and so on.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicant? Alder Carter.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on to what Patrick said. We did have a neighborhood meeting early February, before we knew about the COVID-19. And it was the residents were very hotel coming in, and the security features that are going to be implemented. And I submitted a letter back in November that outlined the conditions that we came up with when they were coming to the ALRC at that time. So Patrick, if you could talk about that meeting we had with the residents.
Yes, ma'am. So at the meeting, we had agreed that we would be submitting a security plan to the Madison Police Department South District, and so it would be subject to approval by the MPD before we start operation. And we will also meet with the South District Command staff on the way to look at calls for service, and if there's any issues that we need to resolve, so that we can solve these problems before they get any severe. We will also agree that our staff would participate in the MPD human trafficking training and any refresher training annually. And this is also that we do the same thing with our hotels in Milwaukee. And we also go so far as to collaborate with the Sensitive Crimes Division of the Milwaukee Police Department. And they have sting operations, things like that. So we generally operate in a way that we have an open door policy with the police department. And it works, it helps us run a clean business where people are, hesitant to even come in and do anything illegal. And as I had mentioned before, the license would be restricted to our hotel guests only. And we will have extensive camera system that'll be operational in the lobby, in the bar area, all the hallways, the entire parking lot. And then we will also have security in the nighttime. When the bar's open, we will have security there, who are designated exclusively as security.
Additional questions of Patrick? Okay, do we have a motion?
Alder Rivera has his hand up.
Alder Rivera.
Thank you. I don't have a motion at this second because I have a question for the applicant first, and I think the alder of the district should probably make the motion. But anyway, sir, I do have a question for you. As I'm reviewing your application, question number 8 is what we call the written description of the premise. And it's unclear the way it's written if you are asking us to license the entire hotel so that your guests may enjoy adult beverages in their individual rooms, or are you simply asking that all alcohol be consumed and stored only in the so-called small bar area and storage area?
We are asking, sir, that that the guests be able to get a drink and take it to their rooms, so they would not, have to leave the building or anything. They'll just be getting a drink and taking it to their rooms.
Is that what you mean by micro mart? You'd be
No, sir. Micromart is just a place where we would be selling some kind of food if they're coming in late at night and there's no food establishments open. So they would just pick up a candy bar or, energy bar or something like that. Maybe a little bit of soup they could warm up in the microwave that they have in their room. So that will not contain any kind of alcoholic beverage.
So the only point of sale would be the bar area, not the front desk.
Yes, sir.
But you would appreciate your guests being able to take the beverages to their individual rooms, you said.
That's correct.
I think we might have to then formally amend your response to the written question here on the record during the meeting so that it's clear that you wish to have the entire hotel premises be covered by the license.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Alder Carter?
I move approval.
Okay.
I'll second, and I know that there's a long list of conditions in the memo. We should probably read those.
Jim, do you have those up? Otherwise, I can search for them.
I do have it up.
Am I? Oh, okay.
So the conditions that you sent me were hotel security plan be submitted to Madison Police Department South District for review prior to the opening of the hotel and reviewed annually with MPD South District captain, owners, and management staff. The next one is meeting with South District command staff as needed to review calls for service. The third one is all staff will participate in the MPD human trafficking training and any refresher training annually. Fourth one, alcohol license restricted to hotel guests only. I would probably recommend alcohol service restricted to hotel guests only. 5, security cameras should be installed, focused on common areas, entrances, and exit. This should be the norm for any new hotel development. I don't know if you want that last part as part of the conditions. And then the last one is staff designated as security.
No, the last part is not a condition. That was just an editorial.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second with those conditions. Alder Carter, Alder Revere, did you have anything else to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, well then, seeing no one else in the queue, all those in favor would say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. And I have no hands, so motion is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, new license, item number 50.
49.
49. Oh yeah, it was on the consent agenda. It came off. Okay. Global Market and Food Hall, LLC. Do we have anyone?
Yes, I'm here.
You're here, and who are you?
This is my name is Guaming Shi. I'm the authorized representative for this company. So I'm here to present the case to you. So this is a new project. It's the building was used to be the Baby Russ. So this is remodeling this premise into a grocery store and a food court. So the license is for a small section in the grocery store to sell the beer, liquor, and wine products. So it's only for sale, not for consumption.
And I'm sorry, at the beginning when you introduced yourself, did you say you are an officer or agent of the company?
I'm just I'm their advisor, I guess I would say that way. I'm their authorized representative because they are, most likely because of the language, because they were primarily not English speaking very well. So I'm being, authorized to speak for them in situation like this.
Well, especially with a new license. Attorney Brist or Attorney Zillevy, you want to offer a comment?
Are you an attorney, ma'am?
I'm not. I'm actually, I'm also an owner. I'm just having a small share. But in the operating agreement, I'm actually in their the business operating agreements that I'm authorized to represent the company to exercise all power, signing contract, do all the things, talking to bank, So that's just because of this. Like they want me to represent them to deal with anything representing the company.
Are you a member of the Global Market LLC?
I'm a member of a investment holding company. Then the investment holding company is holding a share in this Global Market LLC.
She's listed as number 8, the question 18 on the application. I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
And also my husband is running the business.
I don't know. Steve, what do you think?
Well, I'm looking, 18 is the registered agent.
For the corporation.
For the corporation, yes.
Which that's basically just for service of process, right?
Correct. She's speaking on behalf of them, but again, it does sound like it's a practice of law to represent a third party in this situation.
I'm not considered as the owner. I am holding the share of the company, just indirectly.
Indirectly?
Yeah.
How indirectly?
I own half of the JMP International Invest LLC, and then JMP International Invest LLC is one of the member in this company.
It's one of the members.
Yeah.
So what share then do you end up representing?
For this company, 3%.
3%.
I mean, the JMP International owning 6%, and I own half of that, so 3%.
3%.
But if I can sign, the company, they have the operating agreement, like on that, I'm authorized to do everything on behalf of the company, including like taking loans or sign any contract, like representing this company. Why couldn't I speak for them in here?
Well, we wanted to be able to verify that you are representing the company and that you have the authority to speak on their behalf.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We have that operating agreement that put me there to representing them or having the authorization from them to speaking on behalf of the company.
But we don't have any documentation of that at this point, do we?
Nobody asked for that.
And the operating, excuse me, let me just ask you a quick question. You mentioned a number of LLCs here, and each of those LLCs has an operating agreement. Which one of those LLCs operating agreements specifies that you have this authority?
The Global Market LLC. The one that in this, the applicant.
But you're not listed in number 17.
Number 17 is the officer, right? I'm not the officer. I'm just the
operating manager.
Yeah, I'm not manager. I have my own job. I'm just like having the authority or being authorized by the company to sign on behalf of them or talk, to communicate on behalf of them.
Are you a lobbyist?
No, I'm a professor in UW-Madison. Because this is my husband's business, so I'm helping them.
Was your husband there?
My husband? Well, he's already sleeping. Yeah, he's on the application. That's Zhang. Last name Zhang.
Well, I don't
wake him up.
Verification that you're acting on behalf of the organization.
What do you want? You want me to send you the operating agreement?
Or wake your husband up.
You want me? Okay. Would you wait for a minute then?
Why don't we, we've got a couple of other items on the agenda. Do you want to
set this aside and move on to something else?
But I mean, are you sure that if I wake him up, you will allow me to continue to talk to you? Because his name is Dazi Zhang on the application. You will see his name as an officer.
Yeah, it's ma'am. It's just a matter of time. It's midnight right now, and we'd like to take care of you. And we have a couple of other items on the agenda. You've got to obviously go wake your husband up, explain to him what's going on, and all I'm suggesting to the committee.
All right.
Is that we'll come back to you. You don't have to turn the world upside down to get this done.
All right. Okay.
We can move on to our other items.
All right. Okay, I will.
Okay. So do we have a motion to table this for a minute? Mr. Fletcher, do I have a second? Mr. Kano Spina, all those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Your hands are up and there are no hands up. Okay, so that takes us then to, I think if I've got my numbers right, to item 57, Mr. Verbeek.
50. Greenhouse Brewing LLC.
Yeah, you're right.
All these new licenses came off the consent agenda.
Yeah, I had consent agenda written on it, and I forgot to scratch it off. So, do we have anyone registered, Joe?
Trevor Easton, and his mic is unmuted. Sorry.
This is Trevor.
Okay, Trevor. So you've probably been listening to some of the other discussions. Why don't you tell the committee what you've got in mind, hours, we've got your capacity, and food you're going to have, other kinds of things.
So we are a brewery that's located over near Madison College. We are a small brewery that primarily does wholesale, and then we also have a small tap room that we serve beer. Right now, we would like to add more food events and kind of, we have a restaurant license currently and kind of move a little bit more towards being a restaurant. And part of that, the customers really expect to be able to have more than just beer available for them. So we'd like to add wine as an offering, so we could serve wines, and then also local cideries and meaderies. Our hours are currently we open at 3:00 on Tuesdays through Friday and close at 9. And then on Saturday, we open at 11 and close at 9. Is there any more detailed information I could give?
Well, I think we have a question from Assistant City Attorney Zilovey, so that might answer your question.
Sure.
Jennifer?
And I'm sorry to be this person, especially at this hour, but a Class C license is only available to a restaurant. I looked through your application, and you have a very limited selection of food available, but I don't know that you meet the definition of a restaurant as is contemplated by the statute. What that is, it says restaurant means any building, room, or place at which the predominant activity is the preparation, service, or sale of meals.
Yeah, and I think doesn't go on to define that if it's 51% food or other, that is what it is determined. Because we primarily, we do serve food. We've got an oven. We've got refrigerators. We've got 3 compartment sinks. We've got hand washing sinks. We've got we get inspected annually as a restaurant. We had a certified food manager. I think in every qualification, we are clearly a restaurant.
You have a kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
Additional questions of the applicant? Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've got it listed at 49% alcohol, 19% food, 32% other. What's the other?
The other is basically our gift shop, sales that are, basically off premise.
Does that include alcohol for off premise consumption?
Well, it's because we are a brewery. It depends on how you define it. We do have wholesale accounts, which would, it would be basically, but with the way that this was calculated, the basically the 32% is all of our sales of stuff that is not meant to be consumed on premise.
Assistant City Attorney Brist.
I would think of other as T-shirt sales or goods of a non-alcohol. It seems to me carry-out alcohol from a brewery is still alcohol. I'm not sure that meets the definition of a majority of the business being not alcohol. It seems like the majority of your business is normally alcohol.
I guess I would ask, just for a point of clarification, how other restaurants, other breweries that have even less food service than we do are allowed to have wine licenses.
I guess I'd have a specific case to know what the situation was.
Well, I know One Barrel, for example, has the exact same.
They don't anymore, actually. I think that they relinquished it because of this very issue.
We have food. We're not really we're trying to actually make it so like we can have more food events because customers that if they come and they're looking for just beer, or if they have a partner with them, they then do not want to come to some of the food events we have. So we would like to do more food, and we have a lot more food events planned. And I think, there is a lot of, it's pretty clear that on-premise and off-premise consumptions are, what are treated differently in almost every other aspect of the way beer is considered.
Well, if we're talking about off-premise sales to your wholesale, that's different. But if we're talking about, I come in and have a few drinks and then buy a 6-pack to take home, I think that's alcohol sales.
And if our other was included our wholesale, would that then? Because if our other includes the wholesale, it's like,
I would be looking at the retail business, and what percentage of the retail business was alcohol, and what percentage of the retail business was food. And to me, carry-out retail is a part of the retail business. It's not part of the wholesale business. The wholesale side of the business is not your restaurant per se. It's designated area of your building.
Correct.
So, I mean, based on what I've got so far, it's kind of hard to argue that you meet the requirement.
Is it possible to then defer this to a later meeting if in the future we do meet the requirement?
I'm not
without prejudice.
Question.
Well, the committee could certainly vote to refer this to another meeting to give you an opportunity to, dive into the details further.
Tom, I want to refer this to the next scheduled meeting.
Well, there you go. Okay, do we have a second, Mr. Cano Espina? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's make sure, Mr. Grady did. Okay, so a motion and a second to refer this to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Seeing no one else in the queue, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, raise your hand. Okay. So Trevor, you can work with Mr. Verbic in the clerk's office and get the details. If you need to talk to folks in the city attorney's office to get some details, you could do that too. And we'll look forward to seeing you back here in our next regularly scheduled meeting. And to your point in prejudice, there's no problem. We do this all the time. So,
great. Thank you so much.
Yep. Let's see, Mr. Verbic, that takes us to 57.
Can I?
No. Did you want to go back to?
Yeah, we've got to come back. Yep. Okay. So do we have a motion to
take it from the table?
Yeah, and I've managed to forget the agenda item number.
It's 49.
49, okay. Motion to take 49 off the table. Mr. Fletcher, seconded by Mr. Cano Espina. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, raise your hand. No hands up. So we are back on 49.
Hello. Yes. Yeah, my husband is here with me right now.
Okay, and yep. I think we'll have Assistant City Attorney Briss to ask you a couple of questions, or Assistant City Attorney Zilovey to just make sure that we have a state law that requires that the committee can only take statements that factor into the granting of an alcohol license from certain people associated with the company. And those are enumerated in the statute. So what the assistant city attorneys are trying to do is determine if you meet that test. So
I'm looking at question 17. What's your title?
Huh? Officer. Hello?
Yes.
Hi.
What's your title with the business?
Officer.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Officer.
Officer of what? Are you this? There are two names that are listed in number 17 as directors of the LLC, members of the LLC. Are you Dodzi Zhang?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the operating manager?
Yes.
Jennifer, do you have any questions?
Not well.
We have to go one step farther and find out what the questions are now that we're being directed to his wife, to have them directed to him.
Yeah, so members of the committee, if you go hit the rewind button and go back to questions that you had about the business, Alder Carter?
Did they, whoever's on the line, ask for an interpreter?
Why you want to interpreter?
Well, the reason why I'm asking the question is because at the beginning you said that you were the advisor because there was a language barrier and an authorized interpreter.
Well, I think I can speak for them. So, I mean, I don't really, I mean, if you wanted to bring in an interpreter, that's fine, but I don't think that we need that because I'm their business advisor, I'm their supervisor.
Well, I'm not, they would be your supervisor, correct?
I'm their supervisor.
I'm not sure I understand why, if they're the owners of the company, why would you be their supervisor?
They appoint me to be their supervisor. In a sense, supervising whether they are doing everything, in the right track, like because of the business advisory I can give to them. Like I'm putting together the business idea. I'm putting together all the business planning for them.
It sounds more like you're a consultant on their behalf.
Yeah, I'm a consultant for my husband.
I feel like we should refer this and get an interpreter for the next meeting.
I move to refer this to the next scheduled meeting with an interpreter appearing.
And Mr. Fletcher is the second. So let me just explain just briefly, as I mentioned earlier, there are state statutes that govern what organizations like the ALRC have to do. And one of them is that we have to make sure we're dealing with people who can make responsible and definitive statements about the organization. The city of Madison, when there is a language barrier, provides free of charge an interpreter. You can talk to the deputy city clerk, Jim Verbick, to arrange for that. So what would probably have to happen at the next meeting is your husband and the interpreter would be the people that would be responding to the committee's questions. You could certainly participate in that, but the definitive answers would come from someone who's designated as a manager or the agent of the company. So if you want to meet with Mr. Verbick, he can explain that so that come the next meeting, we've got this all straightened around. So we have a motion and a second to refer to the next meeting. All those in favor say aye. The opposition raises their hand and there is none. So we'll look forward to talking to you at the next meeting. And if you have any additional questions, especially about some of the things that we asked you about tonight, you can consult with Mr. Verbeek so that we can handle all of your needs on our next meeting schedule. So thank you. Okay.
51 is the next item.
I'm sorry?
51.
51. Madison Barbecue East, doing businesses. Got my wrong set of glasses on here. It's too late. Mission Barbecue. So who have we got?
Jessica Melkor. I had to promote her to a panelist just because she's using an older version of Zoom. But she is currently unmuted.
Okay, Jessica, have you been listening to some of our other discussions with applicants?
Yes, it's so enjoyable. I do not envy you guys at all. Good evening.
Okay, well, why don't you explain to the committee what you want to do with the liquor license, so how the establishment's going to operate.
So I'm here on behalf of Mission Barbecue, and we are going to open.
Could you speak closer to your microphone? It's very difficult to hear you.
Is that better? Can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So we are opening the Mission Barbecue on East Wash, and we are going to be very limited. It's just 2 taps and then maybe 3 or 4 cans of beer. Nothing exciting. We open at 11 every day except Sunday. We open at 11:30. We close at 9 on the weekdays and 10 on the weekends.
Okay, there'll probably be some questions from some of the committee members. So here's the first one from Mr. Kano Espina.
So I see your capacity is 102 people. Is that correct?
That sounds about right.
And you said that you will close every night at 9 p.m. or 10 p.m.?
We close at 9 Monday through Thursday, 10 on Friday and Saturday, and actually we close at 8 on Sundays. I'm sorry.
So the latest that you will be closed is at 10 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And you will be okay with if we put a restriction in your license to said no sale of alcohol after 10 p.m.?
Oh, yes. We don't sell anything after 10 p.m.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Mr. Fletcher.
Are there any significant differences we should be aware of between your operations here and in kind of Kenosha, just by, that we should be aware of?
What do you mean? The business runs exactly the same.
Same operating hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions? Mr. Kano Espina. I'm trying to unmute you. There we go. Okay.
Move to grant with a condition that no alcohol sale after 10 p.m.
We have a second. Ms. Westra? Okay, a motion and a second. Further discussion? Mr. Fletcher? No? Okay. All right. Well then, Since there's no one else in the queue, all those in favor will say aye. If you're opposed, raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. So thank you very much, Jessica, and good luck with the business.
Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Okay, Mr. Verbeek, are we to 57 yet? We are? No?
53.
Which other one didn't I cross off? 53?
53. Yep.
Okay.
Then we're at 57.
Okay. Then we get to 57. All right. So who have we got for 53? Joe?
Oh, sorry, did we do 52?
Yep.
We did. Okay. Oh yeah, we did. Okay.
We have no.
I have no one for 53.
Move to refer to the next meeting.
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second to refer 53 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
And okay. Motion is referred. Now we're to item 57.
And I have no one for 57.
Ms. Sylvie, do you have anything to say with regard to 57?
Do you want to refer it to the next meeting?
Well, we probably should, because it would be difficult to have this discussion without the applicant here. So,
right.
So do we have a motion? Mr. Kano Espina, a second, Mr. Fletcher. Okay, all those, excuse me, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant City Attorney Zilvey, what is the maximum number of demerit points that could be assessed?
Five.
5 points?
Yes.
So if it's under 50, they're not required to show up, right?
Oh my goodness, I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me take a peek here. And I'm sorry, it's 10, not 5.
I change my motion if that's the case. I will change my motion to refer.
50 to 100 is a formal expression of concern.
So I would.
They still come to you for the point assessment.
Oh, so they still have to be here
for the point assessment. You guys determine whether or not you assess points.
But the applicant doesn't have to be present. We can make the decision without them being present when it's under 50, correct?
Well, But well, you can. Let's say that you could assess 80 points tonight. You could do that and then send him a letter and ask him to appear in conjunction with your point assessment.
I see.
So you can assess the points tonight and then nothing further happens because it's less than 50.
So the maximum that we can assess is 10, correct?
Correct.
So can I just move to assess the 10?
Yes.
I'd move to assess the 10.
Second.
Mr. Donnelly seconds. Okay. Got a couple of other people in the queue here. Alder Rivera.
Thank you. Maybe I'm missing something, but was there a written report on this item that I didn't see?
Well, no, because of COVID. And I just went to the office last night to grab the file.
Thank you. We're not being critical. I just don't understand how we can offer a motion if we don't know any of the facts. I have no idea what they were convicted of.
They pled to two counts of underage on licensed premises, and they paid a forfeiture of $313. There were no priors under the current ownership. They instituted a new training program on IDs because this was an ID issue. And really they're not a problem establishment, at least in terms of reports that I get.
Yeah, thank you. The Plaza Tavern is in the Aldermanic district I represent, so I certainly concur that I don't consider them to be a problem whatsoever. Could you share with us, please, Assistant City Attorney Zilovy, what the date of offense was, or was it over a series of a couple days?
August 2019. And normally this would have been before you in November or December, but I was out on leave at the time. And then I think he was gone in January, and then it was going to be on in March, and here we are.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation very much. So this was, just to clarify, this was one night, not 2 days.
Right.
Nights. Okay. Thank you very much, Attorney Zilovy.
Yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to assess the 10 points. So the process is we'll do it tonight. You'll send them a letter, and then we'll probably see them at the next meeting. No, I thought you said, oops. Gotta unmute you. Okay. I thought I heard you say we can assess them tonight, and then you send them a letter, and
that's only if the points are greater than 50.
Okay.
If it's less than 50, then you don't see them again.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Fletcher?
I missed it. Alder Rivera had the one of the questions that I was just wondering, curious about what the charge was. The second question I had was, I'm assuming they get Attorney Zilovy like a follow-up, a note from you about the points assessment tonight, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this goes back to a point that I raised late last year, that I do worry about the weighting of the point system, in terms of 0 to 50, you don't even have to kind of show up, and it's one night, and how many other establishments would be in this boat, and the older of the district isn't particularly concerned. At this point, I think I'm more concerned about the point system and the way that we currently use it. So I've said it before, just had to say I'm sorry.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Opposed, raise your hand. Motion passes. Takes us then to 58. Disciplinary matter for Fox and Bird LLC, doing business as Heritage Tavern. So, Assistant City Attorney Zillaby, you want to update us on this one as well?
Yep, this one came to my attention, I believe, via the clerk's office. And it was discovered that they didn't actually have a license for, I believe it was 2 years. They paid their license fee in June of 2017, but they didn't cover the late fee that was applied after the license fee, and therefore the license expired. And since if the license expires, if it's not in the hopper, then no renewal paperwork is sent. Correct? I think that's right. And so then no renewal application was filed. And so for the next licensing cycle, they didn't have a license. And then as soon as this was discovered, they applied for a license and they got a provisional. The complaint was 24 counts, basically the time period that they were without the license. So 24 counts of selling alcoholic beverages without a license. And they pled to the complaint and paid a forfeiture of $1,648. And the number of points that you could apply, well, would be 2,400 because there were different dates of the violation. However, my recommendation on this is for 0 points. And that is because I think that sometimes our system contributes to some of these issues. And I have never been aware of problems with this establishment. And I felt the resolution that I came to with the owner was a fair one and one that penalized him probably where it hurts the most, which is in his pocketbook. And that's all I have on that one.
And I think we have the applicant here, Daniel Fox. Are you online?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any comments to offer?
we'll stay up to date on our paperwork. Our license for the upcoming year is submitted. We are going to be very diligent about our paperwork moving forward.
A couple of questions, Mr. Donnelly and then Mr. Cano Espina.
I don't think we have to do anything to wallop this establishment, but I'm uncomfortable with 0 points. I think that we've already worked very, very hard to make this as easy as possible for them. If I remember right, there was a special ALRC meeting just to get their new application approved in time so that they wouldn't have to shut down for any time at all. And not every license holder gets that sort of concierge treatment. I'd feel good with something like 100 points that doesn't come with any kind of immediate penalty. You don't have to shut down at all. You don't have to pay any extra money. And as we've been told, there aren't generally problems here. So the only point where it's an issue is if you have more problems later, which they probably won't. So it's no issue.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, I agree with Mike. I think the kind of contrast between 50, a certain number of points for one establishment for underage drinking, and then 0 points for going 2 years without an alcohol license would be a little bit of a paradox potentially. I think the lag time between the points assessment here and when we took care of this issue, as Mr. Donnelly indicated, at an off-cycle ALRC meeting is just just one note that again, to my mind, speaks to the benefits of taking care of this sort of thing through the forfeiture system, which I agree with Attorney Zilovy is kind of that is I think a more impactful sort of action for something like this. But if we want to assess 100, 150, or 100 points, I think that would be appropriate here.
Mr. Cano Espina?
Move to assess 100 points.
Okay, we have a motion to assess 100 points. Do we have a second? Mr. Fletcher seconds it. Further discussion, Alder Rivera.
Thank you very much. I have a question for either of the two assistant city attorneys that are serving us this evening. And that is, whichever one of you wishes to answer the question, what would be the effect of 100 demerit points under the ordinance?
I can actually answer that one. In the short term, nothing. They'll get a letter. It's at 150 points that there's a mandatory shutdown, 250 points is revocation. So this would mean that if they have other things come up and we assess at least 50 points, then there would be additional penalties. Of course, we would have the option at that point in the future to assess fewer points if we so chose.
Thank you, Vice Chair Donnelly, and you had articulated that earlier. I just wanted confirmation from one of the two attorneys to provide comfort to my constituent, who's the proprietor here that's joining us at the meeting. I will say that I've had several conversations with Mr. Fox about this over the many months, and he's very remorseful that this happened. And so I certainly appreciate that the motion before us does not directly levy any additional penalties. But could attorneys Brister Zillaby just confirm that Vice Chair Donnelly's articulation of the net effect of 100 demerit points being assessed?
That's correct. And it's it's a formal expression of concern, which is what you can do right now. And then nothing further happens unless there are additional violations.
So under the ordinance, Attorney Zillaby, the formal expression of concern in your estimation is occurring this evening. There would be not an additional need for this to be on an agenda as an official formal expression of concern if the motion's adopted.
I would not think so. But if y'all wanted to bring them back for another party.
Especially after midnight again.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
I have Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, I think the resolution we've reached here is the right one. I think Dan probably heard the formal expression of concern way back when we actually had the off-cycle meeting. I think that this is good, and again, I think it's a well-run establishment overall. So I think this is a good resolution. Thanks.
Okay, I've got no one else in the queue. We've got a motion and a second. I think everyone understands it. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye and raise your hand for no. I see no no's. The motion passes. So that then takes us to Captain Donahue. I have to wait until midnight to get it right. Captain Donahue.
We do have another registrant here for item 61.
For item. Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay. Who do we have here for item 61? Tyler Isham.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thanks for hanging on here. So yeah, I'm with the Madison Mallards, and we just have a request for a change in our license for one night. Right now, we currently just sell beer and wine in the stadium, and for one night during this summer, we had a request to sell hard alcohol as well. And the reason I'm on is our initial proposal had a specific date of June 19th, and with the kind of uncertainty on when our season is going to start, I just wanted to make an amendment to that request that it be one night, a later date of our choosing, as an amendment to our original proposal.
Mr. Donnelly and then Mr. Fletcher.
I'm going to make a motion now, and then we can discuss and amend if needed. I move that we allow the Madison Mallards to allow the sale of hard alcohol on one date this summer. They have to notify the police department a week ahead of time what that date is.
Do we have a second? We do. Mr. Kano Espina. Mr. Fletcher.
Sure. I guess I was going to check with the police department and have John Donahue if she had any concerns with this.
Captain Ackert reviewed the agenda and he did not. He said he had no concerns. The North Police District has a very close and good working relationship with the Mallards, so I trust that if they agree to work with the police department, certainly we would do the same.
Mr. Isham, any concerns about the condition?
No, not at all. That sounds great. We work really well with the Northside Police. And hi, Captain Donahue. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks, Tyler.
Okay. Further discussion? I see none.
Was there a second on that one?
Yeah, Mr. Kano Spina.
And just to clarify, I got the motion as allow 1 day of liquor sales this summer, must notify the MPD North District, have the event.
Further questions on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye, and raise your hand if you're no. Motion passes, which is the last item on the agenda, so need to go back and take care of the other two very quickly. So 59. My report calls for service. Anyone have any questions for Captain Donahue? Seeing none. Summary of licenses issued for Mr. Verbeek. I know you've been chomping at the bit to tell us all about them. Mr. Donnelly has a question. I think.
No, I detected that we were done with item 60 and I moved to adjourn the meeting.
Oh, all right. You didn't want to hear about the two reports. All right. And Mr. Fletcher, I bet you was going to second that. Yes. Okay. All right. So a motion and a second. Mr. Kano Spina, you're waving goodbye or you want...
Probably turn everybody's mic on at this point.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Have a good night, everybody.
I'll unmute everybody. So, Mr. Kano, you were just saying goodbye, right? Okay. All right. Well, we should vote on the motion. We have a motion in a second to adjourn our meeting at 12:59 a.m. So,
wait, how was your clock behind earlier and now it's ahead?
Yeah, it's 2 minutes ahead.
You know, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to check that out. It's probably
good night, everybody.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? No opposition. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you hanging in there with us on this, and it seemed to work pretty good as long as I bring my better glasses so I can read the agenda as the day goes on. So you all have a good night.
Stay safe.
Thanks a bunch to the city staff who helped make this work.
Yeah, that hung in there with us, for God's sake.
You bet. You're welcome.
You guys are troopers.
Thank you. Sleep tight.